Such men are we, and if the world, as experience may convince us it will, makes war upon us, the law of nature empowers us not only to be on the defensive, but also on the offensive part. As we then do not proceed upon the same ground with pirates, who are men of dissolute lives and no principles, let us scorn to take their colors. Ours is a brave, a just, an innocent, and a noble cause, the cause of liberty. I therefore advise a white ensign, with liberty painted in the fly, and if you like the motto, a Dio a Liberté, for God and liberty, as an emblem of our uprightness and resolution. The cabin door was left open, and the bulk head, which was of canvas, rowled up, the steerage being full of men, who lent an attentive ear. They cried, "Liberty! Liberty! We are free men! Vive the brave Captain Misson and the noble Lieutenant Caraccioli Dot!" This short council breaking up, everything belonging to the deceased captain, and the other officers, and men lost in the engagement, was brought upon deck and over hauled, the money ordered to be put into a chest, and the carpenter to clap on a padlock for, and give a key to, every one of the council, Misson telling them, all should be in common, and the particular avarice of no one should defraud the public. When the plate Monsieur Forbin had was going to the chest, the men unanimously cried out, "Avast! Keep that out for the captain's use, as a present from his officers and foremast men." Misson thanked them. The plate was returned to the great cabin, and the chest secured according to orders. Misson then ordered his lieutenants and other officers to examine who among the men were in most want of clothes, and to distribute those of the dead men impartially, which was done with the general consent and applause of the whole crew, all but the wounded being upon deck. Misson, from the barricade, spoke to the following purpose: that since they had unanimously resolved to seize upon and defend their liberty, which ambitious men had usurped, and that this could not be esteemed by impartial judges other than a just and brave resolution, he was under an obligation to recommend to them a brotherly love to each other, the banishment of all private piques and grudges, and a strict agreement and harmony among themselves, that in throwing off the yoke of tyranny, of which the action spoke an abhorrence, he hoped none would follow the example of tyrants, and turn his back upon justice, for when equity was trodden underfoot, misery, confusion, and mutual distrust naturally followed. He also advised them to remember there was a Supreme, the adoration of which reason and gratitude prompted us, and our own interests would engage us, as it is best to be of the surest side. And after life was allowed possible to conciliate, that he was satisfied men who were born and bred in slavery, by which their spirits were broke, and were incapable of so generous a way of thinking, who, ignorant of their birth, right, and the sweets of liberty, danced to the music of their chains, which was, indeed, the greater part of the inhabitants of the globe, would brand this generous crew with the invidious name of pirates, and think it meritorious to be instrumental in their destruction. Self-preservation, therefore, and not a cruel disposition, obliged him to declare war against all such as should refuse him the entry of their port suit, and against all who should not immediately surrender and give up what their necessities required, but in a more particular manner against all European ships and vessels, as concluded implacable enemies. And I do now, said he, declare such war, and, at the same time, recommend to you, my comrades, a humane and generous behavior towards your prisoners, which will appear by so much more the effects of a noble soul, as we are satisfied we should not meet the same treatment should our ill fortune, or more properly our disunion, or want of courage, give us up to their mercy. After this, he required a muster should be made, and there were able hands 235 sick and wounded. As they were mustered, they were sworn. After affairs were thus settled, they shaped their course for the Spanish West Indies, but resolved, in the way, to take a week or 10 days' cruise in the windward passage from Jamaica, because most merchant men, which were good sailors and did not stay for convoy, took this as the shorter cut for England. Off St. Christopher's they took an English sloop becalmed, with their boats. They took out of her a couple of puncheons of rum, and half a dozen hogsheads of sugar. She was a New England sloop, bound for Boston, and without offering the least violence to the men, or stripping them, they let her go. The master of the sloop was Thomas Butler, who owned he never met with so candid an enemy as the French man of war which took him the day he left St. Christopher's. They met with no other booty in their way, till they came upon their station, when after 3 days they saw a sloop which had the impudence to give them chase. Captain Misson asked what could be the meaning that the sloop stood for them. One of the men who was acquainted with the West Indies told him it was a Jamaica privateer, and he should not wonder if he clapped him aboard. "I am," said he, "no stranger to their way of working, and this despicable fellow, as those who don't know a Jamaica privateer may think him, it is 10 to 1 will give you some trouble. It now grows towards evening, and you'll find as soon as he has discovered your force, he'll keep out of the reach of your guns till the 12 o'clock watch is changed at night, and he'll then attempt to clap you aboard, with hopes to carry you in the hurry. Wherefore, Captain, if you will give me leave to advise you, let every man have his small arms, and at 12 let the bell ring as usual, and rather more noise than ordinary be made, as if the one watch was turning in, and the other out, in a confusion and hurry, and I'll engage he will venture to enter his men." The fellow's advice was approved and resolved upon, and the sloop worked, as he said she would, for upon coming near enough to make distinctly the force of the Victoire, on her throwing out French colors, she, the sloop, clapped upon a wind. The Victoire gave chase, but without hopes of gaining upon her. She went so well to windward, that she cowed, spare the ship some points in her sheet, and yet wrong her. 10, at dusk of the even, the French had lost sight of her, but about 11 at night, they saw her hankering up their windward bow, which confirmed the sailors' opinion, that she would attempt to board them, as she did at the pretended change of the watch. There being little or no wind, she lashed to the bolt spread of the Victoire, and entered her men, who were very quietly taken, as they entered and tumbled down the fore hatch, where they were received by others, and bound without noise. Not one of the privateers killed, few hurt, and only one Frenchman wounded. The Victoire, seeing the better part of the sloop's men secured, they boarded in their turn, when the privateers, suspecting some stratagem, were endeavoring to cut their lashing and get off. Thus the Englishmen caught a tart. The prisoners being all secured, the captain charged his men not to discover, through a desire of augmenting their number, the account they were upon. The next morning Monsieur Misson called for the captain of the privateers. He told him he could not but allow him, a brave fellow, to venture upon a ship of his countenance, and for that reason he should meet treatment which men of his profession seldom afforded the prisoners they made. He asked him how long he had been out, what was his name, and what he had on board. He answered he was but just come out, that he was the first sail he had met with, and should have thought himself altogether as lucky not to have spoke with him, that his name was Harry Ramsay, and what he had on board were rags, powder reel, ball, and some few half anchors of rum. Ramsay was ordered into the gun-room, and a council being held in the public manner aforesaid, the bulkhead of the great cabin rolled up. On their conclusion, The captain of the privateer was called in again. When Captain Misson told him he would return him his sloop, and restore him and his men to their liberty, without stripping or plundering of anything, but what prudence obliged him to, their ammunition and small arms, if he would give him his word and honor, and his men to take an oath not to go out on the privateer account in 6 months after they left him, that he did not design to continue that station above a week longer, at the expiration of which time he would let them go. Ramsay, who had a new sloop, did not expect this favor, which he thanked him for, and promised punctually to comply with the injunction, which his men as readily swore to, though they had no design to keep the oath. The time being expired, he and his men were put on board their own sloop. At going over the ship's side, Ramsay begged Monsieur Misson would allow him powder for a salute, by way of thanks. But he answered him the ceremony was needless, and he expected no other return than that of keeping his word, which indeed Ramsay did. Some of his men had found it more to their advantage to have been as religious. At parting, Ramsay gave the ship 3 cheers, and Misson had the complaisance to return one, which Ramsay, answering with 3 more, made the best of his way for Jamaica, and, at the east end of the island, met with the Diana, who, upon advice, turned back. The Victoire steered for Carthagene, off which port they cruised some days, but meeting with nothing in the seas, they made for Porto Bello. In their way they met with 2 Dutch traders, who had letters of marque, and were just come upon the coast. The one had 20, the other 24 guns. Misson engaged them, and they defended themselves with a great deal of resolution and gallantry. And as they were manned apiece, 11 he durst not venture to board either of them, for fear of being at the same time boarded by the other. His weight of metal gave him a great advantage over the Dutch, though they were 2 to 1. Besides, their business, as they had cargoes, was to get off, if possible. Wherefore they made a running fight, though they took care to stick close to one another. They maintained the fight for above 6 hours, when Misson, enraged at this obstinacy, and fearing, if by accident they should bring a mast, or top mast, by the board they would get from him, was resolved to sink the larger ship of the 2, and accordingly ordered his men to bring all their guns to bear amidship. Then, running close alongside of him, to raise their metal, his orders being punctually obeyed, he poured in a broadside, which opened such a gap in the Dutch ship, that she went directly to the bottom, and every man perished. He then manned his boltsprit, brought his spritsail yard fore and aft, and resolved to board the other, which the Dutch perceiving, and terrified with the unhappy fate of their comrade, thought a farther resistance vain, and immediately struck. Misson gave them good quarters, though he was enraged at the loss of 13 men killed outright, beside 9 wounded, of which 6 died. They found on board a great quantity of gold and silver lace, brocade silks, silk stockings, bales of broad cloth, bases of all colors, and osnabrüchs. 12. A consultation being held, it was resolved Captain Misson should take the name of Forbin, and returning to Carthagene, dispose of his prize, and set his prisoners ashore. Accordingly they plied to the eastward, and came to an anchor between Boca Chica fort and the town, for they did not think it expedient to enter the harbor. The barge was manned, and Caraccioli, with the name of Daubigny, the first lieutenant, who was killed in the engagement with the Winchelsea, and his commission in his pocket, went ashore with a letter to the governor, signed Forbin, whose character, for fear of the worst, was exactly counterfeited. 13. The purport of his letter was, that having discretionary orders to cruise for 3 months, and hearing the English infested his coast, he was come in search of a mark. that his limited time being near expired, he should be obliged to his excellency, if he would send on board him such merchants as were willing to take the ship and cargo off his hands, of which he had sent the Dutch invoice. Don Joseph de la Zerda, the then governor, received the lieutenant, who sent back the barge at landing, very civilly, and agreed to take the prisoners ashore, and do everything was required of him, and ordering fresh provisions and salading to be got ready as a present for the captain. He sent for some merchants who were very ready to go on board, and agree for the ship and goods, which they did, for 52,000 pieces of eight. The next day the prisoners were set ashore. A rich piece of brocade which was reserved, sent to the governor for a present, a quantity of fresh provision bought and brought on board, the money paid by the merchants, the ship and goods delivered, and the Victoire, at the dawn of the following day, got under sail. It may be wondered how such dispatch could be made, but the reader must take notice. These goods were sold by the Dutch invoice, which the merchant of the prize affirmed was genuine. I shall observe, by the by, that the Victoire was the French man-of-war, which Admiral Wager sent the Kingston in search of, and being afterwards falsely informed that she was joined by another of 70 guns, and that they cruised together between the capes, ordered the Severn up to windward, to assist the Kingston, which had like to have proved very fatal, for these two English men of war, commanded by Captain Trevor and Captain Pudnorer, meeting in the night, had prepared to engage, each taking the other for the enemy, the Kingston's men not having a good look out, which must be attributed to the negligence of the officer of the watch, did not see the Severn till she was just upon them, but, by good luck, to leeward, and plying up, with all the sail she could crowd, and a clear ship. This put the Kingston in such confusion, that when the Severn held, no answer was returned, for none heard her. She was got under the Kingston's stern, and Captain Pudner ordered to hail for the third and last time, and if no answer was returned, to give her a broadside. The noise on board the Kingston was now a little sea-steep, and Captain Trevor, who was on the poop with a speaking trumpet to hail the Severn, by good luck heard her hail him, and answering the Kingston, and asking the name of the other ship, prevented the damage. They cruised together some time, and meeting nothing which answered their information, returned to Jamaica, as I shall to my subject, begging pardon for this, as I thought, necessary digression. 14. Don Joseph de la Zerda told the captain in a letter that the St. Joseph, a galleon of 70 guns, was then lying at Portobello, and should be glad he could keep her company till she was off the coast, that she would sail in 8 or 10 days for the Havana, and that, if his time would permit him, he would send an advice boat, that she had on board the value of 800,000 pieces of eight, in silver and bar gold. Misson returned answer, that he believed he should be excused if he stretched his orders for a few days, and that he would cruise off the Isle of Pearls, and Cape Gratias a Dios, and give for signal to the galleon, his spreading a white ensign in his fore top mast shrouds, the clewing up his fore sail, and the firing 1 gun to windward, and 2 to leeward, which he should answer by letting run and hoisting his fore top sail 3 times, and the firing as many guns to leeward. Don Joseph, extremely pleased with this complaisance, sent a boat express to advise the St. Joseph, but she was already sailed 2 days, contrary to the governor of Carthagena's expectation, and this advice Captain Misson had from the boat, which returning with an answer, saw the Victoire in the offing, and spoke to her. It was then resolved to follow the St. Joseph, and accordingly they steered for the Havana, but by what accident they did not overtake her is unknown. I forgot to tell my reader, on board the Dutch ship were 14 French Huguenots, whom Misson thought fit to detain when they were at sea. Misson called him up, and proposed to him their taking on, telling them at the same time he left it to their choice, for he would have no forced men, and that if they all, or any of them, disapproved the proposal, he would either give 'em the first vessel he met that was fit for 'em, or set 'em ashore on some inhabited coast, and therefore bid 'em take 2 days for consideration before they returned an answer. And, to encourage 'em, he called all hands up, and declared that if any man repented him of the course of life he had chosen, his just dividend should be counted to him, and he would set him on shore, either near the Havana or some other convenient place. But not one accepted the offer, and the 14 prisoners unanimously resolved to join in with M, to which resolution, no doubt, the hopes of a good booty from the Saint Joseph and this offer of liberty greatly contributed. At the entrance of the Gulf, they spied and came up with a large merchant ship bound for London from Jamaica. She had 20 guns, but no more than 32 hands. That is not to be wondered at. She made no resistance. Besides, she was deep laden with sugars. Monsieur Misson took out of her what ammunition she had, about 4,000 pieces of 8, some puncheons of rum, and 10 hogsheads of sugar, and without doing her any further damage, let her proceed her voyage. What he valued most in this prize was the men he got, for she was carrying to Europe 12 French prisoners, 2 of which were necessary hands, being a carpenter and his mate. They were of Bordeaux, from whence they came with the Pamlico train, which was taken by the Mermaid off Petit Guavos, after an obstinate resistance, in which they lost 40 men. But they were of opinion the Mermaid could not have can M, having but 4 guns less than she had, which was made amends for by their having about 30 hands. On the contrary, had not the Guernsey come up, they thought of boarding and carrying the Mermaid. These men very willingly came into Captain Misson's measures, buccaneers taking a Spanish ship, from John Exquemelin's Buccaneers of America, Amsterdam, 1700. These men, who had been stripped to the skin, begged leave to make reprisals, but the captain would not suffer them, though he told the master of the prize, as he protected him and his men, he thought it reasonable these French should be clothed. Upon this, the master contributed of his own, and every man bringing up his chest, thought themselves very well off in sharing with them one half. Though Misson's ship passed for a French man of war, yet his generosity in letting the prize go gave the English grounds to suspect the truth, neither the ship nor cargo being of use to such as were upon the grand account. When they had lost all hopes of the Saint Joseph, they coasted along the north side of Cuba, and the Victoire growing now foul, they ran into a land locked bay on the east, north east point, where they hove her down by boats and guns, though they could not pretend to heave her keel out. However, they scraped and tallowed as far as they could go. They, for this reason, many of them repented they had let the last prize go, by which they might have careened. When they had righted the ship and put everything on board, they consulted upon the course they should steer. Upon this, the council divided. The captain and Caraccioli were for stretching over to the African, and the others for the New England coast, alleging that the ship had a foul bottom, and was not fit for the voyage, and that if they met with contrary winds and bad weather, their stock of provision might fall short, and that, as they were not far from the English settlement of Carolina, they might either on that or the coast of Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, or New England, intercept ships which traded to the islands with provisions, and by that means provide themselves with bread, flour, and other necessaries. An account of the provisions were taken, and finding they had provisions for 4 months, Captain Misson called all hands upon deck, and told them how, as the council differed in the course they should steer, he thought it reasonable to have it put to the vote of the whole company, that, for his part, he was for going to the coast of Guinea, where they might reasonably expect to meet with valuable prizes. But should they fail in their expectation one way, they would be sure of having it answered another, for they could then throw themselves in that of the East India ships, and he need not tell them that the outward-bound ships drained Europe of what money they drew from America. He then gave the sentiments of those who were against him, and their reasons, and begged that everyone would give his opinion and vote according as he thought most conducive to the good of all. That he should be far from taking it ill if they should reject what he had proposed, since he had no private views to serve. The majority of votes fell on the captain's side, and they accordingly shaped their course for the coast of Guinea, in which voyage nothing remarkable happened. On their arrival on the Gold Coast, they fell in with the Nieuwstad of Amsterdam, a ship of 18 guns, commanded by Captain Blaze, who made a running fight of 5 glasses. This ship they kept with them, putting on board 40 hands, and bringing all the prisoners on board the Victoire. They were 43 in number. They left Amsterdam with 56. 7 were killed in the engagement, and they had lost 6 by sickness and accidents, 1 falling overboard, and 1 being taken by a shark going overboard in a calm. The Nieuwstad had some gold dust on board to the value of about 2,000 sterling, and a few slaves to the number of 17, for she had but begun to trade. The slaves were a strengthening of their hands, for the captain ordered them to be clothed out of Dutch mariners' chests, and told his men that the trading for those of our own species could never be agreeable to the eyes of divine justice, that no man had power of the liberty of another, and while those who professed a more enlightened knowledge of the deity sold men like beasts, they proved that their religion was no more than grimace, and that they differed from the barbarians in name only, since their practice was in nothing more humane. For his part, and he spoke the sentiments of all his brave companions. He had not exempted his neck from the galling yoke of slavery, and asserted his own liberty to enslave others. That, however, these men were distinguished from the Europeans by their color, customs, or religious rites. They were the work of the same omnipotent being, and endued with equal reason. Wherefore, he desired they might be treated like freemen, for he would banish even the name of slavery from among them, and divide it into messes among them, to the end they might the sooner learn their language, be sensible of the obligation they had to them, and more capable and zealous to defend that liberty they owed to their justice and humanity. This speech of Misson's was received with general applause, and the ship rang with Vive le Capitaine Misson! Long live Captain Misson! The Negroes were divided among the French, 1 to a mess, who, by their gesticulations, showed they were gratefully sensible of their being delivered from their chain. Their ship growing very foul, and going heavily through the water, they run into the river of Lagoa, where they hovered down, taking out such planks as had suffered most by the worms, and substituting new in their room. After this they careened the prize, and so put out to sea, steering to the southward, and keeping along the coast, but met with nothing. All this while, the greatest decorum and regularity was observed on board the Victoire, but the Dutch prisoner's example began to lead them into swearing and drunkenness, which the captain remarking, thought it was best to nip these vices in the bud, and calling both the French and Dutch upon deck, he addressed himself to the latter, desiring their captain, who spoke French excellently well, to interpret what he said to those who did not understand him. He told them before he had the misfortune of having them on board. His ears were never grated with hearing the name of the great Creator, Prophet, though he, to his sorrow, had often since heard his own men guilty of that sin, which administered neither profit nor pleasure, and might draw upon them a severe punishment, that if they had a just idea of that great being, they vowed never mention him, but they vowed immediately reflect on his purity and their own vileness, that we so easily took impression from our company, that the Spanish proverb says, "Let a hermit and a thief live together. The thief will become hermit, or the hermit thief," that he saw this verified in his ship, for he could attribute the oaths and curses he had heard among his brave companions to nothing but the odious example of the Dutch, that this was not the only vice they had introduced, for before they were on board, his men were men, but he found by their beastly pattern they were degenerated into brutes, by drowning that only faculty which distinguishes between man and beast, reason, that as he had the honor to command them, he could not see them run into these odious vices without a sincere concern, as he had a paternal affection for them, and he should reproach himself as neglectful of the common good, if he did not admonish them, and as by the posts which they had honored him, he was obliged to have a watchful eye over their general interest, he was obliged to tell them his sentiments were, that the Dutch allured them to a dissolute way of life, that they might take some advantage over them, wherefore, as his brave companions, he was assured, would be guided by reason, he gave the Dutch notice, that the first whom he catched either with an oath in his mouth or liquor in his head, should be brought to the gears, whipped and pickled, for an example to the rest of his nation. As to his friends, his companions, his children, those gallant, those generous, noble, and heroic souls he had the honor to command, he entreated them to allow a small time for reflection, and to consider how little pleasure, and how much danger, might flow from imitating the vices of their enemies, and that they would among themselves make a law for the suppression of what would otherwise estrange them from the source of life, and consequently leave them destitute of his protection. It is not to be imagined what efficacy this speech had on both nations. The Dutch grew continent in fear of punishment, and the French in fear of being reproached by their good captain, for they never mentioned him without this epithet. Upon the coast of Angola, they met with a second Dutch ship, the cargo of which consisted of silk and woolen stuffs, cloth, lacy, wine, brandy, oil, spice, and hardware. The prize gave chase and engaged her, but upon the coming up of the Victoire she struck. This ship opportunely came in their way, and gave full employ to the tailors, who were on board, for the whole crew began to be out at elbows. They plundered her of what was of use to their own ship, and then sunk her. The captain, having about 90 prisoners on board, proposed the giving them the prize, with what was necessary for their voyage, and sending them away, which being agreed to, they shifted her ammunition on board the Victoire, and giving them provision to carry them to the settlements the Dutch have on the coast. Misson called them up, told them what was his design, and asked if any of them was willing to share his fortune. 11 Dutch came into him, 2 of which were sail makers, 1 an armorer, and 1 a carpenter, necessary hands. The rest he let go, not a little surprised at the regularity, tranquility, and humanity which they found among these new-fashioned pirates. They had now run the length of Sardinia, Saldanha Bay, about 10 leagues to the northward of Table Bay. As here's good water, safe riding, plenty of fish and fresh provision to be got of the natives for the merchandise they had on board, it was resolved to stay here some little time for refreshment. When they had the bay open, they spied a tall ship, which instantly got under sail and hove out English colors. The Victoire made a clear ship and hove out her French ensign, and a smart engagement began. The English was a new ship built for 40 guns, though she had but 32 mounted and 90 hands. Misson gave orders for boarding, and his number of fresh men he constantly poured in. After an obstinate dispute obliged the English to fly the decks and leave the French masters of their ship, who promised and gave them good quarters, and stripped not a man. They found on board the prize some bales of English broadcloth, and about 60,000 in English crown pieces, and Spanish pieces of 8 Tory. The English captain was killed in the engagement, and 14 of his men. The French lost 12, which was no small mortification, but did not however provoke them to use their prisoners harshly. Captain Misson was sorry for the death of the commander, whom he buried on the shore, and one of his men being a stone cutter, he raised a stone over his grave with these words, I see Gistorm Braille, Anglois. Here lies a gallant English man. When he was buried, he made a triple discharge of 50 small arms, and fired minute guns. The English, knowing whose hands they were fallen into, charmed with Misson's humanity, 30 of them, in 3 days' space, desired to take on with. He accepted him, but at the same time gave him to understand that in taking on with him, they were not to expect they should be indulged in a dissolute and immoral life. He now divided his company between the 2 ships, and made Caraccioli captain of the prize, giving him officers chosen by the public suffrage. The 17 Negroes began to understand a little French, and to be useful hands, and in less than a month all the English prisoners came over to him, except their officers. He had 2 ships well manned with resolute fellows. They now doubled the Cape, off Good Hope, and made the south end of Madagascar. And one of the Englishmen, telling Captain Misson that the European ships bound for Surat commonly touched at the island of Johanna, he sent for Captain Caraccioli on board, and it was agreed to cruise off that island. They accordingly sailed on the west side of Madagascar, and off the Bay de Diego, about half seas over between that bay and the island of Johanna. They came up with an English East India man, which made signals of distress as soon as she spied Misson and his prize. They found her sinking by an unexpected leak, and took all her men on board. They could get little out of her before she went down. The English, who were thus miraculously saved from perishing, desired to be set on shore at Johanna, where they hoped to meet with either a Dutch or English ship in a little time, and the meanwhile they were sure of relief. They arrived at Johanna, and were kindly received by the Queen, Regent, and her brother, on account of the English on the one hand, and of their strength on the other, which the Queen's brother, who had the administration of affairs, was not able to make head against, and hoped they might assist him against the King of Mohila, who threatened him with a visit. This is an island which is contiguous, in a manner, to Johanna, and lies about N.W.A. and by N.N. from it. Caraccioli told Misson he might make his advantage in widening the breach between these 2 little monarchies, and, by offering his assistance to that of Johanna, in a manner rule both, for these would court him as their protector, and those come to any terms to buy his friendship, by which means he would hold the balance of power between them. He followed this advice, and offered his friendship and assistance to the Queen, who very readily embraced. I must advise the reader that many of this island speak English, and that the English men who were of Mison's crew, and his interpreters, told them their captain, though not an Englishman, was their friend and ally, and a friend and brother to the Johanna men, for they esteemed the English beyond all other nations. They were supplied by the queen with all necessaries of life, and Mison married her sister, as Caraccioli did the daughter of her brother, whose armory, which consisted before of no more than 2 rusty fire locks and 3 pistols, he furnished with 30 fusils, as many pair of pistols, and gave him 2 barrels of powder, and 4 of ball. Several of his men took wives, and some required their share of the prizes, which was justly given them, they designing to settle in this island, but the number of these did not exceed 10, which loss was repaired by 30 of the crew they had saved from perishing, coming into him. While they passed their time in all manner of diversions, the place would afford them, as hunting, feasting, and visiting the island. The king of Mohila made a descent, and alarmed the whole country. Mison advised the queen's brother not to give him any impediment, but let him get into the heart of the island, and he would take care to intercept their return. But the prince answered, should he follow his advice, the enemy would do him and the subjects an irreparable damage in destroying the cocoa walks, and for that reason he must endeavor to stop his progress. Upon this answer, Mison asked the English who were not under his command if they were willing to join him in repelling the enemies of their common host, and one and all consenting, he gave them arms, and mixed them with his own men, and about the same number of Johannians, under the command of Caraccioli and the queen's brother, and arming out all his boats, he went himself to the westward of the island, where they made their descent. The party which went by land fell in with, and beat the Mohilians with great ease, who were in the greatest consternation, to find their retreat cut off by Mison's boats. The Johannians, whom they had often molested, were so enraged that they gave quarters to none, and out of 300 who made the descent, if Mison and Caraccioli had not interposed, not a soul had escaped. 113 were taken prisoners by his men, and carried on board his ships. These he sent safe to Mohila, with a message to the king, to desire he would make peace with his friend and ally, the king of Johanna. But that prince, little affected with the service done him in the preservation of his subjects, sent him word he took laws from none, and knew when to make war and peace without his advice, which he neither asked nor answered. Mison, irritated by this rude answer, resolved to transfer the war into his own country, and accordingly set sail for Mohila, with about 100 Johanna men down. The shore, on sight of the ships, was filled with men to hinder a descent if intended, but the great guns soon dispersed this rabble, and under their cover he landed the Johannians, and an equal number of French and English. They were met by about 700 Mohilians, who pretended to stop their passage, but their darts and arrows were of little avail against Mison's fusils. The first discharge made a great slaughter, and about 20 shells, which were thrown among them, put them to a confused flight. The party of Europeans and Johannians then marched to their metropolis, without resistance, which they reduced to ashes, and then the Johannians cut down all the cocoa walks that they could for the time. For towards evening they returned to their ships, and stood off to sea. At their return to Johanna, the queen made a festival, and magnified the bravery and service of her guests, friends, and allies. This feast lasted 4 days, at the expiration of which time the queen's brother proposed to Captain Mison the making another descent, in which he would go in person, and did not doubt subjecting the Mohilians. But this was not the design of Mison, who had thoughts of fixing a retreat on the north, west, side of Madagascar, and looked upon the feuds between these two islands advantageous to his views, and therefore no way his interest to suffer the one to overcome the other. For while the variance was kept up, and their forces pretty much upon a level, it was evident their interest would make both sides caress him. He therefore answered that they ought to deliberate on the consequences, for they might be deceived in their hopes, and find the conquest less easy than they imagined, that the king of Mohila would be more upon his guard, and not only entrench himself, but gall them with frequent ambuscades, by which they must inevitably lose a number of men, and, if they were forced to retire with loss, raise the courage of the Mohilians, and make them irreconcilable enemies to the Johannians, and entirely deprive him of the advantages with which he might now make a peace, having twice defeated them, that he could not be always with them, and at his leaving Johanna he might expect the king of Mohila would endeavor to take a bloody revenge for the late damages. The queen gave entirely into Mison's sentiments. While this was in agitation, 4 Mohilians arrived as ambassadors to propose a peace. They finding the Johannians upon high terms, one of them spoke to this purpose. O ye Johannians, do not conclude from your late success that fortune will be always favorable. She will not always give you the protection of the Europeans, and without their help it's possible you might now sue for a peace, which you seem averse to. Remember the sun rises, comes to its meridian height, and stays not there, but declines in a moment. Let this admonish you to reflect on the constant revolution of all sublunary affairs, and the greater is your glory, the nearer you are to your declension. We are taught by everything we see that there is no stability in the world, but nature is in continual movement. The sea which o'erflows the sands has its bounds set, which it cannot pass, which the moment it has reached, without abiding, returns back to the bosom of the deep. Every herb, every shrub and tree, and even our own bodies teach us this lesson, that nothing is durable or can be counted upon. Time passes away insensibly, one sun follows another, and brings its changes with it. Today's globe of light sees you strengthened by these Europeans elate with victory, and we who have been used to conquer you come to ask a peace. Tomorrow's sun may see you deprived of your present succors, and the Johannians petitioning us. As therefore we cannot say what tomorrow may bring forth. It would be unwise on uncertain hopes to forego a certain advantage, as surely peace ought to be esteemed by every wise man. Having said this, the ambassadors withdrew, and were treated by the queen's orders. After the council had concluded, they were again called upon, and the queen told them that by the advice of her good friends, the Europeans, and those of her council, she agreed to make a peace, which she wished might banish all memory of former injuries, that they must own the war was begun by them, and that she was far from being the aggressor. She only defended herself in her own kingdom, which they had often invaded, though, till within few days, she had never molested their coasts. If then they really desired to live amicably with her, they must resolve to send 2 of the king's children, and 10 of the first nobility, as hostages, that they might, when they please, return. For that was the only terms on which she would desist prosecuting the advantages she now had. With the utmost vigor, the ambassadors returned with this answer, and about 10 days after, the 2 ships appearing upon their coasts, they sent off to give notice that their king complied with the terms proposed, would send the hostages, and desired a cessation of all hostility, and, at the same time, invited the commanders on shore. The Johanna men on board dissuaded their accepting the invitation, but Mison and Caraccioli, fearing nothing, went, but armed their boat's crew. They were received by the king with demonstrations of friendship, and they dined with him under a tamarind tree. But when they parted from him, and were returning to their boats, they were enclosed by, at least, 100 of the Mohilians, who set upon them with the utmost fury, and, in the first flight of arrows, wounded both the captains, and killed 4 of their boat's crew of 8, who were with them. They, in return, discharged their pistols with some execution, and fell in with their cutlashes, while their bravery would have stood them in little stead, had not the report of their pistols alarmed and brought the rest of their friends to their assistance, who took their fusils, and, coming up while they were engaged, discharged a volley on the back of the assailants, which laid 12 of them dead on the spot. The ships, hearing this fire, sent immediately the yawls and longboats well manned. Though the islanders were a little damped in their courage by this fire of the boat's crew, yet they did not give over the fight, and one of them desperately threw himself upon Caraccioli, and gave him a deep wound in his side, with a long knife, but he paid for the rashness of the attempt with his life, one of the crew cleaving his skull. The yawls and longboats now arrived, and being guided by the noise, reinforced their companions, put the traitors to flight, and brought off their dead and wounded. The Europeans lost by this treachery 7 slain outright, and 8 wounded, 6 of which recovered. The crew were resolved to revenge the blood of their officers and comrades the next day, and were accordingly on the point of landing, when 2 canoes came off with 2 men bound, the pretended authors of this treason, without the king's knowledge, who had sent them that they might receive the punishment due to their villainy. The Johanna men on board were called for interpreters, who, having given this account, added that the king only sacrificed these men, but that they should not believe him, for he certainly had given orders for assassinating the Europeans, and the better way was to kill all the Mohilians that came in the canoes as well as the 2 prisoners. Go back to Johanna, take more of their countrymen, and give no peace to traitors. But Misson was for no such violent measures. He was averse to everything that bore the face of cruelty, and thought a bloody revenge, if necessity did not enforce it, spoke a groveling and timid soul. He, therefore, sent those of the canoes back, and bid them tell their king, if before the evening he sent the hostages agreed upon, he should give credit to his excuse, but, if he did not, he should believe him the author of the late vile attempt on his life. The canoes went off, but returned not with an answer. Wherefore, he bid the Johanna men tell the 2 prisoners that they should be set on shore the next morning, and ordered them to acquaint their king. He was no executioner to put those to death whom he had condemned, but that he should find. He knew how to revenge himself of his treason. The prisoners, being unbound, threw themselves at his feet, and begged that he would not send them ashore, for they should be surely put to death, for the crime they had committed was the dissuading the barbarous action of which they were accused as authors. Next day, the 2 ships landed 200 men, under the cover of their cannon, but that precaution of bringing their ships close to the shore they found needless, not a soul appearing. They marched 2 leagues up the country, when they saw a body of men appear behind some shrubs. Caraccioli's lieutenant, who commanded the right wing, with 50 men, made up to them, but found he had got among pitfalls artificially covered, several of his men falling into them, which made him halt, and not pursue those Mohilians who made a faint retreat to ensnare him, thinking it dangerous to proceed farther, and seeing no enemy would face them, they retired the same way they came, and getting into their boats, went on board the ship, resolving to return with a strong reinforcement, and make descents at one and the same time in different parts of the island. They asked the 2 prisoners how the country lay, and what the soil was on the north side the island, and they answered it was morass, and the most dangerous part to attempt, it being a place where they shelter on any imminent danger. The ships returned to Johanna, where the greatest tenderness and care was shown for the recovery and cure of the two captains and of their men. They lay 6 weeks before they were able to walk the decks, for neither of them would quit his ship. Their Johanna wives expressed a concern they did not think them capable of. Nay, a wife of one of the wounded men who died stood some time looking upon the corpse as motionless as a statue, then, embracing it without shedding a tear, desired she might take it ashore to wash and bury it, and at the same time, by an interpreter, and with a little mixture of European language, she had begged her late husband's friends would take their leave of him the next day. Accordingly, a number went ashore and carried with them the dividend, which fell to his share, which the captain ordered to be given his widow. When she saw the money, she smiled, and asked if all that was for her. Being answered in the affirmative, "And what good will all that shining dirt do me, if I could with it purchase the life of my husband, and call him back from the grave? I would accept it with pleasure. But, as it is not sufficient to allure him back to this world, I have no use for it. Do with it what you please." Then she desired they would go with her and perform the last ceremonies to her husband's dead body, after their country fashion, lest he should be displeased that she could not stay with them to be a witness, because she was in haste to go and be married again. She startled the Europeans who heard this latter part of her speech, so dissonant from the beginning. However, they followed her, and she led them into a plantain walk, where they found a great many Johanna men and women, sitting under the shade of plantains, round the corpse, which lay, as they all sat, on the ground, covered with flowers. She embraced them round, and then the Europeans, one by one, and after these ceremonies, she poured out a number of bitter imprecations against the Mohila men, whose treachery had darkened her husband's eyes, and made him insensible of her caresses, who was her first love, to whom she had given her heart. With her virginity, she then proceeded in his praises, calling him the joy of infants, the love of virgins, the delight of the old, and the wonder of the young, adding, "He was strong and beautiful as the cedar, brave as the bull, tender as the kid, and loving as the ground turtle." Having finished this oration, not unlike those of the Romans, which the nearest relation of the deceased used to pronounce from the rostrum, she laid her down by the side of her husband, embracing him, and sitting up again, gave herself a deep wound under the left breast with a bayonet, and fell dead on her husband's corpse. The Europeans were astonished at the tenderness and resolution of the girl, for she was not, by what her means spoke her, past 17, and they now admired, as much as they had secretly detested, her, what, for saying she was in haste to be married again, the meaning of which they did not understand. After the husband and wife were buried, the crew returned on board, and gave an account of what had passed. The captain's wives, for Misson and his, were on board the Bijou. The name they had given their prize from her make and gilding, seemed not in the least surprised, and Caraccioli's lady only said, she must be of noble descent, for none but the families of the nobility had the privilege allowed them of following their husbands, on pain, if they transgress, of being thrown into the sea, to be eat by fish, and they knew that their souls could not rest as long as any of the fish, who fed upon them, lived. Misson asked if they intended to have done the same thing had they died. "We should not," answered his wife, "have disgraced our families, nor is our tenderness for our husbands inferior to hers, whom you seem to admire. After their recovery, Misan proposed a cruise on the coast of Zangba, which, being agreed to, he and Caraccioli took leave of the queen and her brother, and would have left their wives on the island, but they could by no means be induced to the separation. It was in vain to urge the shortness of the time they were to cruise. They answered, it was farther than Mohilla they intended to go, and if they were miserable in that short absence, they could never support a longer, and if they would not allow them to keep them company on the voyage, they must not expect to see them at their return, if they intended one. In a word, they were obliged to yield to them, but told them, if the wives of their men should insist as strongly on following their example, their tenderness would be their ruin, and make them a prey to their enemies. They answered the queen should prevent that, by ordering no woman should go on board, and if any were in the ships, they should return on shore. This order was accordingly made, and they set sail for the river of Mozambique. In about 10 days' cruise after they had left Johanna, and about 15 leagues to the eastward of this river, they fell in with a stout Portuguese ship of 60 guns, which engaged them from break of day till 2 in the afternoon, when the captain being killed, and a great number of men lost, she struck. This proved a very rich prize, for she had the value of 250,000 sterling on board, in gold dust. The two women never quitted the decks all the time of the engagement. Neither gave they the least mark of fear, except for their husbands. This engagement cost them 30 men, and Caraccioli lost his right leg. The slaughter fell mostly on the English, for of the above number, 20 were of that nation. The Portuguese lost double the number. Caraccioli's wound made them resolve to make the best of their way for Johanna, where the greatest care was taken of their wounded, not one of whom died, though their number amounted to 27. Caraccioli kept his bed 2 months, but Misan, seeing him in a fair way of recovery, took what hands could be spared from the bijou, leaving her sufficient for defense, and went out, having mounted 10 of the Portuguese guns, for he had hitherto carried but 30, though he had ports for 40. He stretched over to Madagascar, and coasted along this island to the northward, as far as the most northerly point, when turning back, he entered a bay to the northward of Diego Suarez. He run 10 leagues up this bay, and on the larboard side found it afforded a large and safe harbor with plenty of fresh water. He came here to an anchor, went ashore, and examined into the nature of the soil, which he found rich, the air wholesome, and the country level. He told his men that this was an excellent place for an asylum, and that he determined here to fortify and raise a small town, and make docks for shipping, that they might have some place to call their own, and a receptacle, when age or wounds had rendered them incapable of hardship, where they might enjoy the fruits of their labor, and go to their graves in peace. That he would not, however, set about this coy till he had the approbation of the whole company, and were he sure they would all approve this design, which he hoped, it being evidently for the general good, he should not think it advisable to begin any works, lest the natives should, in his absence, destroy them. But, however, as they had nothing upon their hands, if they were of his opinion, they might begin to fall and square timber, ready for the raising a wooden fort, when they returned with their companions. The captain's motion was universally applauded, and in 10 days they felled and rough-hewed 150 large trees, without any interruption from, or seeing any of, the inhabitants. They felled their timber at the water's edge, so that they had not the trouble of hauling them any way, which would have employed a great deal more time. They returned again, and acquainted their companions with what they had seen and done. And with the captain's resolution, which they one and all came into, Captain Misan then told the queen, as he had been serviceable to her in her war with the island of Mohila, and might continue to be of farther use, he did not question her lending him assistance in the settling himself on the coast of Madagascar, and to that end, furnish him with 300 men to help in his buildings. The queen answered, she could do nothing without consent of council, and that she would assemble her nobility, and did not question their agreeing to anything he could reasonably desire, for they were sensible of the obligations the Johannians had to him. The council was accordingly called, and Misan's demand being told, one of the eldest said, he did not think it expedient to comply with it, nor safe to refuse, that they should, in agreeing to give him that assistance, help to raise a power, which might prove formidable to themselves, by the being so near a neighbor, and these men who had lately protected, might, when they found it for their interest, enslave them. On the other hand, if they did not comply, they had the power to do them great damage, that they were to make choice of the least of two possible evils, for he could prognosticate no good to Johanna by their settling near it. Another answered, that many of them had Johanna wives, that it was not likely they would make enemies of the Johanna men at first settling, because their friendship might be of use to them, and from their children there was nothing to be apprehended in the next generation, for they would be half their own blood, that in the meanwhile, if they complied with the request, they might be sure of an ally and protector against the king of Mohila. Wherefore, he was for agreeing to the demand, after a long debate, in which every inconvenience and advantage was maturely considered. It was agreed to send with him the number of men he required, on condition he should send them back in 4 moons, make an alliance with them, and war against Mohila. This being agreed to, they stayed till Caraccioli was thoroughly recovered. Then putting the Johannians on board the Portuguese ship with 40 French and English, and 15 Portuguese to work her, and setting sail, they arrived at the place where Misan designed his settlement, which he called Libertalia, and gave the name of Liberi to his people, desiring in that might be drowned the distinguished names of Frenchy, English, Dutch, Africans, and sea. The first thing they set about was the raising a fort on each side the harbor, which they made of an octagon figure, and having finished and mounted them with 40 guns taken out of the Portuguese, they raised a battery on an angle of 10 guns, and began to raise houses and magazines under the protection of their forts and ships. The Portuguese was unrigged, and all her sails and cordage carefully laid up. While they were very busily employed in the raising a town, a party which had often hunted and rambled 4 or 5 leagues off their settlement resolved to venture farther into the country. They made themselves some huts at about 4 leagues distance from their companions, and traveled east, south, east, about 5 leagues farther into the country, when they came up with a black, who was armed with a bow, arrows, and a javelin. They, with a friendly appearance, engaged the fellow to lay by his fear and go with them. They carried him to their companions, and there entertained him 3 days with a great deal of humanity, and then returned with him near the place they found him, made him a present of a piece of scarlet baize, and an axe. He appeared overjoyed at the present, and left them with seeming satisfaction. The hunters imagined that there might be some village not far off, and observing that he looked at the sun, and then took his way direct south, they traveled on the same point of the compass, and from the top of a hill they spied a pretty large village, and went down to it. The men came out with their arms, such as before described, bows, arrows, and javelins. But upon 2 only of the whites advancing, with presents of axes, and bays in their hands, they sent only 4 to meet them. The misfortune was that they could not understand one another, but by their pointing to the sun, and holding up one finger, and making one of them go forward, and return again with shewing their circumcision, and pointing up to heaven with one finger, they apprehended, they gave them to understand, there was but one God, who had sent one prophet, and concluded from thence, and in their circumcision they were Mahometans. The presents were carried to their chief, and he seemed to receive them kindly, and by signs invited the whites into their village. But they, remembering the late treachery of the Mohilians, made signs for victuals to be brought them where they were. More of the history of these adventurers in another place. Chai chap 2. Chap Patore. Don't know. Of Captain 2 and his crew. Before I enter on the adventures of this pirate, I must take notice to the reader of the reasons which made me not continue the life of Misson. In reading the notes, which I have by me, relating to Captain 2, I found him joined with Misson, and that I must be guilty of repetition, or give an account of 2 in Misson's life, which is contrary to the method I propose to ye, that of giving a distinct relation of every pirate who has made any figure, and surely, 2, in point of gallantry, was inferior to none, and may justly claim a particular account of his actions. However, before I enter on the life of this pirate, I shall continue that of Misson to the time that these 2 commanders met. The black, seeing them so much upon their guard, brought out boiled rice and fowls, and after they had satisfied their hunger, the chief made signs that they were the same who had carried a negro to their ships, and sent for the axe and piece of bays they had given him. While this passed, the very negro came from hunting, who seemed overjoyed to see them. The chief made signs that they might return, and 10 negroes coming to them loaden with fowls and kids, he gave them to understand they should accompany them to their ships with these presents. They parted very amicably, and in hopes of settling a good correspondence with these natives. All the houses were neatly framed and jointed, not built from any foundation, but so made that 6 men could lift and transport them from place to place, and sometimes a whole village shall be in motion, which would be an odd sight in Europe, and surprising to see houses moving. The hunters returning to their ships with these presents and negroes were joyfully received, and the negroes not only caressed, but loaden with bays, iron kettles, and rum, besides the present of a cutlash for the chief. While the negroes stayed, which was the space of 3 days, they examined and admired the forts and growing town, in which all hands were busied, and not even the prisoners excused. As Monsieur Misson apprehended no danger from the land, his fort, though of wood, being, he thought, a sufficient defense to his infant colony, he took 160 hands, and went a second time on the coast of Zanzibar, and off Quiloa he gave chase to a large ship, which lay by for him. She proved an match for the Victoire, which engaged her, with great loss of men, near 8 glasses, but finding he was more likely to be took than to make a prize, by the advice of his officers and men, endeavored to leave the Portuguese, which was a 50-gun ship, and had 300 men on board, but he found this attempt vain, for the Portuguese went as well as the Vic, and the commander was a resolute and brave man, who, seeing him endeavor to shake him off, clapped him on board, but lost most of the men he entered. Misson's crew, not used to be attacked, and expecting no quarters, fought so desperately that they not only thoroughly cleared their decks, but some of them followed the Portuguese, who leaped into their own ship, which Mison, seeing, hoped to make an advantage of their despair, and crying out, "L.S.A. knows a labordage, she's our own, board, board her." So many of his men followed the few, that hardly were there enough left to work the ship. Mison, observing this resolution in his men, grappled the Portuguese ship, and leaped himself on board, crying out, "La Morton, ou la victoire, death or victory." The Portuguese, who thought themselves in a manner conquerors, seeing the enemy, not only drive off those who entered them, but bored with that resolution, began to quit the decks in spite of their officers. The captain and Mison met. As he was endeavoring to hinder the flight of his men, they engaged with equal bravery with their cutlashes. But Mison striking him on the neck, he fell down the main hatch, which put an end to the fight. For the Portuguese, seeing their captain fall, threw down their arms, and called for quarters, which was granted, and all the prisoners without distinction being ordered between decks, and the powder room secured, he put 35 men on board the prize, and made the best of his way for Libertalia. This was the dearest prize he ever made, for he lost 56 men. She was vastly rich in gold, having near 200,000 LA sterling on board, being her own and the cargo of her companion, which was lost upon the coast, of whose crew she had saved 100 men out of 120, the rest being lost by endeavoring to swim ashore, whereas had their fear suffered them to have stayed, there had not been a soul lost. The tide of ebb, leaving their ship dry. This was the reason that the prize was so well manned, and proved so considerable. Being within sight of Madagascar, they spied a sloop which stood for them, and when in gun, shot, threw out black colors, and fired a gun to windward. Mison brought to, fired another to leeward, and hoisted out his boat, which the sloop perceiving, lay by for. Mison's lieutenant went on board, and was received very civilly by Captain Two, who was the commander, to whom the lieutenant gave a short account of their adventures and new settlement, inviting him very kindly on board Captain Mison. Two told him he could not consent to go with him till he had the opinion of his men. In the meanwhile Mison, coming alongside, hauled the sloop, and invited the captain on board, desiring his lieutenant would stay as an hostage, if they were in the least jealous of him, which they had no reason to be, since he was of force so much superior, that he need not employ stratagem. This determined the company on board the sloop, who advised their captain to go with the lieutenant, whom they would not suffer to stay behind, to show the greater confidence in their new friend. My reader may be surprised that a single sloop should venture to give chase to two ships of such countenance as were the Victoire and her prize. But this wonder will cease when he is acquainted with the sea. Captain Two, after being handsomely regaled on board the Victoire, and thoroughly satisfied, returned on board his sloop, gave an account of what he had learned, and his men consenting, he gave orders to steer the same course with Mison, whose settlement it was agreed to visit. I shall here leave them to give an account of Captain Two. Mr. I. Rich here, governor of Bermudas, fitted out 2 sloops on the privateer account, commanded by Captain George Dew and Captain Thomas Two, with instructions to make the best of their way to the river Gambia in Africa, and there, with the advice and assistance of the agent for the Royal African Company, to attempt the taking the French factory of Goury on that coast. The above commanders, having their commissions and instructions from the governor, took their departure from Bermudas, and kept company some time. But Dew springing his mast, and a violent storm coming upon them, they lost each other. Two, being separated from his consort, thought of providing for his future case by making one bold push, and accordingly, calling all hands on deck, he spoke to them to this purpose: that they were not ignorant of the design with which the governor fitted them out, the taking and destroying the French factory; that he, indeed, readily agreed to take a commission to this end, though contrary to his judgment, because it was being employed, but that he thought it a very injudicious expedition, which, did they succeed in, would be of no use to the public, and only advantage a private company of men, from whom they could expect no reward of their bravery; that he could see nothing but danger in the undertaking, without the least prospect of a booty; that he could not suppose any man fond of fighting, for fighting succor, and few ventured their lives, but with some view either of particular interest or public good. But here was not the least appearance of either. Wherefore, he was of opinion that they should turn their thoughts on what might better their circumstances, and if they were so inclined, he would undertake to shape a course which should lead them to ease and plenty, in which they might pass the rest of their days. That one bold push would do their business, and they might return home, not only without danger, but even with reputation. The crew, finding he expected their resolution, cried out, one and all, "A gold chain or a wooden leg will stand by you." Hearing this, he desired they would choose a quartermaster, who might consult with him for the common good, which was accordingly done. I must acquaint the reader that on board the West India privateers and freebooters, the quartermaster's opinion is like the mufti's among the Turks. The captain can undertake nothing which the quartermaster does not approve. We may say, the quartermaster is an humble imitation of the Roman tribune of the people. He speaks for and looks after the interest of the crew. 2. Now, instead of his proceeding on his voyage to Gambia, shaped his course for the Cape of Good Hope, which doubling, he steered for the Straits of Bab el Mandeb, entering into the Red Sea, where they came up with a tall ship bound from the Indies to Arabia. She was richly loaden, and as she was to clear the coasts of rovers, 5 more, being to follow her, she had 300 soldiers on board, beside her seamen. 2. On making this ship, told his men she carried their fortunes, which they would find no difficulty to take possession of, for though he was satisfied she was full of men, and was mounted with a great number of guns, they wanted the 2 things necessary, skill and courage. And, indeed, so it proved, for he boarded and carried her without loss, everyone taking more care to run from the danger than to exert himself in the defense of his goods. In rummaging this prize, the pirates threw over a great many rich bale to search for gold, silver, and jewels, and, having taken what they thought proper, together with the powder, part of which, as being more than they could handsomely stow, they threw into the sea, they left her, sharing 3,000 sterling a man. Encouraged by this success, Captain 2 proposed the going in quest of the other 5 ships, of which he had intelligence from the prize. But the quartermaster opposing him, he was obliged to drop the design and steer for Madagascar. Here the quartermaster, finding this island productive of all the necessaries of life, that the air was wholesome, the soil fruitful, and the sea abounding with fish, proposed settling. But only 23 of the crew came into the proposal. The rest stayed with Captain 2, who, having given the new settlers their share of plunder, designed to return to America, as they afterwards did know. But spying the Victoire and her prize, he thought he might, by their means, return somewhat richer, and resolved to speak with them. As I have already said, 2 and his company, having taken the above resolution of visiting Monsieur Masson's colony, arrived with him, and was not a little surprised to see his fortifications. When they came under the first fort, they saluted it with 9 guns, and then they were answered with an equal number. All the prisoners, at their coming to an anchor, were suffered to come up, a privilege they had never before granted them, on account of the few hands left them, except 2 or 3 at a time. The joy those ashore expressed at the sight of so considerable a prize, as they judged her at first sight, was vastly allayed, when they heard how dear a purchase she had proved to them. However, the reinforcement of the sloop made some amends. Captain Two was received by Caraccioli and the rest with great civility and respect, who did not a little admire his courage, both in attacking the prize he made, and afterwards in giving chase to Misson. He was called to the council of officers, which was immediately held, to consider what methods should be taken with the prisoners, who were, by 190, brought in by this new prize, near as numerous as those of his own party, though Two joined them with 70 men. It was therefore resolved to keep them separate from the Portuguese and English, who were before taken, to make them believe they were in amity with a prince of the natives, who was very powerful, and to propose to them, at their choice, the assisting the new colony in their works, or the being sent prisoners up the country, if they rejected the entering with them. 73 took on, and the rest desired they might be anyway employed, rather than be sent up the country. 117 then were set to work upon a dock, which was laid out about half a mile above the mouth of the harbor, and the prisoners were forbid to pass such bounds as were prescribed them on pain of death, lest they knowing their own strength, should revolt. For I must acquaint the reader that on the arrival of the Victoire, both their loss and the number of Portuguese they brought in was known to none but themselves, and the number of those who came over magnified. Besides, the Johanna men were all armed and disciplined, and the Bijou laid a guardship, where the last prisoners were set to work. But, while they provided for their security, both within and without, they did not neglect providing also for their support, for they dug and sowed a large plat of ground with Indian and European corn, and other seeds which they had found on board their prizes. In the meanwhile Caraccioli, who had the art of persuasion, wrought on many of the Portuguese, who saw no hopes of returning home, to join them. Misson, who could not be easy in an inactive life, would have taken another cruise, but fearing the revolt of the prisoners, durst not weaken his colony by the hands he must necessarily take with him. Wherefore, he proposed giving the last prize to, and sending away the prisoners. Caraccioli and Captain Two were against it, saying that it would discover their retreat and cause their being attacked by the Europeans, who had settlements along the continent before they were able to defend themselves. Misson replied, he could not bear to be always diffident of those about him, that it was better die once than live in continual apprehensions of death, that the time was come for the sending away the Johanna men, and that they could not go without a ship, neither durst he trust a ship out, not well manned, nor man her, while so many prisoners were with. Wherefore there was a necessity of sending them off, or of putting them all to the sword, a barbarity by which he would not purchase his security. A council was called, and what Captain Misson had proposed, agreed to. The prisoners were then summoned, and he told them, in few words, that he knew the consequence of giving them liberty, that he expected to be attacked as soon as the place of his retreat was known, and had it in his hands, by putting them to death, to avoid the doubtful fate of war. But his humanity would not suffer him to entertain a thought so cruel, and his alliances with the natives, he hoped, would enable him to repel his assailants, but he required an oath of every one that he should not serve against him. He then inquired into the circumstances of every particular man, and what they had lost, all which he returned, telling the company it should be reckoned as part of his share, and the prisoners, that he did not make war with the oppressed, but the oppressors. The prisoners were charmed with this mark of generosity and humanity, and wished he might never meet a treatment unworthy of that he gave them. The ship being victualled for a voyage to the coast of Zangbar, all her guns and ammunitions taken out, with the spare sails and spare rigging, all were ordered to be gone, and 137 departed, highly applauding the behavior of their enemies. All this while they had heard nothing from the natives, nor had the hunting parties met with any of them, which made Misson suspect they were afraid of his being their neighbor, and had shifted their quarters. But as the Johanna men were upon going away, there came about 50 negroes to them, driving about 100 head of black cattle, 20 negro men bound, and 25 women, for which cattle and prisoners they bartered rum, hatchets, bays, and beads, some hogsheads of which last commodity they had taken on the coast of Angola. Here the negroes belonging to Misson were provided with wives. The natives were caresses, and to the slaves signs made that their liberty was given them. They were immediately clothed, and put under the care of as many whites, who, by all possible demonstrations, endeavored to make them understand that they were enemies to slavery. The natives stayed 10 days, which retarded the departure of the Johanna men. But, upon their retiring, the Bijou sailed with 100 of them on board, under the command of Caraccioli's lieutenant, who excused the keeping them a month longer than was promised, and not bringing them at once, having no more than 2 ships, the Portuguese ship, which was unrigged, being made a hulk. The 10 men of Misson's company, who had settled at Johanna, being desirous to return, were brought to Libertalia with their wives, of which they had 2 and 3 apiece, and their children. The Bijou, at 2 more voyages, carried over the rest of the Johannians. Misson hove down the Bijou, and resolving on a cruise on the coast of Guinea, to strengthen his colony by the capture of some slaving ship, he gave the command of her to Captain Two, and he and Caraccioli pressed the work of the dock. He gave him also 200 hands, of which 40 were Portuguese, 37 Negroes, 17 of them expert sailors, 30 English, and the rest French. Two met with nothing in his way till he came to the northward of the Cape of Good Hope, when he fell in with a Dutch East India galley of 18 guns, which he took after a small resistance, and with the loss of 1 man only. On the coast of Angola, he took an Englishman with 240 slaves, men, women, and boys. The Negroes, who had before been taken on this coast, found among these a great many of their acquaintance, and several of their relations, to whom they reported their happy and unexpected change of fortune. The great captain, for so they now called Misson, humanely having knocked off their chains, and of slaves made them free men, and sharers in his fortunes, that the same good fortune had attended them in their falling into his hands, for he abhorred even the name of slavery. Two, following the orders and acquainted with the policy of Misson, ordered their fetters and handcuffs to be taken off, upon his Negro sailors assuring him they would not revolt, and were sensible of their happiness in falling into his hands. Content with these prizes, he made the best of his way home to Libertalia, where he arrived without any sinister accident. But I forgot to tell my reader that he set his Dutch prisoners, 9 excepted, who took on with him, ashore, about 30 miles to the northward of the Cape, in Soldinia Bay, where had been buried, by Captain Misson, the English commander. He found a great quantity of English crowns on board his Dutch prize, which were carried into the common treasury, money being of no use where everything was in common, and no hedge bounded any particular man's property. The slaves he had released in this last cruise were employed in the perfecting the dock, and treated on the foot of free people. They were not ignorant of the change of their condition, and were therefore extremely diligent and faithful. A white man, or one of the old standing Negroes, wrought with every four, and made them understand the French words, by often repetition, and the help of their countrymen's interpreting, used in their works. Misson ordered a couple of sloops to be built in a creek, of 80 ton each, which he mounted with 8 guns apiece, out of the Dutch prize. These were perfected in a little time, and proved not only shapely vessels, but excellent sailors. The officers of these sloops were chosen by balloting, and as their first design was only to discover and lay down a chart of the coast, sands, shoals, and depths of water around the island of Madagascar. The schoolmaster being sent for that reason with the command of one, 2 desired, and had the other. They were manned, each sloop with 50 white and 50 black men, which voyage round the island was of vast advantage in giving the new released Angolan Negroes a notion of the working of vessel, and they were very industrious, both in endeavoring to learn the French language and to be useful. These sloops, the one of which was called the Childhood, and the other the Liberty, were near 4 months on this expedition. In the meanwhile a few of the natives had come often to the settlement, and they began to speak a little broken French, mixed with the other European languages, which they heard among Misson's people, and 6 of the native families fixed among them, which was of vast use to the planters of this new colony, for they made a very advantageous report to their countrymen of the regularity and harmony they observed in them. The sloops being returned, and an exact chart taken of the coast, Caraccioli had a mind for a cruise. He proposed the visiting all the neighboring islands. Accordingly, he went out to Mascarenas, and the other islands near it, taking 1/2 of his crew of Negroes, and returned with a Dutch prize, which he took off the above-mentioned island, where they were about fixing a colony. This prize, as it had on board all sorts of European goods and necessaries for settling, was more valuable than if it had been vastly richer. The Negroes growing useful hands, Misson resolved on a cruise to the northward, encouraged by Two's success, and with all the blacks, which he divided between the 2 ships, one of which Captain Two commanded, set out with 500 men, off the coast of Arabia Fillet. They fell in with a ship belonging to the Great Mogul, bound for Zidon Chuda, with pilgrims to Mecca, who, with more mariners, made up the number of 1,600 souls. This ship carried 110 guns, but made a very poor defense, being encumbered with the goods and number of passengers they carried. The 2 adventurers did not think it their business to cannonade. They therefore boarded as soon as they came up with her, and the Moors no sooner saw them entered, but they discharged 1 volley of small arms at random. We may suppose, because no execution was done, and fled the deck, being masters of this ship, which did not cost them a single man. They consulted what they should do with her and the prisoners, and it was resolved to set them ashore between Ain and Aden, but as they wanted women, to keep all the unmarried, and to navigate the ship to Libertalia, as the guns might be of use to them, and, by letting her go, or sinking, they might lose, perhaps, considerable booty, which the Moors might have hid in her ceilings or ballast. This resolution was put in execution, and they brought off 100 girls from 12 to 18 years old, who designed to make the pilgrimage with their parents. The lamentations the separation caused among the prisoners had such effect on Misson that he was for letting them go, but every one of his men were against him. They now made the best of their way for Madagascar, putting 200 hands on board the prize, which proved a very heavy sailer, and retarded them very much. Off the Cape Guard Fin, Cardafui, they were overtaken with a cruel storm, which was very near wrecking them on the island called Hermanos. But the wind coming about due north, they had the good luck to escape this danger. Though the fury of the wind abated, yet it blew so hard for 12 days together that they could only carry their courses reef. They spied a sail in their passage, but the weather would not permit their endeavoring to speak with her. In a word, they returned to Libertalia with their prize, without any other accident. But the captors could make no estimate of her value, she having on board a vast quantity of diamonds, besides rich silks, raw silks, spices, carpets, and wrought and bar gold. The prize was taken to pieces, as she was of no use, her cordage and knee timber preserved, with all the bolts, eyes, chains, and other iron work, and her guns planted on 2 points of the harbor, where they raised batteries, so that they were now so strongly fortified they apprehended no danger from any number of shipping which could be brought into those seas to attack. They had by this time cleared, sown, and enclosed a good parcel of ground, and taken in a quantity of pasturage, where they had above 300 head of black cattle, bought of the natives. The dock was now finished, and the Victoire growing old and unfit for a long voyage, and the last storm having shook and loosened her very much, she was pulled to pieces and rebuilt, keeping the same name. She was rigged, victualled, and fit to go to sea, and was to sail to the coast of Guinea for more negroes, when one of the sloops came in, which had been sent out rather to exercise the negroes than with any view of making a prize, and brought word 5 tall ships chased her into the bay, and stood for their harbor, that she judged them to be Portuguese by their built, and 50 gun ships, full of men. This proved the real truth. The alarm was given, the forts and batteries manned, and every man stood to his arms. Misson took upon him the command of 100 negroes, who were well disciplined, for every morning they had been used to perform their exercise, which was taught them by a French sergeant, one of their company, who belonged to the Victoire, to be ready where his assistance should be required. 2 commanded all the English. They had hardly ordered their affairs when these ships hove in sight, and stood directly for the harbor with Portuguese colors. They were warmly received by the 2 forts, which did not stop them, though it brought one of them on the careen. They entered the harbor, and thought they had done their business, but were saluted so warmly from the forts and batteries, sloops and ships, that 2 of them sunk downright, and a great many men were drowned, though some got on board the other ships. The Portuguese, who did not imagine they had been so well fortified, and thought in passing the 2 forts they should, without difficulty, land their men, and easily root out this nest of pirates, found now their mistake, for they durst not venture to hoist out a boat. They had wisely, however, contrived to enter just before the turn of the tide, finding the attempt vain, and that they lost a great many men. They clapped upon a wind, and with the help of the tide of ebb, made more haste out than they did to get in wool, leaving 2 of their ships sunk in the harbor. But they did not get off so cheaply, for no sooner were they clear of the forts, but Misson manning, with the utmost expedition, both the ships and the sloops, he gave them chase, and engaged them at the mouth of the bay. The Portuguese defended themselves with a great deal of gallantry, and one of them put off the Libertalians twice, who boarded them from the 2 sloops. 2 of them, finding themselves hard pressed, made a running fight, and got off, and left the 3rd to shift as well as he could. The Bijou and Victoire, finding the Portuguese, endeavored to clear themselves, and knowing there was little to be got by the captures, gave over the chase, and fell upon the third, who defended himself till his deck swam with blood, and the greater number of his men killed. But finding all resistance vain, and that he was left to an unequal fight by his companions, he called for quarters, and good quarters was given, both to himself and men. This prize yielded them a great quantity of powder and shot, and indeed they expected nothing of value out of her. None of the prisoners were stripped, and the officers, Misson, Caraccioli, and two, invited to their tables, treating them very civilly, and extolling the courage they had shown in their defense. Unhappily, 2 prisoners were found on board, who had been released, and had sworn never to serve against them. These were clapped in irons, and publicly tried for their perjury. The Portuguese officers being present, the witnesses proved them the very discharged men, and they were condemned to be hanged at the point of each fort, which execution was performed the next morning after their condemnation, with the assistance of the Portuguese chaplain, who attended, confessed and absolved them. This was the engagement with the Pirates, which made so much noise in the Lisbon Gazette, and these the men whom the English ignorantly took for Avery, who, we had a notion here in London, had 32 sail of men of war, and had taken upon him the state and title of king. A mistake we have already spoken to in the first volume. This execution seeming to impugn the maxims of the chiefs, Caraccioli made an harangue, in which he told them that there was no rule could be laid down which did not allow exceptions, that they were all sensible how tender the Commodore, Monsieur Misson, was in shedding of blood, and that it was a tenet of his faith, that none had power over the life of another, but God alone, who gave it, but notwithstanding self-preservation sometimes made it absolutely necessary to take away the life of another, especially an avowed and an obliged enemy, even in cool blood, as to the blood shed in a lawful war. In defense of that liberty they had generously asserted, it was needless to say anything, but thought it proper to lay before them reasons for the execution of the criminals, and the heinousness of their crimes. They had not only received their lives from the bounty of the Libertalians, but their liberty, and had everything restored them which they laid claim to. Consequently, their ingratitude rose in proportion to the generous treatment they had met. That, indeed, both he and Captain Misson would have passed by the perjury and ingratitude they had been guilty of the whole while, with a corporal punishment, which had not extended to the deprivation of life, but their gallant friend and companion, the English commander, Captain too, used such cogent reasons for an exemplary punishment, to deter others from the like crimes, that they must have been enemies to their own preservation in not following his advice, that the lives of their whole body ought to be preferred to those of declared and perjured enemies, who would not cease to endeavor their ruin, and, as they were well acquainted with their settlement, might be fatal instruments of it, if they were again restored to that liberty which they had already abused. That he was obliged to do Captain to the justice, to acknowledge he was inclined to the side of mercy, till he was thoroughly informed of the blackness of their ingratitude, and then he thought it would be cruelty to themselves to let those miscreants experience a second time their clemency. Thus an absolute necessity had obliged them to act contrary to their declared principles, though, to state the case rightly, these men, not the Libertalians, were the authors of their own deaths. Hear the assembly crying out, their blood is on their own heads. They sought their deaths, and hanging was too good for them. Caraccioli gave over, and everyone returned satisfied to his private or the public affairs. Some differences arising between Misson's and Two's men, on a national quarrel, which the latter began. Captain Two proposed their deciding the quarrel by the sword, But Caraccioli was entirely against acknowledging that such a decision must necessarily be a damage to the public, since the brave men who fell would be a weakening of their colony. He therefore desired Captain Two to interpose the authority he had over his crew, as he and Misson would endeavor to bring their men to an amicable agreement, and for the future, as this accident proved the necessity, wholesome laws should be made, and a form of government entered upon. Both parties called, and Caraccioli showed them the necessity of their living in unity among themselves, who had the whole world for enemies. And as he had a persuasive and insinuating way of argument, with the assistance of Captain Two, this affair was ended to the satisfaction of both parties. The next day, the whole colony was assembled, and the three commanders proposed a form of government, being taken up as necessary to their conservation. For where there were no coercive laws, the weakest would always be the sufferers, and everything must tend to confusion, that men's passions blinding them to justice, and making them ever partial to themselves. They ought to submit the differences which might arise to calm and disinterested persons, who could examine with temper, and determine according to reason and equity, that they looked upon a democratical form, where the people were themselves the makers and judges of their own laws, the most agreeable, and therefore desired they would divide themselves into companies of 10 men, and every such company choose one to assist in the settling a form of government, and in making wholesome laws for the good of the whole, that the treasure and cattle they were masters of should be equally divided, and such lands as any particular man would enclose should, for the future, be deemed his property, which no other should lay any claim to, if not alienated by a sale. The proposal was received with applause, and they decimated one themselves that very day, but put off the meeting of the states till a house was built, which they set about very cheerfully, and finished in about a fortnight, it being of frame timber, and they having among them a great many who understood the handling an axe. When this body of politicians met, Caraccioli opened the sessions with a handsome speech, shewing the advantage flowing from order, and then spoke to the necessity of lodging a supreme power in the hands of one, who should have that of rewarding brave and virtuous actions, and of punishing the vicious, according to the laws which the state should make, by which he was to be guided. That such a power, however, should not be for life, nor hereditary, but determinate at the end of 3 years, when a new choice should be made by the state, or the old confirmed for 3 years longer, by which means the ablest men would always be at the head of affairs, and their power being of short duration, none would dare to abuse it. That such a chief should have the title of Lord Conservator, and all the ensigns of royalty to attend him. This was approved, nemine contradicente, and Misson was chose Conservator, with power to create great officers, and and with the title of Supreme Excellence. Then a law was made for the meeting of the state, once every year, at Leicester, but oftener, if the conservator and his council thought it necessary for the common good to convene them, and that nothing of moment should be undertaken without the approbation of the state. In a word, their first sessions lasted 10 days, and a great many wholesome laws were enacted, registered in the state book, printed and dispersed, for they had some printers and letter founders among them, and then the conservator dissolved them. Captain Two, the conservator, honored with the title of admiral, and Caraccioli made secretary of state. He chose a council of the ablest among them, without distinction of nation or color, and the different languages began to be incorporated, and one made out of the many. An equal division was made of their treasure and cattle, and everyone began either to enclose land for himself or his neighbor, who would hire his assistants. Admiral 2 proposed the building an arsenal and augmenting their naval force. The first was agreed to be proposed to the state at the next convention, but the latter was thought unnecessary, till the number of inhabitants was augmented, for should they all be employed in the sea service, the husbandry would be neglected, which would be of fatal consequence to the growing colony. The admiral then proposed the fetching in those Englishmen who had followed the quarter master, but the council rejected this, alleging that as they deserted their captain, it was a mark of a mutinous temper, and they might infect others with a spirit of disorder, that, however, they might have notice given them of the settlement, and if they made it their earnest entreaty to be admitted, and would desert the quarter master, it should be granted as a particular favor done them, at the instance of the admiral, and upon his engaging his parole of honor for their quiet behavior. The admiral then desired he might take a cruise, that he hoped to meet with some East India ships, and bring in some volunteers. For the number of subjects being the riches of a nation, he thought the colony stood more in need of men than of anything else, that he would lie in the way of the Cape, and did not question doing good service, and as he went to the northward, would call upon his own men. The Victoire was according to the admiral's desire fitted out, and in few days he sailed with 300 men on board. He came to an anchor at the settlement his men had made and hoisted an English ensign in his fore shrouds, and fired a gun, but after he had waited some time, perceiving no signal from the shore, he landed and sent back his boat. Soon after the boat was returned towards the ship, 2 of his men came up to him, to whom he gave an account of Misson's settlement. They invited him into the wood to see that of theirs, and to advise with their companions about the proposed migration. The governor, alias Quarter Master, received him mighty civilly, but told him that he could see no advantage to themselves in changing their present situation, though he might prove a great one to the new colony, by adding to their force so many brave fellows, that they there enjoyed all the necessaries of life, were free and independent of all the world, and it would be madness again to subject themselves to any government, which, however mild, still exerted some power, that he was governor for 3 months, by the choice of his companions, but his power extended no farther than to the judging in matters of small difference which might arise, which he hoped to do impartially while his authority continued, that they had agreed among themselves, and confirmed that agreement by oath, to support the decrees of the governor for the time, that their tranquillity might not be disturbed by the capricious humor of any one man, and that this power of determining was to devolve, at the expiration of 3 months, to him on whom the lot should fall by balloting, provided he had not before enjoyed the honor, for such a one was not to draw, by which agreement everyone would be raised, in time, to the supreme command, which prevented all canvassing and making interest for votes, as when it was determined by suffrage, left no opening for making divisions and parties, and was a means to continue to them that repose inseparable from a unity among themselves. However, continued he, if you will go to America or Europe, and show the advantages which may accrue to the English, by fixing a colony here, out of that love we bear our country, and to wipe away the odious appellation of pirates, with pleasure will submit to anyone who shall come with a commission from a lawful government. But 'tis ridiculous to think we will become subjects to greater rogues than ourselves, and that you may know what to say on this head. If you think it expedient to follow my advice, take with you some few thoughts, which I have couched in writing, and which I'll fetch you. He went into his cabin, for, though the governors It did not deserve the name of a house, brought out some written papers, and gave them him. Captain Two, finding the quartermaster spoke the sentiments of his companions, took leave, and returned to his ship. When the captain was in his cabin, he read the quartermaster's papers, which, as the contents of them may oblige the curious, I shall set down. This island of Madagascar affords all the necessaries of life, and yields to none, either in the wholesomeness of the air, or fruitfulness of the soil. The seas around it are well stored with fish, the woods with fowl, and the entrails of the earth are enriched with mines of excellent iron, as I have learned from some natives, by their having arms of that metal. And, doubtless there are here both gold and silver mines in the mountain. The soil will produce sugar, cotton, indigo, and other growths of our American colonies at a far inferior expense, as I will make plain by comparing the charge of erecting a mill and seal in Barbados with what it would be here. A windmill in Barbados will cost 100 L, all materials and labor being very dear, but here wood and stone may be had for labor only, so that with artificers and the needful iron and copper work brought from Europe, a sugar work may be set up for very little money. Negroes in Barbados are at 30, 40, 50 L per head, and I dare answer 10 S. In European goods, we'll purchase a Negro slave at Madagascar, since we have purchased for an old coat a lusty fellow. Food is very dear at Barbados, and here you may feed a slave, as well as yourself without expense. Consequently, he will do more work than a Barbados slave, who is, by the dearness of provision, half-starved. Though a cattle mill is of less expense in Barbados, yet the feeding of horses and oxen at Barbados is very dear. But, to proceed to other advantages, all sorts of medicinal and dyeing woods may be carried from hence to Europe, and your woods for fine works, as ironwood, cedar, mahogany, and cedar, are here in great abundance. If a colony with a lawful power were settled here, no doubt, but many of the commodities which we fetch from the Indies might be made here, as silk, cotton, and sea, the soil being proper for their production. The natives are or seem to be very humane, and they have such plenty of black cattle that we have bought an ox of 800-pound weight for a pair of breeches. Besides, a settlement here would be a curb on pirates, and a protection, as well as a great conveniency to our East India ships, who might here be stored with fresh or salt provisions, and consequently not be obliged to carry with them so great a quantity as they now do, and save a great deal of money to the company in their victualling. Captain Two went on shore again in the evening, the wind not serving away, it blowing due west. He asked the governor how he got acquainted with the natives, and he answered, by meeting them a-hunting, and using them well, that he wheedled one of them down to their huts, the fellow being alone, and they three in company, he supposed, thought it best to go with seeming willingness. After him several came, and they lived very friendly with them. The captain had brought ashore with him some rum and brandy, and they were drinking a bowl of punch, when, on a sudden, a violent storm arose. Captain Two ran to the shore, and made a signal for his boat to carry him off, but the sea ran too high to venture out of the ship. The storm all the while increased, and the Victoire, in less than 2 hours, parted her cables, was drove ashore where it was steeped to, and perished, with all her men, in Captain Two's sight. The captain stayed with his old companions, without knowing which way to return to his friends he had left with Misson, not one of whom was, luckily for them, on board the ship. At the end of 3 months, as far as they could discover a hut, they saw a large ship, which Two believed was the Bijou, but she took no notice of the fires they made. As he expected, she would return after a short cruise. He and his companions made large fires every night on the shore, and visited the coast very often. About a month after this, as they came early to the sea side, they were surprised at the sight of two sloops which lay at an anchor, about a cannon shot from the shore. They had not been long looking upon them, when a canoe was hoisted out of one, and made to them, with 6 men who rowed, and 1 sitter. 2 soon knew him to be Captain Misson. He came ashore, and embracing the former, told him all their proposed happiness was vanished, for without the least provocation given, in the dead of the night, the natives came down upon them in 2 great bodies, and made a great slaughter, without distinction of age or sex, before they could put themselves in a posture of defense. That Caraccioli, who died in the action, and he got what men together they could, to make a stand, but finding all resistance vain against such numbers, he made a shift to secure a considerable quantity of rough diamonds and bar gold, and to get on board the 2 sloops with 45 men, that the Bijou being gone to cruise, and the number of men he had carried with him in the Victoire, weakened the colony, and given the natives the boldness to attack them, as they did. But for what reason he could not imagine. 2 gave him an account of the disaster which had happened and after having mutually condoled their misfortunes, 2 proposed their going to America, where Misson might, with the riches he had, pass his life unknown and in a comfortable manner. Misson answered he could not yet take any resolution, though he had thoughts of returning to Europe and privately visiting his family, if anywhere alive, and then to retire from the world. They dined with a quartermaster, who pressed their return to America, to procure a commission for the settling a colony. Misson told, too, he should have one of the sloops, and what volunteers would keep him company, for his misfortunes had erased all thoughts of future settlements, that what riches they had saved, he would distribute equally. Nay, he would be content, if he had only a bare support left him. On this answer, 4 of the quartermaster's company offered to join Captain 2. In the afternoon they visited both sloops, and Misson putting the question to the men, 30 went on board of one sloop, though they parted with great reluctance from their old commander, and 15 stayed with Misson. The 4 men who joined 2 made the number of his crew 34. They stayed about a week, in hopes of the Bijou's return upon the coast, but she not appearing, they set sail, Captain Misson having first shared the treasure, with 2 and his other friends and companions, hoping to meet the Bijou on the Guinea coast, for which they shaped their course. Off Cape Infantes they were overtaken with a storm, in which the unhappy Misson's sloop went down, within a musquet shot of Captain 2, who could give him no assistance. 2 continued his course for America, and arrived at Rhode Island without any accident. His men dispersed themselves, as they thought fit, and 2 sent to Bermudas for his owner's account 14 times the value of their sloop, and not being questioned by any, lived in great tranquillity. The French belonging to Misson took different routes, one of whom dying at Rochelle. The French manuscript of Misson's life was found among his papers, and transmitted to me by a friend and correspondent. Captain 2 lived unquestioned, and he had an easy fortune, and designed to live quietly at home. But those of his men, who lived near him, having squandered their shares, were continually soliciting him to take another trip. He withstood their request a considerable time, but they having got together, by the report they made of the vast riches to be acquired, a number of resolute fellows, they, in a body, begged him to head them but for one voyage. They were so earnest in their desire that he could not refuse complying. They prepared a small sloop, and made the best of their way to the Straits, entering the Red Sea, where they met with and attacked a ship belonging to the Great Mogul. In the engagement, a shot carried away the rim of 2's belly, who held his bowels with his hands some small space. When he dropped, It struck such a terror in his men that they suffered themselves to be taken, without making resistance. Chap. Taught. 3. Of Captain William Kidd. We are now going to give an account of one whose name is better known in England than most of those whose histories we have already related. The person we mean is Captain Kidd, whose public trial and execution here rendered him the subject of all conversation, so that his actions have been chanted about in ballads. However, it is now a considerable time since these things passed, and though the people knew in general that Captain Kidd was hanged, and that his crime was piracy, yet there were scarce any, even at that time, who were acquainted with his life or actions, or could account for his turning pirate. In the beginning of King William's War, Captain Kidd commanded a privateer in the West Indies, and by several adventurous actions acquired the reputation of a brave man, as well as an experienced seaman. About this time the pirates were very troublesome in those parts, wherefore Captain Kidd was recommended by the Lord Bellamont, then Governor of Barbados, one as well as by several other persons, to the government here, as a person very fit to be entrusted with the command of a government ship, and to be employed in cruising upon the pirates, as knowing those seas perfectly well, and being acquainted with all their lurking places. But what reasons governed the politics of those times, I cannot tell, but this proposal met with no encouragement here, though it is certain it would have been of great consequence to the subject, our merchant suffering incredible damages by those robbers. Upon this neglect, the Lord Bellamont, and some others, who knew what great captures had been made by the pirates, and what a prodigious wealth must be in their possession, were tempted to fit out a ship at their own private charge, and to give the command of it to Captain Kidd, and to give the thing a greater reputation, as well as to keep their seamen under the better command. They procured the king's commission for the said Captain Kidd, of which the following is an exact copy. William Rex. William III, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, and see ye. To our trusty and well-beloved Captain William Kidd, commander of the ship, the Adventure Galley, or to any other, the commander of the same for the time being, greeting, whereas we are informed that Captain Thomas too, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Waite, and Captain William Mays, or Macy, and other subjects, natives or inhabitants of New York, and elsewhere, in our plantations in America, have associated themselves with divers others, wicked and ill-disposed persons, and do, against the law of nations, commit many and great piracies, robberies and depredations on the seas upon the parts of America, and in other parts, to the great hindrance and discouragement of trade and navigation, and to the great danger and hurt of our loving subjects, our allies, and all others, navigating the seas upon their lawful occasions and occupations. Now know ye, that we being desirous to prevent the aforesaid mischiefs, and, as much as in us lies, to bring the said pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers to justice, have thought fit, and do hereby give and grant to the said William Kidd, to whom our commissioners for exercising the office of Lord High Admiral of England have granted a commission as a private man of war, bearing date the 11th day of December 1695, and unto the commander of the said ship for the time being, and unto the officers, mariners, and others, which shall be under your command, full power and authority to apprehend, seize, and take into your custody as well the said Captain Thomas too, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Waite, and Captain William Mays, or Macy, as all such pirates, freebooters and sea rovers, being either our subjects, or of other nations associated with them, which you shall meet with upon the seas, or coasts of America, or upon any other seas or coasts, with all their ships and vessels, and all such merchandises, money, goods and wares as shall be found on board, or with them, in case they shall willingly yield themselves. But if they will not yield without fighting, then you are by force to compel them to yield. And we do also require you to bring, or cause to be brought, such pirates, freebooters, or sea rovers as you shall seize, to a legal trial to the end they may be proceeded against according to the law in such cases. And we do hereby command all our officers, ministers, and other our loving subjects whatsoever to be aiding and assisting to you in the premises. And we do hereby enjoin you to keep an exact journal of your proceedings in the execution of the premises, and set down the names of such pirates, and of their officers and company, and the names of such ships and vessels as you shall, by virtue of these presents, take and seize, and the quantities of arms, ammunition, provision, and lading of such ships, and the true value of the same, as near as you judge. And we do hereby strictly charge and command you, as you will answer the contrary at your peril, that you do not, in any manner, offend or molest our friends or allies, their ships, or subjects, by color or pretense of these presents, or the authority thereby granted, in witness whereof we have caused our great seal of England to be affixed to these presents, given at our court of Kensington, the 26th day of January 1696, in the 7th year of our reign. Captain Kidd had also another commission, which was called a commission of reprisals, for it being then wartime. This commission was to justify him in the taking of French merchant ships, in case he should meet with any. But as this commission is nothing to our present purpose, we shall not burthen the readers with it. With these two commissions he sailed out of Plymouth in May 1696, in the Adventure galley of 30 guns, and 80 men. The place he first designed for was New York. In his voyage thither he took a French banca, but this was no act of piracy, he having a commission for that purpose, as we have just observed. When he arrived at New York he put up articles for engaging more hands, it being necessary to his ship's crew, since he proposed to deal with a desperate enemy. The terms he offered were that every man should have a share of what was taken, reserving for himself and owners 40 shares, upon which encouragement he soon increased his company to 155 men. With this company he sailed first for Madeira, where he took in wine and some other necessaries. From thence he proceeded to Bonavista, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, to furnish the ship with salt, and from thence went immediately to St. Jago, another of the Cape de Verde Islands, in order to stock himself with provisions. When all this was done, he bent his course to Madagascar, the known rendezvous of pirates. In his way he fell in with Captain Warren, Commodore of 3 men of war. He acquainted them with his design, kept them company 2 or 3 days, and then leaving them, made the best way for Madagascar, where he arrived in February 1697, just 9 months from his departure from Plymouth. It happened that at this time the pirate ships were most of them out in search of prey, so that according to the best intelligence Captain Kidd could get, there was not one of them at that time about the island. Wherefore, having spent some time in watering his ship, and taking in more provisions, he thought of trying his fortune on the coast of Malabar, where he arrived in the month of June following, 4 months from his reaching Madagascar. Hereabouts he made an unsuccessful cruise, touching sometimes at the island of Mahilla, sometimes at that of Johanna, betwixt Malabar and Madagascar. His provisions were every day wasting, and his ship began to want repair. Wherefore, when he was at Johanna, he found means of borrowing a sum of money from some French men who had lost their ship, but saved their effects. And with this he purchased materials for putting his ship in good repair. It does not appear all this while that he had the least design of turning piratey, for near Mohilla and Johanna both, he met with several Indian ships richly loaden, to which he did not offer the least violence, though he was strong enough to have done what he pleased with them. And the first outrage or depredation I find he committed upon mankind was after his repairing his ship, and, leaving Johanna, he touched at a place called Mabi, upon the Red Sea, where he took some guinea corn from the natives, by force. After this he sailed to Bab's Key Param, a place upon a little island at the entrance of the Red Sea. Here it was that he first began to open himself to his ship's company, and let them understand that he intended to change his measures. For, happening to talk of the Mocha fleet which was to sail that way, he said, "We have been unsuccessful hitherto, but courage, my boys, we'll make our fortunes out of this fleet." And finding that none of them appeared averse to it, he ordered a boat out, well manned, to go upon the coast to make discoveries, commanding them to take a prisoner and bring to him, or get intelligence any way they could. The boat returned in a few days, bringing him word that they saw 14 or 15 ships ready to sail, some with English, some with Dutch, and some with Moorish colors. We cannot account for this sudden change in his conduct, otherwise than by supposing that he first meant well, while he had hopes of making his fortune by taking of pirates, but now, weary of ill success, and fearing lest his owners, out of humor at their great expenses, should dismiss him, and he should want employment, and be marked out for an unlucky man, rather, I say, than run the hazard of poverty, he resolved to do his business one way, since he could not do it another. He therefore ordered a man continually to watch at the masthead, lest this fleet should go by them. And about 4 days after, towards evening, it appeared in sight, being convoyed by one English and one Dutch man of war. Kidd soon fell in with them, and getting into the midst of them, fired at a Moorish ship which was next him. But the men of war, taking the alarm, bore down upon Kidd, and firing upon him, obliged him to sheer off, he not being strong enough to contend with them. Now he had begun hostilities. He resolved to go on, and therefore he went and cruised along the coast of Malabar. The first prize he met was a small vessel belonging to Aden. The vessel was Moorish, and then the owners were Moorish merchants. But the master was an Englishman. His name was Parker. Kidd forced him, and a Portuguese that was called Don Antonio, which were all the Europeans on board, to take on with them. The first he designed as a pilot, and the last as an interpreter. He also used the men very cruelly, causing them to be hoisted up by the arms, and drubbed with a naked cutlash, to force them to discover whether they had money on board, and where it lay. But, as they had neither gold nor silver on board, he got nothing by his cruelty. However, he took from them a bale of pepper, and a bale of coffee, and so let them go. A little time after he touched at Carwer, a place upon the same coast, where, before he arrived, the news of what he had done to the Moorish ship had reached them now, for some of the English merchants there had received an account of it from the owners, who corresponded with them. Wherefore, as soon as Kidd came in, he was suspected to be the person who committed this piracy, and one Mr. Harvey and Mr. Mason, 2 of the English factory, came on board and asked for Parker, and Antonio the Portuguese, But Kidd denied that he knew any such persons, having secured them both in a private place in the hold, where they were kept for 7 or 8 days. That is, till Kidd sailed from thence. However, the coast was alarmed, and a Portuguese man-of-war was sent out to cruise. Kidd met with her, and fought her about 6 hours, gallantly enough, but finding her too strong to be taken, he quitted her, for he was able to run away from her when he would. Then he went to a place called Porca, where he watered the ship, and bought a number of hogs of the natives to victual his company. Soon after this, he came up with a Moorish ship, the master whereof was a Dutchman, called Shipper Mitchell, and chased her under French colors, which they observing, hoisted French colors too. When he came up with her, he hailed her in French, and they having a Frenchman on board, answered him in the same language, upon which he ordered them to send their boat on board. They were obliged to do so, and having examined who they were, and from whence they came, he asked the Frenchman, who was a passenger, if he had a French pass for himself. The Frenchman gave him to understand that he had. Then he told the Frenchman he must pass for captain, and by G. D. Imdini, says he, you are the captain. The Frenchman durst not refuse doing as he would have him. The meaning of this was, that he would seize the ship as fair prize, and as if she had belonged to French subjects, according to a commission he had for that purpose. Though, one would think, after what he had already done, that he need not have recourse to a quibble to give his actions a color. In short, he took the cargo and sold it some time after. Yet still he seemed to have some fears upon him, lest these proceedings should have a bad end. For, coming up with a Dutch ship some time after, when his men thought of nothing but attacking her, Kidd had opposed it, upon which a mutiny arose, and the majority being for taking the said ship, and arming themselves to man the boat to go and seize her, he told them, such as did D, never should come on board him again, which put an end to the design, so that he kept company with the said ship some time, without offering her any violence. However, this dispute was the occasion of an accident, upon which an indictment was afterwards grounded against Kidd. For more, the gunner, being one day upon deck, and talking with Kidd about the said Dutch ship, some words arose betwixt them, and Moore told Kidd that he had ruined them all, upon which Kidd, calling him dog, took up a bucket and struck him with it, which, breaking his skull, he died the next day. But Kidd's penitential fit did not last long, for coasting along Malabar he met with a great number of boats, all which he plundered. Upon the same coast he also light upon a Portuguese ship, which he kept possession of a week, and then having taken out of her some chests of India goods, 30 jars of butter, with some wax, iron, and 100 bags of rice, he let her go. Much about the same time he went to one of the Malabar islands for wood and water, and his cooper being ashore, was murdered by the natives, upon which Kidd himself landed, and burnt and pillaged several of their houses, the people running away. But, having taken one, he caused him to be tied to a tree, and commanded one of his men to shoot him. Then putting to sea again, he took the greatest prize, which fell into his hands. While he followed this trade, this was a Moorish ship of 400 tons richly loaden, named the Quetta Merchant, the master whereof was an Englishman, who was called Wright, for the Indians often make use of English or Dutch men to command their ships, their own mariners not being so good artists in navigation. Kidd chased her under French colors, and having come up with her, he ordered her to hoist out her boat, and to send on board of him which being done, he told Wright he was his prisoner, and informing himself concerning the said ship, he understood there were no Europeans on board, except 2 Dutch and 1 Frenchman, all the rest being Indians or Armenians, and that the Armenians were part owners of the cargo. Kidd gave the Armenians to understand that if they would offer anything that was worth his taking for their ransom, he would hearken to it, upon which they proposed to pay him 20,000 rupees, not quite 3,000 pounds sterling. But Kidd judged this would be making a bad bargain, wherefore he rejected it, and setting the crew on shore at different places on the coast, he soon sold as much of the cargo as came to near 10,000 pounds. With part of it he also trafficked, receiving, in exchange, provisions, or such other goods as he wanted. By degrees he disposed of the whole cargo, and when the division was made, it came to about 200 pounds a man, and having reserved 40 shares to himself, his dividend amounted to about 8,000 pounds. The Indians along the coast came on board and trafficked with all freedom, and he punctually performed his bargains till about the time he was ready to sail. And then, thinking he should have no further occasion for them, he made no scruple of taking their goods, and setting them on shore without any payment in money or goods, which they little expected, for as they had been used to deal with pirates, they always found them men of honor in the way of trade, a people, enemies to deceit, and that scorn to rob, but in their own way. Kidd put some of his men on board the Quetta merchant, and with this ship and his own sailed for Madagascar. As soon as he was arrived and had cast anchor, there came on board of him a canoe, in which were several Englishmen, who had formerly been well acquainted with Kidd. As soon as they saw him, they saluted him, and told him they were informed he was come to take them then, and hang them, which would be a little unkind in such an old acquaintance. Kidd soon dissipated their doubts, by swearing he had no such design, and that he was now in every respect their brother, and just as bad as they were, and calling for a cup of bamboo to distilled sugar cane, drank their captain's health. These men belonged to a pirate ship, called the Resolution, formerly the Mocha merchant, whereof one Captain Culliford was commander, and which lay at an anchor not far from them. Kidd went on board with them, promising them his friendship and assistance, and Culliford in his turn came on board of Kidd, and Kidd, to testify his sincerity and iniquity, finding Culliford in want of some necessaries, made him a present of an anchor and some guns, to fit him out for the sea again. 2. The Adventure galley was now so old and leaky that they were forced to keep 2 pumps continually going, wherefore Kidd shifted all the guns and tackle out of her into the Quetta merchantman, intending her for his man of war, and as he had divided the money before, he now made a division of the remainder of the cargo, soon after which the greatest part of the company left him, some going on board Captain Culliford, and others absconding in the country, so that he had not above 40 men left. He put to sea and happened to touch at Amboina, one of the Dutch Spice Islands, where he was told that the news of his actions had reached England, and that he was there declared a pirate. The truth on't is, his piracies so alarmed our merchants, that some motions were made in Parliament to inquire into the commission that was given him, and the persons who fitted him out. These proceedings seemed to lean a little hard upon the Lord Bellamont, who thought himself so much touched thereby, that he published a justification of himself in a pamphlet after Kidd's execution. In the meantime, it was thought advisable, in order to stop the course of these piracies, to publish a proclamation, offering the king's free pardon to all such pirates as should voluntarily surrender themselves, whatever piracies they had been guilty of at any time, before the last day of April, 1699. That is to say, for all piracies committed eastward of the Cape of Good Hope, to the longitude and meridian of Socotora, and Cape Comorin, in which proclamation Avery and Kidd were accepted by name. When Kidd left Amboyna, he knew nothing of this proclamation, for certainly had he had notice of his being accepted in it, he would not have been so infatuated to run himself into the very jaws of danger, but, relying upon his interest with the Lord Bellamont, and fancying that a French pass or two he found on board some of the ships he took would serve to countenance the matter, and that part of the booty he got would gain him new friends. I say, all these things made him flatter himself that all would be hushed, and that justice would but wink at him, wherefore he sailed directly for New York, where he was no sooner arrived, but by the Lord Bellamont's orders, he was secured with all his papers and effects. Many of his fellow adventurers who had forsook him at Madagascar came over from thence passengers, some to New England and some to Jersey, where hearing of the king's proclamation for pardoning of pirates, they surrendered themselves to the governor of those places. At first they were admitted to bail, but soon after were laid in strict confinement, where they were kept for some time, till an opportunity happened of sending them with their captain over to England to be tried. Accordingly, a sessions of admiralty being held at the Old Bailey, in May 1701, Captain Kidd, Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Robert Lumley, William Jenkins, Gabriel Loff, Hugh Parrott, Richard Barleycorn, Abel Owen, and Darby Mullins were arraigned for piracy and robbery on the high seas, and all found guilty, except 3. These were Robert Lumley, William Jenkins, and Richard Barleycorn, who, proving themselves to be apprentices to some of the officers of the ship, and producing their indentures in court, were acquitted. Captain William Kidd, a painting made from a sketch in court by Sir James Thornhill, May 1701. The 3 above mentioned, though they were proved to be concerned in taking and sharing the ship and goods mentioned in the indictment, yet, as the gentleman of the long robe rightly distinguished, there is a great difference between their circumstances and the rest, for there must go an intention of the mind and a freedom of the will to the committing an act of felony or piracy. A pirate is not to be understood to be under constraint, but a free agent, for in this case the bare act will not make a man guilty unless the will make it so. Now, a servant, it is true, if he go voluntarily and have his proportion, he must be accounted a pirate, for then he acts upon his own account, and not by compulsion. And these persons, according to the evidence, received their part, but whether they accounted to their masters for their shares afterwards is the matter in question, and what distinguishes them as free agents or men that did go under the compulsion of their masters, which being left to the consideration of the jury, they found them not guilty. Kidd was tried upon an indictment of murder also, viz., for killing Moore the gunner, and found guilty of the same. Nicholas Churchill and James Howe pleaded the king's pardon, as having surrendered themselves within the time limited in the proclamation, and Colonel Bass, governor of West Jersey, to whom they surrendered, being in court and called upon, proved the same. However, this plea was overruled by the court, because there being 4 commissioners named in the proclamation, viz. Captain Thomas Warren, Israel Hayes, Peter Delanoy, and Christopher Pollard, SQRs, who were appointed commissioners, and sent over on purpose to receive the submissions of such pirates as should surrender. It was adjudged no other person was qualified to receive their surrender, and that they could not be entitled to the benefit of the said proclamation, because they had not in all circumstances complied with the conditions of. Darby Mullins urged in his defense that he served under the king's commission, and therefore could not disobey his commander without incurring great punishments. That whenever a ship or ships went out upon any expedition under the king's commissioner, the men were never allowed to call their officers to an account why they did this way, or why they did that, because such a liberty would destroy all discipline. That if anything was done which was unlawful, the officers were to answer it, for the men did no more than their duty in obeying orders. He was told by the court that acting under the commission justified in what was lawful, but not in what was unlawful. He answered, he stood in need of nothing to justify him in what was lawful, but that the case of seamen must be very hard, if they must be brought into such danger for obeying the commands of their officers, and punished for not obeying them, and if they were allowed to dispute the orders, there could be no such thing as command kept up at sea. This seemed to be the best defense the thing could bear, but his taking a share of the plunder, the seamen's mutinying on board several times, and taking upon them to control the captain, showed there was no obedience paid to the commission, and that they acted in all things according to the custom of pirates and freebooters, which, weighing with the jury, they brought him in guilty with the rest. As to Captain Kidd's defense, he insisted much upon his own innocence and the villainy of his men. He said he went out in a laudable employment, and had no occasion, being then in good circumstances, to go a-pirating, that the men often mutinied against him, and did as they pleased, that he was threatened to be shot in his cabin, and that 95 left him at one time, and set fire to his boat, so that he was disabled from bringing his ship home, or the prizes he took, to have them regularly condemned, which he said were taken by virtue of a commission under the broad seal, they having French passes. The captain called one Colonel Hewson to his reputation, who gave him an extraordinary character, and declared to the court that he had served under his command, and been in 2 engagements with him against the French, in which he fought as well as any man he ever saw, that there were only Kidd's ship and his own against Monsieur Ducasse, who commanded a squadron of 6 sail, and they got the better of him. 4. But this being several years before the facts mentioned in the indictment were committed, proved of no manner of service to the prisoner on his trial. As to the friendship shown to Culliford, a notorious pirate, Kidd denied, and said he intended to have taken him, but his men, being a parcel of rogues and villains, refused to stand by him, and several of them ran away from his ship to the said pirate. But the evidence being full and particular against him, he was found guilty, as before mentioned. When Kidd was asked what he had to say why sentence should not pass against him, he answered that he had nothing to say, but that he had been sworn against by perjured wicked people. And when sentence was pronounced, he said, "My lord, it is a very hard sentence. For my part, I am the innocentest person of them all, only I have been sworn against by perjured persons." Wherefore, about a week after, Captain Kidd, Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Gabriel Law, Hugh Parrott, Abel Owen, and Darby Mullins were executed at Execution Dock, and afterwards hung up in chains, at some distance from each other, down the river, where their bodies hung exposed for many years. Chapter Why, of Captain John Bowen. The exact time of this person's setting out, I am not certain of all. I find him cruising on the Malabar coast in the year 1700, commanding a ship called the Speaker, whose crew consisted of men of all nations, and their piracies were committed upon ships of all nations likewise. The pirates here met with no manner of inconveniences in carrying on their designs, for it was made so much a trade that the merchants of one town never scrupled the buying commodities taken from another, though but 10 miles distant, in a public sale, furnishing the robbers at the same time with all necessaries, even of vessels, when they had occasion to go on any expedition, which they themselves would often advise them of. Among the rest, an English East India man, Captain Conway from Bengal, fell into the hands of this crew, which they made prize of. Near Quilon, they carried her in, and put her up to sail, dividing the ship and cargo into 3 shares. 1/3 was sold to a merchant, native of Quilon aforesaid, another 1/3 to a merchant of Porca, and the other to one Malpa, a Dutch factor. Loaded with the spoil of this and several country ships, they left the coast and steered for Madagascar. But in their voyage thither, meeting with adverse winds and being negligent in their steerage, they ran upon St. Thomas's Reef at the island of Mauritius, where the ship was lost, but Bowen and the greatest part of the crew got safe ashore. They met here with all the civility and good treatment imaginable. Bowen was complimented in a particular manner by the governor, and splendidly entertained in his house. The sick men were got, with great care, into the fort, and cured by their doctor, and no supplies of any sort wanting for the rest. They spent here 3 months, but yet, resolving to set down at Madagascar, they bought a sloop, which they converted into a brigantine, and, about the middle of March, 1701, departed, having first taken formal leave of the governor, by making a present of 2,500 pieces of 8, leaving him, besides, the wreck of their ship, with the guns, stores, and everything else that was saved. The governor, on his part, supplied them with necessaries for their voyage, which was but short, and gave them a kind invitation to make that island a place of refreshment in the course of their future adventures, promising that nothing should be wanting to them that his government afforded. Upon their arrival at Madagascar, they put in at a place on the east side, called Maritan Umatitanana, quitted their vessel, and settled themselves ashore in a fruitful plain on the side of a river. They built themselves a fort on the river's mouth towards the sea, and another small one on the other side towards the country, the first to prevent a surprise from shipping, and the other as a security from the natives, many of whom they employed in the building. They built also a little town for their habitation, which took up the remainder of the year 1701. When this was done, they soon became dissatisfied with their new situation, having a hankering mind after their old employment, and accordingly resolved to fit up the brigantine they had from the Dutch at Mauritius, which was laid in a cove near their settlement. But an accident that they improved, provided for them in a better manner, and saved them a great deal of trouble. It happened that about the beginning of the year 1702, a ship called the Speedy Return, belonging to the Scotch, African, and East India Company, Captain Drummond commander, came into the port of Maritan in Madagascar, with a brigantine content too that belonged to her. They had before taken in negroes at St. Mary's, a little island adjoining to the main island of Madagascar, and carried them to Mascarenas, from whence they sailed to this port on the same trade. On the ship's arrival, Captain Drummond, with Andrew Wilkie, his surgeon, and several others of the crew, went on shore. In the meanwhile John Bowen, with 4 others of his consorts, goes off in a little boat, on pretense of buying some of their merchandise brought from Europe, and finding a fair opportunity. The chief matey, boatswain, and a hand or 2 more only upon the deck, and the rest at work in the hold, they threw off their masks. Each drew out a pistol and hanger, and told them they were all dead men if they did not retire that moment to the cabin. The surprise was sudden, and they thought it necessary to obey. One of the pirates placed himself sentry at the door, with his arms in his hands, and the rest immediately laid the hatches, and then made a signal to their fellows on shore, as agreed on, upon which about 40 or 50 came on board, and took quiet possession of the ship, and afterwards the brigantine, without bloodshed, or striking a stroke. Bowen was made made himself, of course, captain. He detained the old crew, or the greatest part thereof, burnt the brigantine as being of no use to them, cleaned and fitted the ship, took water, provisions, and what necessaries were wanting, and made ready for new adventures. I shall leave them a while, to relate an unfortunate story of a worthy honest gentleman, who suffered through the rashness and folly of a headstrong people, for piratically taking and murdering the captain and crew of this very ship Bowen and his gang now seized. An English India man, commanded by Captain Thomas Green, called the Worcester, in her voyage home to England, was drove by southerly winds into Scotland, in the month of July, 1704, and anchored in Leith Road. The captain and several of the ship's company, going ashore for refreshments. The people of the town, who had acquaintance and friends in Captain Drummond's ship, understanding the Worcester came from the East Indies, were very importunate in their inquiries after the ship, and being told that they had heard of no such ship in India, the inquirers pretended to be very much surprised, so that, in short, it grew into a suspicion that the Worcester had not dealt fairly by the Scotch ship, which they had not heard of themselves since her departure. In short, the magistrates were informed that some of the crew had dropped words that plainly indicated the supposed robbery and murders of their countrymen. Upon this several men were privately examined. Sometimes they were threatened to be hanged, and then again large promises were made to encourage them to discover the pretended fact, till at length an Indian boy was prevailed on to confess the whole matter upon oath, as they might think. Then the captain, chief mate, and crew were seized and sent to prison. The ship was unloaded and almost ripped to pieces to search for goods, writings, and seat, to confirm the Indians' deposition, but nothing could be found. Therefore they were obliged to try them, and try them they did. Upon this evidence, and some small circumstances sworn to by Charles May, the surgeon, which carried great improbabilities along with it, the depositions were as follow. The Indian, whose name was Antonio Ferdinando, swore that on the coast of Malabar he came aboard the sloop that attended the Worcester, and thereafter saw an engagement between the said sloop, the Worcester, and another ship, sailed by white men, speaking English, and bearing English colors, that they did engage the said ship for 3 days, and on the 3rd day the said ship was boarded by those in the sloop, who took up the crew of the said ship from under deck, killed them with hatchets, and threw them overboard. Charles May only deposed that being ashore at Caleculon he heard guns firing at sea, and asking somebody he met at the landing place what meant this shooting, he was answered, the Worcester was gone out, and was fighting at sea with another ship. That the next morning he saw the Worcester riding at her berth, where she had rid the day before, and another ship riding at her stern. That the Worcester's longboat coming ashore, and he asking the men what brought them ashore, they answered, They were sent for water, they having spilt and staved all their water, and that they had been busking all night. That this evidence going aboard 5 or 6 days after, saw the ship lumbered with goods, and that he was informed that the ship that was riding at the Worcester's stern was sold to Kogo Komodo, merchant at Caliquila. That Antonio Ferdinando was wounded, and some others, and when he asked the patients how they came by their wounds, they were forbid to answer by Mr. Matter, the chief mate. That all this fell out between the months of January and February 1703. Day. As to Antonio's deposition, it appeared to be all invention, and nothing true in it. And Charles makes a heap of sly insinuations, drawn from a known fact, which was this: the Worcester, departing from Calequilon to Carnapoli, was drove by stress of weather from near the road of Calequilon to Njango, where coming near the Orang Zeb, India man, she saluted her with 5 guns, which were the guns the surgeon heard, and the Orang Zeb came in along with the Worcester, and anchored at her stern, which was the ship taken notice of by him. By busking all night is meant only beating to windward, which she did in order to fetch Calequin, the wind being contrary. The Worcester sparred her water to the Orang Zeb, which occasioned their sending for more, and uias for the wounded men, which were proved to be no more than 3 in the voyage. One was from a fall in the hole, another by fighting with knives between 2 Dutch men, and the other by cutting of wood. 'Tis observable likewise that May's evidence, which is brought to support Antonio's, contradicted it in several parts, for Antonio swore the fact to be done between Calicut and Tellicherry. By the way, the ship never was, as was owned by the surgeon, and proved by the captains in other journals, and May heard the guns at Calequilon, which could not be less than 140 miles asunder. Antonio makes the supposed engagement hold 3 days. According to May, the Worcester was busking only 1 night. All the rest of his evidence is, as he was informed, as he was told. And see, and what's remarkable of this May, is he was 18 months after this in the said ship, and owned on the trial that he never heard in all that time one word spoken of a fight with any other ship, or a prize taken, or anything relating to such an action, which must be very strange, if the matter had been true. In short, Captain Green and the rest of the crew were convicted, and received sentence for the supposed crimes as follows: Green, Matter, Simpson, Kegel, and Haynes to be hanged on Wednesday, April 4th. Taylor, Glenn, Kitchen, and Robertson on Wednesday, April 11th, and Brown, Bruckley, Wilcox, Ballantyne, and Lindsay on Wednesday, April 18th. I cannot but here take notice, though with much concern, that upon the condemnation of these unhappy men, there seemed a universal joy in and about the city. It was the only discourse for some days, and every man thought himself nearly concerned in it, and some could not forbear in words openly to express their brutal joy. Now, said they, will Darien won by this, they shall see we'll do ourselves justice. And see, after sentence, the prisoners desired not to be disturbed in their dying moments, that they might improve to the best advantage. But now they were not only insulted with the most opprobrious language, by such as could get to 'em, but continually worried by the religious kirk teachers. The most dismal threatenings were denounced against 'em, and nothing but God's wrath and eternal torments in all its horrors were to be their portion, if they died obdurate, as they called it, that is, without owning themselves guilty, and all this delivered with that passion peculiar to that bitter sect of men. Nay, so restless were they, that even now, after condemnation, They singled out some they found more terrified by their conduct, and assured them of life, if they would ingenuously acknowledge the crimes they were condemned for, and, at last, worked so far upon Haynes and Lindsay that they brought them to own almost what they pleased. The former of these, upon their pardons being granted, gave a frightful account of the whole piracy and murder upon Drummond's ship, and took care, as near as he could, to keep close with Ferdinando's evidence. Only here and there he was out in very material points, as men always are that don't relate matters of fact. There was a great many bloody circumstances added to color the whole, as their manner of swearing when they commenced pirates, much like the ridiculous ceremonies at making of witches, he said, was thus: every one of 'em was let blood, which they mixed together, and after every man had drank part, they all swore to secrecy, and see, with abundance of such stuff. Lindsay, a man of better sense, contented himself with saying as little as possible, which was excusable, he being on shore in the pretended engagement, so that most of what he said consisted in hearsays of the Indians, and see, thus these poor wretches screened themselves from this fatal blow at the expense of faith and a good conscience, and to enjoy a troublesome life, perhaps a few years. As soon as their confessions were made public, the gentry, as well as the mob, was transported with rage, and the poor wretches were blackened and reviled in a shameful manner, and so violent was the torrent of their fury, that it reached even their counsel for their trials, and they were obliged, for their own safety, to withdraw into the country. In the midst of this confusion, 2 men, who were known to be of Drummond's crew, came home in the Raper galley, and made affidavits of the loss of the said ship to the Pirates, as has been mentioned, upon which her Majesty and Council first reprieved them for 8 days, and afterwards desired execution might be farther respited till they heard from above. The common people, who for some time past, with raised expectations, had waited for the execution, began to grow very impatient, bitterly inveighing against the reprieve, and the council met on the 11th of April in the morning, to consider what was to be done, which the mob perceiving, imagined 'twas in order to a further reprieve or pardon. Immediately all shops were shut up, and the streets filled with incredible numbers of men, women, and children, calling for justice upon those English murderers. The Lord Chancellor Seafield's coach happening to pass by, they stopped it, broke the sashes, hauled him out, and obliged him to promise execution should speedily be done before he could get from him. According to the Chancellor's promise, soon after, on the same day, being Wednesday, Captain Green, Matter, and Simpson were brought out, and conveyed to execution, which was at Leith Road upon the sands, and all the way were huzzed in triumph, as it were, and insulted with the sharpest and most bitter invectives. Thus fell these unhappy men a well-pleasing sacrifice to the malice of wicked men. As for Captain Green's speech, after he had taken notice of the crimes he was to die for, and appealed to all present to charge him, or the crew, with any injustice, since he had lived there, he goes on in giving an account of his faith, his living and dying in the Church of England, of their manner of life abroad, their observance of religious duties, and the sense he had of the impossibility of salvation, if he died with a falsehood in his mouth. Then follows, pursuant to which, I, in the presence of Almighty God, declare to you his people that I am innocent in design or deed, and free from the crimes for which I am condemned. That to my knowledge I never all my lifetime wronged man his person or goods, or had accession thereto. What the custom of pirates is, I thank God I know not, but I understand my accusers and persecutors will have you to believe that I think it unnecessary to confess before men. Take what I say as good Christians ought to do. If you have no charity, you wrong yourselves and cannot hurt me. I am told some of my crew have confessed the crimes and load us with guilt. This is done since sentence, and in hopes of saving themselves, which I wish they may do by lawful means, and not have accession to the shedding innocent blood. I am a-dying. These are still in hopes to live. Choose you which of us to believe, and see. To return to Captain Bowen, who piratically possessed himself of Captain Drummond's ship and brigantine. As aforesaid, he, being informed by the crew, that when they left Mascarenas, a ship called the Rook Galley, Captain Honeycomb Commander, was lying in that bay, resolved, with the other pirates, to sail thither, but it taking up 7 or 8 days in watering their vessels, and settling their private affairs, they arrived not at the island till after the departure of the said galley, who thereby happily escaped the villainous snare of their unprovoked enemies. The night after the pirates left Maritain, the brigantine ran on a ledge of rocks off the west side of the island Madagascar, which not being perceived by the ship, Bowen came into Mascarenas without her, not knowing what was become of his consort. Here Captain Bowen stayed 8 or 10 days, in which time he supplied the ship with provisions, and judging that the Rook Galley was gone to some other island, the ship sailed to Mauritius in search of her. But the pirates, seeing 4 or 5 ships in the N.L.W.A. harbor, they thought themselves too weak to attempt anything there, so they stood immediately for Madagascar again, and arrived safe first to Port Dauphin, and then to Augustin Bay. In a few days, the content brigantine, which they supposed either to have been lost or revolted that honorable service, came into the same bay, and informed their brethren of the misfortune that happened to them. The rogues were glad, no doubt, of seeing one another again, and calling a council together, they found the brigantine in no condition for business, being then very leaky. Therefore she was condemned and forthwith hauled ashore and burnt, and the crew united, and all went aboard the Speedy Return. At this place the pirates were made acquainted by the negroes of the adventures of another gang that had settled for some time near that harbor, and had one Howard for their captain. It was the misfortune of an India ship called the Prosperous to come into the bay at a time that these rogues were looking out for employment, who, under the pretense of trading, almost in the same manner that Bowen and his gang had seized the Speedy Return, made themselves masters of her, and sailed with her to New Mathalage, Umajunga. Bowen and his gang, consulting together on this intelligence, concluded 'twas more for their interest to join in alliance with this new company than to act single, they being too weak of themselves to undertake any considerable enterprise, remembering how they were obliged to bear away from the island of Mauritius, when they were in search of the Rook Galley, which they might have taken, with several others, had they had at that time a consort of equal force to their own ship. They accordingly set sail from the bay, and came into New Mathalage, but found no ship there, though upon inquiry they understood that the pirate they looked for had been at the place, but was gone. So after some stay, they proceeded to Johanna, but the Prosperous not being there neither, they sailed to Mayata, where they found her lying at anchor. This was about Christmas 1702. Here these two powers struck up an alliance. Howard, liking the proposals, came readily into it, and the treaty was ratified by both companies. They stayed above 2 months at this island, thinking it, perhaps, as likely a place to meet with prey as cruising out for it, and so indeed it happened. For about the beginning of March, the ship Pembroke belonging to our East India Company, coming in for water, was boarded by their boats, and taken, with the loss of the chief mate and another man that were killed in the skirmish. The two pirate ships weighed, and went out to sea along with their prize, and that day and the next plundered her of the best part of her cargo, provisions and stores, and then taking the captain and carpenter away, they let the Pembroke go where the remainder of her crew pleased, and came with their ships into New Mathelage. Here the two captains consulted, and laid a plan for a cruise to India, for which purpose they detained Captain Woolley of the Pembroke, lately taken, in order to be their pilot in those seas. But a very hot dispute arose between the two companies, which ship he should go aboard of, insomuch that they had gone together by the ears, if an expedient had not been found to satisfy each party, that one might not have the advantage of the other by the captain's skill and knowledge of the Indian coast, and this was to knock the poor man on the head, and murder him. But, at last, by the authority of Bowen, Captain Woolley escaped the threatened danger, by bringing his company to consent to his remaining on board the Prosperous, where he then was, the Speedy Return being foul, and wanting a little repair. It was judged proper for her to go back to Augustin Bay to clean. In the meanwhile the Prosperous was to have a pair of boot tops too, where she lay, and likewise to take in water and provision, and then to join their consort again at Mayotta, the island appointed for the rendezvous. The Prosperous put into Mayotta as agreed on, and waiting there some time for Bowen's ship, without seeing or hearing any news of her, went to Johanna, but not meeting with her there, they apprehended some accident had befell her, and therefore left the place, and sailed on the expedition themselves. As to the Speedy Return, she arrived safe at St. Jau, Augustine's Bay at Madagascar, and there cleaned and victualled, but tarrying there somewhat too long, the winds hung contrary, and they could not for their lives beat up to Mayotta, and therefore went to Johanna, where, hearing that their friends had lately left that island, they steered for the Red Sea, but the wind not proving fair for their design, they bore away for the highland of St. John's near Surat, where they once more fell in company with their brethren of the Prosperous. They cruised together, as was first agreed on, and after some time they had sight of 4 ships, to whom they gave chase, but these separating, 2 standing to northward, and 2 to the southward. The pirates separated likewise, Bowen standing after those that steered southerly, and Howard crowded after the others. Bowen came up with the heaviest of the 2, which proved to be a Moorish ship of 700 ton, bound from the Gulf of Mocha to Surat. The pirates brought the prize into Rajapura on the coast of India, where they plundered her. The merchandise they sold to the natives, but a small sum of current gold they found aboard, amounting to 22,000 English money, they put into their pockets. 2 days after, the Prosperous came in, but without any prize. However, they soon made their friends acquainted that they had not succeeded worse than themselves, for at Surat River's mouth, where all the 4 ships were bound, they came up with their chase, and with a broadside, one of them struck, but the other got into the bay. They stood down the coast with the prize, till they had plundered her of the best of her cargo, the most valuable of which was 84 shekels, a piece of about 10 shillings each, and then they left her adrift, without either anchor or cable, off demand. While they were lying at Rajapura, they passed a survey on their shipping, and judging their own to be less serviceable than their prize, they voted them to the flames, and straightway fitted up the Surat ship. They transported both companies aboard of her, and then set fire to the Prosperous and Speedy Return. They mustered at this place 164 fighting men, 43 only were English, the greater number French, the rest Danes, Swedes, and Dutch. They took aboard 70 Indians to do the drudgery of the ship, and mounted 56 guns, calling her the Defiance, and sailed from Rajapura the latter end of October, in the year 1703, to cruise on the coast of Malabar. But not meeting with prey in this first cruise, they came to an anchor about 3 leagues to the northward of Cochin, expecting some boats to come off with supplies of refreshments, for which purpose they fired several guns, by way of signal, but none appearing. The quartermaster was sent in the pinnace to confer with the people, which he did with some caution, keeping the boat upon their oars at the shore side. In short, they agreed very well. The pirates were promised whatever necessaries they wanted, and the boat returned aboard. The next day a boat came off from the town with hogs, goats, wine, and sea, with a private intimation from Malpa, the Dutch broker, an old friend of the pirates, that a ship of that country called the Remo lay then in Mud Bay, not many leagues off, and if they would go out and take her, he would purchase the cargo of them, and likewise promised that they should be further supplied with pitch, tar, and all other necessaries, which was made good to them, for people from the factory flocked aboard every hour, and dealt with them as in open market, for all sorts of merchandise, refreshments, jewels, and plate, returning with coffers of money, and to a great value. The advice of the ship was taken very kindly, but the pirates, judging their own ship too large to go close into the bay, consulted their friend upon means for taking the said ship, who readily treated with them for the sale of one of less burthen that lay then in the harbor. But Malpa, speaking to one punt of the factory to carry her out, he not only refused to be concerned in such a piece of villainy, but reproved Malpa for corresponding with the pirates, and told him, if he should be guilty of so base an action, he must never see the face of any of his countrymen more, which made the honest broker change both his countenance and his purpose. At this place Captain Woolley, whom they had taken for their pilot on the India coast, being in a very sick and weak condition, was one, at his earnest entreaty, discharged from his severe confinement among them, and set ashore. And the next day the pirates sailed, and ranged along the Malabar coast, in quest of more booty. In their way they met a second time with the Pembroke, and plundered her of some sugar, and other small things, and let her go again. From the coast they sailed back for the island of Mauritius, where they lay some time, and lived after their usual extravagant manner. At Mauritius 2 of the crew, viz. Israel Fipeny and Peter Freeland, left the pirates and concealed themselves in the island till the ship sailed. These 2 men were part of Drummond's crew, who found an opportunity of coming to England soon after on board the Raper galley, and arrived at Portsmouth in March 1705. When this came to be known, Mr. John Green, brother to Captain Green, then under sentence, went thither and got the affidavits of the said Fipeny and Freeland, made before the mayor of Portsmouth, containing several matters herein mentioned, which affidavits were immediately brought to London, and by the Secretary of State sent away express to Scotland, which arrived there some hours before Captain Green was executed. From the appendix in volume 2 of Captain Bowen, could the reader conceive the pains we have been at to collect matters for the composing a genuine history of the lives of the pirates, and the great care we have taken to deliver nothing but the truth, he would readily forgive, nay, would be apt to commend our placing those particulars in the appendix of the same book, which we could not possibly obtain, notwithstanding our diligent inquiries, before the lives were printed, and the book in a manner ready for publication. What we have said in the foregoing part of this volume of Captain Bowen may be depended on as truth, but as we had not that certainty of his original we now have, we rather chose to be silent than impose on our readers with fables of our own invention. We have since learned, and it is with reason we can depend on our account, having it from one who personally knew, and often conversed with him, that he was born of creditable parency, in the island of Bermudas, who took care to give him a good education answerable to the vocation he was designed for, which was the sea. The first voyage he made was to Carolina, where some merchants finding him every way capable, and that he was a sober, intelligent man, gave him the command of a ship, and sent him to the West Indies. He continued in this employ for several years, but one voyage, in his return, he had the misfortune to fall in with wet, and be taken by a French pirate, who, having no artist on board, detained Captain Bowen to navigate their vessel, and after cruising some time in the West Indies, shaped their course for the Guinea coast, where they made several prizes, and took several good artists. But having experience of Captain Bowen, he could by no means prevail on them for a discharge, though notwithstanding the service he was to them, they treated him as roughly as they did their other prisoners, of which I have already taken notice in Captain White's life. They, the pirates, doubled the Cape of Good Hope, steered for refreshed at Johanna, and having made their voyage to the East Indies, lost their ship, as is already shown in the above life, and need not be here repeated, on Madagascar. The other particularities which are not set down in Bowen's own life will be found in those of his companions, as his going with Captain Reed, the taking the grab, the coming to Mayotta, and from thence in the grab to Madagascar, the joining of that vessel and forgets, the taking the Speaker, his succeeding Booth in the command, and his death at Mascarenas, Rajapur Fort, and the entrance of the Rajapur River, West Bengal. Drawing by Thomas Haswell, 1789. Chap. V. Of Captain Halsey and his crew. John Halsey was a Boston man, of New England, commanded the Charles Brigantine, and went out with a commission from the governor to cruise on the banks of Newfoundland, where he took a French banker, which he appointed to meet him at Fial. But missing his prize here, he went among the Canary Islands, where he took a Spanish barcalonga, which he plundered and sunk. From thence he went to the island of Bravo, one of the Cape de Verde, where he wooded and watered, turned ashore his lieutenant, and several of his men here running away from him. The governor sent them on board again, his commission being as yet in force. From hence he stood away then to the southward, and doubling the Cape of Good Hope, made for Madagascar and the Bay of Augustin, where he took in wood and water, with some straggling seamen, who were cast away in the De Grave Indiaman, Captain Young, Commander, One after this he shaped his course for the Red Sea, and met with a Dutchman of 60 guns, coming from Mocha, whom he kept company with a week. Though he was resolved upon turning pirate, he intended to rob only the Moor ships, which occasioned a dispute between him and his men, they insisting on the ship's being a Moor. He, as strenuously asserting she was Dutch, was positive in his resolve of meddling with no European ships. The men were for boarding, but his obstinacy not being to be conquered, they broke Halsey and his gunner, confining both, and were ready to board the Dutchman, when one of the crew, perceiving he was about to run out his lower tier, knocked down the quarter. Master, whose business it is to be at the helm in time of chase or engagement, according to the rules of pirates, clapped the helm hard a-weather, and wore the brigantine. The Dutchman stayed, and fired a shot, which taking a swivel gun carried it aft, narrowly missed the man at helm, and shattered the taffrail. Two the men perceiving they had catched a Tartar, made the best of their way to shake her off, and some were running down between decks, whom the surgeon pricked up again with his sword, though he no way was consenting to their designed piracy. The captain and a gunner were again reinstated after they had seen their mistake, and then they steered for the Nicobar Islands, where they met with a country ship called the Buffalo, commanded by Captain Buckley, an Englishman, coming from Bengal, which they took after a short engagement, there being only 3 Europeans aboard, the captain and 2 mates. The rest were Moors. This ship fell seasonably in their way, she being bound for Aiken, with butter, rice, and cloth, and the pirates, at that time, being in great straits both for provision and clothing. They took the 2 mates to sea with them, but left the captain and the Moors at Nicobar at an anchor, and then took a cruise. Captain Buckley, who was sick, died before their return. In the cruise they met with Captain Collins in a country sloop, bound also to Aiken. He had also 2 English mates with him, but the rest of his company consisted of Moors. Him they carried to the same harbor where they left the Buffalo. Here a dispute arose among the pirates. Some were for returning to the West Indies, others were against it, for they had got no money, and that was what engaged their search. They parted upon this. One part went on board the Buffalo, made 1 row captain, and Myers, a Frenchman, master, whom they had picked up at Madagascar. The sloop's deck they ripped up and mended with it the bottom of the brigantine, which Halsey still commanded. The ship shaped her course for Madagascar, and the brigantine made for the Straits of Malacca, to lie in the track of the Manila ships. I must observe that Captain Buckley's 2 mates, whom they intended to force with them, were by strength of entreaty permitted to go away with a canoe. In these straits they met an Europe-built ship of 26 guns, which they had not the courage to attack, being soured by the Dutchmen. They afterwards stood in shore, and came to an anchor. Few days after they made a vessel, which they supposed a China junk, and gave chase. But when they came pretty nigh, notwithstanding the pilot assured them she was what they supposed, they swore it was a Dutchman, and would not venture upon him. So leaving off their chase stood in shore, and came again to an anchor under the peninsula. They lay here some days, and then spied a tall vessel, which they chased, and proved the Albemarle East India man, Captain Buse Ubebevis, commander, come from China. They came up with him, but thinking it too warm a ship, after exchanging a few shots, the brigantine made off, and the Albemarle chased in her turn. They, however, got clear, having a better share of heels, and came again to an anchor, having not above 40 hands, their water growing scarce, and not daring to venture ashore for fear of the Dutch. A council was called, and it was resolved to make the best of their way to Madagascar, to pick up more hands, refresh, and set out on new adventures. Pursuant to this resolution, they steered for that island, but fell in their way on Mascarenas, where, making a small present to the governor, they were supplied with what they wanted. From hence, they went to a place on Madagascar, called by the pirates Hopeful Point, by the natives, Harangbi, near the island of St. Mary's on the lat. of 1740s, where they met with the Buffalo and the Dorothy, a prize made by Captain Thomas White and his company, being about 100 men, settled near the same place, in petty governments of their own, having some of them 500 or 600, some 1,000 Negro subjects, who acknowledged their sovereignty. Here they again repaired their brigantine, took in provisions, and all necessaries, augmented their company to about 100 men, and set out for the Red Sea. They touched at Johanna, and there took in a quantity of goats and cocoa nuts for fresh provisions, and thence in 11 days reached the Straits of Babel Mandel. They had not cruised here many days, when they spied the Moors' fleet from Mocha and Judah, consisting of 25 sail, which they fell in with and had been taken, if their oars had not helped them off, it falling a dead calm. They had not apprehended the danger so great, if they had not judged these ships convoyed by some Portuguese men of war. Some days after this, they met a one-mast vessel, called a grab, coming from Mocha, which they spied within gun shot, in a thick fog. They fired a shot which cut her halyards, and then they took possession of her with their boats. She was loaden with drugs, but they took only some necessaries and $2,000. And having learned that 4 English vessels lay at Mocha, of which one was from Judah, they let her go. 3 days after they spied the 4 ships, which they at first took for the trees of Babel Mandel. At night they fell in with and kept them company till morning, the trumpets sounding on both sides all the time, for the pirate had 2 on board as well as the English. When it was clear day, the 4 ships drew into a line, for they had hailed the pirate, who made no ceremony of owning who he was, by answering according to their manner, from the seas. The brigantine bore up till she had flung her garp. 1 of the ships, perceiving this, advised Captain Jago, who led the van, in a ship of 24 guns and 70 men, to give chase, for the pirate was on the run. But Amity, who was acquainted with the way of working among pirates, answered he would find his mistake, and said he had seen many a warm day, but feared this would be the hottest. The brigantine turned up again, and coming stern, clapped the Rising Eagle aboard, a ship of 16 guns and the sternmost, though they entered their men. The Rising Eagle held them a warm dispute for 3/4 of an hour, in which Captain Chamberlain's chief mate and several others were killed. The purser was wounded, jumped over board, and drowned. In the meanwhile the other ships called to Captain Jago to board the pirate, who, bearing away, to clap him aboard. The pirate gave him a shot, which raked him fore and aft, and determined Captain Jago to get out of danger, for he run away with all the sail he could pack, though he was fitted out to protect the coast against pirates. His example was followed by the rest, everyone steering a different course. Thus they became masters of the Rising Eagle. I can't but take notice that the second mate of the Rising Eagle, after quarters were called for, fired from out of the forecastle, and killed 2 of the pirates, one of whom was the gunner's consort, who would have revenged his death by shooting the Métis. But several Irish and Scots, together with one Captain Thomas White, once a commander among the pirates, but then a private man, interposed and saved him, in regard that he was an Irishman. They examined the prisoners to know which was the ship came from Judah, for that had money on board, and having learned it was the Essex, they gave chase, came up with her, hoisted the bloody flag at the main mast head, fired 1 single gun, and she struck. Though the Essex was fitted for close quarters, there were not on board the brigantine above 20 hands, and the prize was a stern so far that her top mast scarce appeared out of the water. In chasing this ship, they passed the other 2, who held the fly of their ensigns in their hands, ready to strike. When the ship had struck, the captain of her asked who commanded that brigantine. He was answered, Captain Halsey. Asking again who was quartermaster, he was told, Nathaniel North, to whom he called, as he knew him very well. North, learning his name was Punt, said, "Captain Thomas Punt, I am sorry you are fallen into our hands." He was civilly treated, and nothing belonging to himself or the English gentlemen, who were passengers, touched D, though they made bold to lay hands on 40,000 L in money belonging to the ship. They had about 10,000 L in money out of the Rising Eagle. They discharged the Essex, and with the other prize in the brigantine, steered for Madagascar, where they arrived and shared their booty. Some of the passengers, who had been so well treated, came afterwards with a small ship from India, with license from the governor of Madras, called the Greyhound, loaden with necessaries, in hopes to barter with the pirates for the dry goods they had taken, and recover them at an easy rate. They were received very kindly. An invoice of their goods was asked. The goods agreed for, shared and paid in money and bale goods. In the meanwhile came in a ship from Scotland, called the Neptune, 26 guns, 54 men, commanded by Captain James Miller, with a design to slay, and to go thence to Batavia to dispose of her negroes, having a supercargo on board, brought up among the Dutch, and thence to Malacca, to take on board the cargo of a ship, called the Speedwell, lost on her return from China, but finding here another ship trading with the pirate seas, and having many necessaries, French brandy, Madeira wine, and English stout on board, Captain Miller thought it better to trade for money than slaves. The merchants of the Greyhound, nettled to see any but themselves take money, for the pirates never haggled about a price, told them they could not do the governor of Madras a more grateful piece of service than to make prize of the Neptune, which was a ship fit for their purpose. To which some of the Scotch and Irish answered, they had not best put such a design on foot, for if the company once got it into their heads to take one, they'd go nigh to take both ships. In a short time after came on a hurricane, which obliged the Neptune to cut away all her masts, and lost the 3 ships belonging to the pirates, which was their whole fleet. They having now no ship, and several of them no money, having been stripped at play, their thoughts were bent on the Neptune. The chief mate of her, Samuel Burgess, who had a spleen to the captain, joining privately with the pirates, among whom he died, got all the small masts and yards ashore, and the pirates being requested to find him proper trees for masting, told Captain Miller they had found such as would serve his turn, desiring he would take a number of hands ashore to get them down to the water, which he, suspecting no harm, accordingly did, and he and his men were seized, and the long boat detained ashore. The captain was forced to send for the second mate, and afterwards for the gunner. The mate, who was the captain's brother, went, but the gunner, suspecting foul play, refused. In the evening Burgess came on board, and advised the surrender of the ship, which, though but 16 were left on board, they scrupled, and proposed going under the cover of their own guns to fetch their top, masts, and yards, and with them to put to sea. But the chief mate Burgess, whose villainy was not then known, persuaded them to give up a ship they could neither defend nor sail, which was no small satisfaction to the merchants in the Greyhound, little thinking how soon they would meet with the same treatment. For 2 days after, the pirates manned the Neptune's pinnace, seized the Greyhound, took away all the money they had paid, and shifting out of the Neptune 10 pipes of Madeira, with 2 hogsheads of brandy, into the Greyhound, and putting on board the captain, second mate, boatswain and gunner of the Neptune, and about 14 of her hands, ordered her to sea. The rest of the Neptune's company being young men, fit for their purpose, they detained, most of which, by hard drinking, fell into distempers and died. As to Captain Halsey, while the Scotch ship was fitting, he fell ill of a fever, died, and was buried with great solemnity and ceremony. The prayers of the Church of England were read over him, colours were flying, and his sword and pistol laid on his coffin, which was covered with a ship's jack, as many minute guns fired as he was years old, viz. 46, and 3 English volleys, and 1 French volley of small arms. He was brave in his person, courteous to all his prisoners, lived beloved, and died regretted by his own people. His grave was made in a garden of watermelons, and fenced in with palisades to prevent his being rooted up by wild hogs, of which there are plenty in those parts. P.S. The Neptune seized as above was the year after Captain Halsey's death, ready to go to sea, but a hurricane happening she was lost, and proved the last ship that gang of pirates ever got possession of. Chap. Vis-a-vis of Captain Thomas White and his crew. He was born at Plymouth, where his mother kept a public house. She took great care of his education, and when he was grown up, as he had an inclination to the sea, procured him the king's letter. 1. After he had served some years on board a man of war, he went to Barbados, where he married, got into the merchant service, and designed to settle in the island. He had the command of the Marigold brigantine given him, in which he made 2 successful voyages to Guinea and back to Barbados. In his third, he had the misfortune to be taken by a French pirate, as were several other English ships, the masters and inferior officers of which they detained. Being in want of good artists, the brigantine belonging to White they kept for their own use, and sunk the vessel they before sailed in. But meeting with a ship on the Guinea coast, more fit for their purpose, they went on board her, and burnt the brigantine. It is not my business here to give an account of this French piracy, any farther than Captain White's story obliges me, though I beg leave to take notice of their barbarity to the English prisoners, for they would set them up as a butt or mark to shoot at, several of whom were thus murdered in cool blood. By way of diversion, White was marked out for a sacrifice by one of these villains, who, for I know not what reason, had sworn his death, which he escaped thus. One of the crew, who had a friendship for White, knew this fellow's design, to kill him in the night, and therefore advised him to lie between him and the ship's side, with intention to save him, which indeed he did, but was himself shot dead by the murderous villain, who mistook him for White. But this by the by. After some time cruising along the coast, the pirates doubled the Cape of Good Hope, and shaped their course for Madagascar, where, being drunk and mad, they knocked their ship on the head, at the south end of the island, at a place called by the natives Alexa. The country thereabouts was governed by a king, named Mafali. When the ship struck, not being White, Captain Borman, born in the Isle of Wight, White, formerly a lieutenant of a man of war, but in the merchant service when he fell into the hands of the pirates, Captain Bowen and some other prisoners got to the long boat, and with broken oars and barrel staves, which they found in the bottom of the boat, paddled to Augustin Bay. That is about 14 or 15 leagues from the wreck, where they landed, and were kindly received by the King of Baval, the name of that part of the island, who spoke good English. They stayed here a year and a half at the king's expense, who gave them a plentiful allowance of provision, as was his custom to all white men who met with any misfortune on his coast. His humanity not only provided for all such, but the first European vessel that came in it, he always obliged them to take in the unfortunate people, let the vessel be what it would, for he had no notion of any difference between pirates and merchants. At the expiration of the above term, a pirate brigantine came in, aboard which the king obliged them to enter, or travel by land to some other place, which they durst not do, and of two evils chose the least, that of going on board the pirate vessel, which was commanded by one William Reid, who received them very civilly. This commander went along the coast, and picked up what Europeans he could meet with there. His crew, however, did not exceed 40 men. He would have been glad of taking on board some of the wrecked Frenchmen, but for the barbarity they had used towards the English prisoners. However, it was impracticable, for the French, pretending to lord it over the natives, whom they began to treat inhumanly, were set upon by them, one half of their number cut off, and the other half made slaves. Reid, with this gang, and a brigantine of 60 tons, steered his course for the Gulf of Persia, where they met a grab, a one-masted vessel, of about 200 tons, which was made prize. They found nothing on board but bale goods, most of which they threw overboard to search for gold, and to make room in the vessel, but as they learned afterwards, they threw over in their search what they so greedily hunted after. For there was a considerable quantity of gold concealed in one of the bales they tossed into the sea. In this cruise Captain Reid fell ill and died. He was succeeded by one James, the brigantine being small, crazy, and worm-eaten. They shaped their course for the island of Mayotta, where they took out the masts of the brigantine, fitted up the grab, and made a ship of her. Here they took in a quantity of fresh provision, which is in this island very plentiful, and very cheap, and found a 12-oared boat, which formerly belonged to the Ruby East India man, which had been lost there. They stayed here all the Muson monsoon time, which is about 6 months, after which they resolved for Madagascar. As they came in with the land, they spied a sail coming round from the east side of the island. They gave chase on both sides, so that they soon met. They howled each other, and receiving the same answer from each vessel, viz., from the seas, they joined company. This vessel was a small French ship, loaden with liquors from Martinico, first commanded by one Forget, to trade with the pirates for slaves at Ambonavilla, on the east side the island in the lat. of 1730, and was by them taken after the following manner. The pirates, who were headed by George Booth, commander of the ship, went on board, as they had often done, to the number of 10, and carried money with them under pretense of purchasing what they wanted. This Booth had formerly been gunner of a pirate ship, called the Dolphin. Captain Forget was pretty much upon his guard, and searched every man as he came over the side, and a pair of pocket pistols were found upon a Dutchman, who was the first entered. The captain told him he was a rogue, and had a design upon his ship, and the pirates pretended to be so angry with this fellow's offering to come on board with arms, that they threatened to knock him on the head, and tossing him roughly into the boat, ordered him ashore, though they had before taken an oath on the Bible, either to carry the ship or die in the undertaking. They were all searched, but they, however, contrived to get on board 4 pistols, which were all the arms they had for the enterprise, though Forget had 20 hands on board, and his small arms on the awning to be ready. The captain invited them into the cabin to dinner, but Booth chose to dine with the petty officers, though one Johnson, Isaac, and another went down. Booth was to give the watchword, which was hurrah. He, pretending to make water over the side of the gunwale, laid his hand on the awning, and being a nimble fellow, at one spring threw himself upon it, drew the arms to him, fired his pistol forward among the men, one of whom he wounded, who, jumping over board, was lost, and gave the signal. 3, I said, were in the cabin, and 7 upon deck, who, with handspikes and the arms seized, secured the ship's crew. The captain and his 2 mates, who were at dinner in the cabin, hearing the pistol, fell upon Johnson, and stabbed him in several places with their forks, but they being silver, did him no great damage. Forget snatched his piece, which he snapped at Isaac's breast several times, but it would not go off. At last, finding his resistance vain, he submitted, and the Pirates set him, and those of his men who would not join them, on shore, allowing him to take his books, papers, and whatever else he claimed as belonging to himself, and besides treating him very humanely, gave him several casks of liquor, with arms and powder, to purchase provisions in the country. I hope this digression, as it was in a manner needful, will be excused. I shall now proceed. After they had taken in the Dolphin's company, which were on the island, and increased by that means their crew to the number of 80 hands, they sailed to St. Mary's, where Captain Misson's ship lay at anchor, between the island and the main. This gentleman and his whole ship's company had been cut off, at the instigation of Ort Van Tuyl, a Dutchman of New York. Out of her they took water casks and other necessaries, which having done, they designed for the river Mathelage, on the west side Madagascar, in the lat. of 16 or thereabouts, to salt up provisions and to proceed to the East Indies, cruise off the islands of St. John, and lie in wait for the more ships from Mocha. In their way to Mathelage they fell in, as I have said, on board of which was Captain White. They joined company, came to an anchor together in the above named river, where they had cleaned, salted up, taken in their provisions, and were ready to go to sea, when a large ship appeared in sight, and stood into the same river. The Pirates knew not whether she was a merchant, man or man of war. She had been the latter, belonging to the French king, and could mount 50 guns, but being taken by the English, she was bought by some London merchants, and fitted out from that port to slave at Madagascar, and go to Jamaica. The captain was a young unexperienced man, who was put in with a nurse. The Pirates sent their boats to speak with him, but the ship firing at them, they concluded it a man of war, and rowed to shore. The two pirates slipped and run ashore, the Grab standing in, and not keeping her wind so well as the French-built ship, run among a parcel of mangroves, and a stump piercing her bottom. She sunk. The other run aground, let go her anchor, and came to no damage, for the tide of flood fetched her off. The captain of the Speaker, for that was the name of the ship which frightened the Pirates, was not a little vain of having forced these two vessels ashore, though he did not know whether they were pirates or merchant men, and could not help expressing himself in these words: "How will my name ring on the exchange, when it is known I have run 2 pirates aground?" Which gave handle to a satirical return from one of his men, after he was taken, who said, "Lord, how our captain's name will ring on the exchange, when it is heard he frightened 2 pirate ships ashore, and was taken by their 2 boats afterwards. When the Speaker came within shot, she fired several at the 2 vessels, and when she came to an anchor, several more into the country, which alarmed the negroes, who, acquainting their king, he would allow him no trade, till the pirates living ashore, and who had a design on his ship, interceded for M, telling the king they were their countrymen, and what had happened was through a mistake, it being a custom among them to fire their guns by way of respect, and it was owing to the gunner of the ship's negligence that they fired shot. The captain of the Speaker sent his purser ashore to go up the country to the king, who lived about 24 miles from the coast, to carry a couple of small arms inlaid with gold, a couple of brass blunderbusses, and a pair of pistols, as presents, and to require trade. As soon as the purser was ashore, he was taken prisoner by one Tom Collins, a Welshman, born in Pembroke, who lived on shore, and had belonged to the charming Mary of Barbados, which went out with a commission, but was converted to a pirate. He told the purser he was his prisoner, and must answer the damage done to merchants who were slaving. The purser answered that he was not commander, that the captain was a hot, rash youth, put into a business by his friends, which he did not understand, but however, satisfaction should be made. He was carried by Collins on board Booth's ship, where, at first, he was talked to in pretty strong terms, but after a while very civilly used, and the next morning sent up to the king with a guide, and peace made for him, as already said. The king allowed them trade, and sent down the usual presents, a couple of oxen, between 20 and 30 people loaden with rice, and as many more with the country liquor, called toke. The captain then settled the factory on the shore side, and began to buy slaves and provisions. The pirates were among them, and had opportunities of sounding the men, and knowing in what posture the ship lay. They found by one Hugh man, belonging to the speaker, that there were not above 40 men on board, and that they had lost the second mate and 20 hands in the long boat on the coast before they came into this harbor, but that they kept a good look out, and had their guns ready primed. However, he, for £100, undertook to wet all the priming, and assist in the taking the ship. After some days the captain of the speaker came on shore, and was received with a great deal of civility by the heads of the pirates, having agreed before to make satisfaction. In a day or two after, he was invited by them to eat a barbecued shoot, which invitation he accepted. After dinner, Captain Bowen, who was, I have already said, a prisoner on board the French pirate, but now become one of the fraternity, and master of the grab, went out, and returned with a case of pistols in his hand, and told the captain of the speaker, whose name I won't mention, that he was his prisoner. He asked, upon what account? Bowen answered, they wanted a ship. His was a good one, and they were resolved to have her, to make amends for the damage he had done them. In the meanwhile his boat's crew, and the rest of his men ashore, were told by other of the pirates, who were drinking with them, that they were also prisoners. Some of them answered, Zay, est. We don't trouble our heads what we are. Let's have t'other bowl of punch. A watchword was given, and no boat to be admitted on board the ship. This word, which was for that night, Coventry, was known to them. At 8 o'clock they manned the 12 or D boat, and they found at Mayotta, with 24 men, and set out for the ship. When they were put off, the captain of the speaker desired them to come back. He wanted to speak with them. Captain Booth asked what he wanted. He said, they could never take his ship. Then said Booth, we'll die in or alongside of her, but if you will go with safety, don't board on the larboard side, for there's a gun out of the steerage loaden with partridge. 2 will clear the decks. They thanked him, and proceeded. When they were near the ship, they were hailed, and the answer was, Coventry. All well, said the mate. Get the lights over the side, but spying the second boat, he asked what boat that was. One answered, it was a raft of water. Another, that it was a boat of beef. This disagreement in the answers made the mate suspicious, who cried out, Pirates, take to your arms, my lads, and immediately clapped a match to a gun, which, as the priming was before wet, by the treachery of Hugh man, only fizzed, they boarded in the instant, and made themselves masters of her, without the loss of a man on either side. The next day they put necessary provisions on board the French-built ship, and gave her to the captain of the Speaker, and those men who would go off with him, among whom was Man, who had betrayed his ship, for the Pirates had both paid him the 100 agreed and kept his secret. The captain, having thus lost his ship, sailed in that the pirates gave him, for Johanna, where he fell ill and died with grief. 3. The Pirates having here victualled, they sailed for the bay of St. Augustine, where they took in between 70 and 80 men, who had belonged to the ship Alexander, commanded by Captain James, a pirate. They also took up her guns, and mounted the Speaker with 54, which made up their number 240 men besides slaves, of which they had about 20. From hence they sailed for the East Indies, but stopped at Zanzibar for fresh provisions, where the Portuguese had once a settlement, but now inhabited by Arabians. Some of them went ashore with the captain to buy provisions. The captain was sent for by the governor, who went with about 14 in company. They passed through the guard, and when they were entered the governor's house, they were all cut off, and, at the same time, others who were in different houses of the town were set upon, which made them fly to the shore. The long boat, which lay off at a grappling, was immediately put in by those who looked after her. There were not above half a dozen of the pirates who brought their arms ashore, but they plied them so well, for they were in the boat, that most of the men got into her. The quartermaster ran down sword in hand, and though he was attacked by many, he behaved himself so well that he got into a little canoe, put her off, and reached the long boat dial. In the interim, the little fort the Arabians had played upon the ship, which returned the salute very warm. Thus they got on board, with the loss of Captain Booth and 20 men, and set sail for the East Indies. When they were under sail, they went to voting for a new captain, and a quartermaster, who had behaved so well in the last affair with the Arabians, was chosen, but he declining all command, the crew made choice of Bowen for captain, Pickering to succeed him as master, Samuel Herold, a Frenchman, for quartermaster, and Nathaniel North for captain's quartermaster Toriel. Things being thus settled, they came to the mouth of the Red Sea, and fell in with 13 sail of Moor's ships, which they kept company with the greater part of the day, but were afraid to venture on them, as they took them for Portuguese men of war. At length part were for boarding, and advised it. The captain, though he said little, did not seem inclined, for he was but a young pirate, though an old commander of a merchant man. Those who pushed for boarding then desired Captain Borman, already mentioned, to take the command, but he said he would not usurp on any, that nobody was more fit for it than he who had it, that, for his part, he would stand by his fusil, and went forward to the forecastle, with such as would have had him taken the command, to be ready to board, on which the captain's quartermaster said, if they were resolved to engage, their captain, whose representative he was, did not want resolution. Therefore, he ordered them to get their tacks on board, for they had already made a clear ship, and get ready for board, which they accordingly did. And coming up with the sternmost ship, they fired a broadside into her, which killed 2 Moors, clapped her on board and carried her. But night coming on, they made only this prize, which yielded them 500 well per man. From hence they sailed to the coast of Malabar. The adventures of these pirates on this coast are already set down in Captain Bowen's life, to which I refer the reader, and shall only observe, Captain White was all this while afore the mast. Being a forced man from the beginning, Bowen's crew dispersing, Captain White went to Mathalage, where he lived ashore with the king, not having any opportunity of getting off the island, till another pirate ship, called the Prosperous, commanded by one Thomas Howard, who had been bred a lighterman on the river of Thames, came in. This ship was taken at Augustin by some pirates from shore, and the crew of their own long boat, which joined them, at the instigation of one Ranton, boatswain's mate, who was sent for water. They came on board in the night and surprised her, though not without resistance, in which the captain and chief mate was killed, and several others wounded, the particulars of which will be found in Howard's Life. Those who were ashore with Captain White, resolving to enter in this ship, determined him to go also, rather than be left alone with the natives, hoping by some accident or other to have an opportunity of returning home. He continued on board this ship, in which he was made quartermaster, till they met with, and all went on board of Bowen, as is set down in his life, in which ship he continued after Bowen left them, as shall be mentioned in the appendix. At Port Dauphin, he went off in the boat to fetch some of the crew left ashore, the ship being blown to sea the night before. The ship not being able to get in, and he supposing her gone to the west side of the island, as they had formerly proposed, he steered that course in his boat with 26 men. They touched at Augustin expecting the ship, but she not appearing in a week. The time they waited, the king ordered him to be gone, telling him they imposed on him with lies, for he did not believe they had any ship. However, he gave them fresh provision. They took in water and made for Mathalage. Here, he sailed, as Captain White was known to the king. They were kindly received, and stayed about a fortnight in expectation of their ship, but she not appearing, they raised their boat, a streak, salted up the provisions the king gave them, put water aboard, and stood for the north end of the island, designing to go round, believing their ship might be at the island of St. Mary. When they came to the north end, the current, which sets to the northwest for 8 months in the year, was so strong, they found it impossible to get round. Wherefore they got into a harbor, of which there are many for small vessels. Here they stayed about 3 weeks or a month, when part of the crew were for burning the boat, and for traveling overland to a black king of their acquaintance, whose name was Reberimbo, who lived at a place called Manangaromasi, in the latitude of 15, or thereabouts. As this king had been several times assisted by the whites in his wars, he was a great friend to them. Captain White dissuaded them from this undertaking, and, with much ado, saved the boat. But one half of the men being resolved to go by land, they took what provisions they thought necessary, and set out. Captain White, and those who stayed with him, convoyed him a day's journey, and then, returning, he got into the boat with his companion, and went back to Mathalage, fearing these men might return, prevail with the rest, and burn the boat. Here he built a deck on his boat, and lay by 3 months, in which time there came in 3 pirates with a boat, who had formerly been trepanned on board the Severn and Scarborough men of war, which had been looking for pirates on the east side, from which ships they made their escape at Mohila, in a small canoe to Johanna, and from Johanna to Mayata, where the king built him the boat which brought him to Mathalage. The time of the current setting with violence to the north-west being over, they proceeded together in White's boat, burning that of Mayata to the north end, where the current running yet too strong to get round. They went into a harbor and stayed there a month, maintaining themselves with fish and wild hog, of which there was great plenty. At length, having a slatch of fine weather, and the strength of the current abating, they got round, and after sailing about 40 miles on the east, side. They went into a harbor, where they found a piece of a jacket, which they knew belonged to one of those men who had left aiming to go overland. He had been a forest man, and a ship carpenter. This they supposed he had torn to wrap round his feet, that part of the country being barren and rocky. As they sailed along this coast, they came to an anchor in convenient harbors every night, till they got as far as Manangaromasai, where King Riberimbo resided, where they went in to inquire for their men, who left 'em at the north end, and to recruit with provisions. The latter was given 'em, but they could have no information of their companions. From hence they went to the island of St. Gay, Mary, where a canoe came off to Em with a letter directed to any white man. They knew it to be the hand of one of their former shipmates. The contents of this letter was to advise him to be on their guard, and not trust too much to the blacks of this place, they having been formerly treacherous. They inquired after their ship, and was informed that the company had given her to the Moors, who were gone away with her, and that they themselves were settled at Ambonavoula, about 20 leagues to the southward of St. Mary's, where they lived among the Negroes as so many sovereign princes. One of the blacks, who brought off the letter, went on board their boat, carried them to the place called Olumba, a point of land made by a river on one side, and the sea on the other, where 12 of them lived together in a large house they had built, and fortified with about 20 pieces of cannon. The rest of them were settled in small companies of about 12 or 14 together, more or less up the said river, and along the coast, every nation by itself, as the English, French, Dutch, and sea. They made enquiry of their consorts after the shares of prizes which belonged to them, and they found all very justly laid by to be given them, if ever they returned, as were what belonged to the men who went over land. Captain White, hankering after home, proposed going out again in the boat, for he was averse to settling with them, and many others agreed to go under his command, and if they could not meet with a ship to carry them to Europe, to follow their old vocation. But the others did not think it reasonable he should have the boat, but that it should be set to sail for the benefit of the company. Accordingly, it was set up, and Captain White bought it for 400 pieces of 8, and with some of his old consorts, whose number was increased by others of the ship's crew, he went back the way he had come, to Mathalage. Here he met with a French ship of about 50 tons and 6 guns. She had been taken by some pirates who lived at Marathon, on the east side of the island, and some of the de Grave East Indiaman's crew, to whom the master of her refused a passage to Europe, for as he had himself been a pirate and quarter master to Bowen in the Speaker, he apprehended their taking away his ship. War being then between England and France, he thought they might do it without being called in question as pirates. The pirates who had been concerned in taking Harold's ship, for that was his name, had gone up the country, and left her to the men belonging to the de Grave, who had fitted her up, cleaned and tallowed her, and got in some provision, with a design to go to the East Indies, that they might light on some ship to return to their own country. Captain White, finding these men, proposed their joining him and going round to Ambonavoula to make up a company, which they agreed to and unanimously chose him commander. They accordingly put to sea, and stood away round the south end of the island, and touched at Mascarenas, where he took in a surgeon, and stretching over again to Madagascar, fell in with Ambonavoula, and made up his complement 60 men. From hence he shaped his course for the island of Mayotta, where he cleaned his ship, and stayed for the season to go into the Red Sea, his provisions being taken in the time proper, and the ship well fitted. He steered for Babel Mandel, and running into a harbor waited for the Mocha ships. He here took 2 grabs loaden with provision, and having some small money and drugs aboard, these he plundered of what was for his turn, kept 'em a fortnight by him, and then let them go. Soon after they spied a tall ship, upon which they put to sea. But finding her Europe built, and too strong to attempt, for it was a Dutchman, they gave over the chase, and were glad to shake him off, and return to their state. Fancying they were here discovered from the coast of Arabia, or that the Grabs had given information of them, they stood over for the Ethiopian shore, keeping a good lookout for the Mocha ships. Few days after they met with a large ship of about 1,000 tons and 600 men, called the Malabar, which they chased, kept company with all night, and took in the morning, with the loss only of their boatswain, and 2 or 3 men wounded. In the taking this ship, they damaged their own so much, by springing their fore master, carrying away their bolt, sprit, and beating in part of their upper works, that they did not think her longer fit for their use, therefore filled her with prisoners, gave them provision, and sent them away. Some days after this, they spied a Portuguese man-of-war of 44 guns, which they chased, but gave it over, by carrying away their maintopmast, so that they did not speak with her, for the Portuguese took no notice of them. 4 days after they had left this man-of-war, they fell in with a Portuguese merchant man, which they chased with the English colors flying, the chase taking white for an English man-of-war, or East India man, made no sail to get from him, but on his coming up brought to, and sent his boat on board with a present of sweet meats for the English captain. His boat's crew was detained, and the pirates getting into his boat with their arms, went on board, and fired on the Portuguese, who being surprised, asked if war was broke out between England and Portugal. They answered in the affirmative, but the captain could not believe them. However, they took what they liked, and kept him with them. After 2 days they met with the Dorothy, an English ship, Captain Penruddock commander, coming from Mocha Dal. They exchanged several shot in the chase, but when they came alongside her, they entered their men, and found no resistance, she being navigated by Moors, no Europeans except the officers being on board. On a vote they gave Captain Penruddock, from whom they took a considerable quantity of money, the Portuguese ship and cargo, with what bales he pleased to take out of his own, bid him go about his business, and make what he could of her. As to the English ship, they kept her for their own use. Soon after they plundered the Malabar ship, out of which they took as much money as came to 200 LN sterling a man, but missed 50,000 checkins, which were hid in a jar under a cow stall, kept for the giving milk to the Moor supercargo and ancient man. They then put the Portuguese and Moor prisoners on board the Malabar, and sent them about their business. The day after they had sent them away, one Captain Benjamin Stacy, in a ketch of 6 guns, fell into their hands. They took what money he had, and what goods and provisions they wanted. Among the money were $500, a silver mug and 2 spoons belonging to a couple of children on board, and under the care of Stacy. The children took on for their loss, and the captain, asking the reason of their tears, was answered by Stacy that the above sum and plate was all the children had to bring them up. Captain White made a speech to his men, and told them it was cruel to rob the innocent children, upon which, by unanimous consent, all was restored them again. Besides, they made a gathering among themselves, and made a present to Stacy's matey, and other, his inferior officers, and about $120 to the children. They then discharged Stacy and his crew, and made the best of their way out of the Red Sea. They came into the Bay of Dhofar, where they found a ketch at an anchor, which the people had made prize of, by seizing the master and boat's crew ashore. They found a French gentleman, one Monsieur Berger, on board, whom they carried with them, took out about $2,000, and sold the ketch to the chief ashore for provision. Hence they sailed for Madagascar, but touched at Mascarenas, where several of them went ashore with their booty, about 1,200 L a man. Here, taking in fresh provision, White steered for Madagascar, and fell in with Hopeful Point, where they shared their goods, and took up settlements ashore, where White built a house, bought cattle, took off the upper deck of his ship, and was fitting her up for the next season. When she was near, ready for sea, Captain John Halsey, who had made a broken voyage, came in with a brigantine, which, being a proper vessel for their turn, they desisted from working on the ship, and Othosei, who had a mind for fresh adventures, went on board Halsey, among whom Captain White entered afore the mast. At his return to Madagascar, White was taken ill of a flux, which in about 5 or 6 months ended his days. Finding his time was drawing nigh, he made his will, left several legacies, and named 3 men of different nations, guardian to a son he had by a woman of the country, requiring he might be sent to England with the money he left him, by the first English ship, to be brought up in the Christian religion in hopes he might live a better man than his father. He was buried with the same ceremony they use at the funerals of their companions, which is mentioned in the account of Halsey. Some years after an English ship touching there, the guardians faithfully discharged their trust and put him on board with the captain, who brought up the boy with care, acting by him as became a man of probity and honor. Chapter 7 The of Captain Thomas Howard and his crew. We have said in another life, viz. White's, that he was a lighterman on the River Thames. His father was of the business, and had the character of a very honest man. After his father's decease, he grew very extravagant, and squandered away not only what he had left his son, but what he had allotted for his widow, mother to our adventurer, whose indulgence putting everything into her son's hands was followed by being herself turned out of doors, for he sold the house over her head. After having ruined himself and mother, his friends, fearing the wickedness of his inclinations would bring a scandal upon them, persuaded him to go to sea and procured him a voyage to Jamaica on board a merchant ship. At this island he ran away from his ship, and associating himself with some desperate fellows, they stole a canoe and went away to the Grand Caymanes to join some others of their own stamp, who lurked thereabouts, with design to go on the account, the term for pirating. They met those they looked for, made up a company of 20 men, surprised and made themselves masters of a turtling sloop, and set out in search of booty. The first prizes they made were only turtlers, which, however, increased the number of their crew, some being willing to join them, others being forced, with threats of being set ashore on some desolate quay. They after some time cruising met with an Irish brigantine, who had provisions and servants on board. They made an exchange with the master, gave him provision to carry him to Jamaica, and allowed 5 hands to go with him. The rest, except the servants, who readily took on with the pirates, were all forced. Not long after, they surprised a sloop which had been trading on the Spanish coast, as she had 6 guns, and was a fit vessel for their turn. They chained her against the brigantine. Several hands belonging to this sloop entered volunteers, and several more were obliged to join them by compulsion. After this capture they steered for the coast of Virginia, and in their way met with a large New England brigantine, loaden with provisions, bound for Barbados. This they made prize of, and shifting their own guns on board her, sent the master away in the sloop, after forcing some of his men with them. They had now a vessel of 10 guns, and a crew of 80 men, of whom one James was captain, and Howard quartermaster. While they lay on the coast of Virginia, they made prize of several ships from England, out of which they took men, liquors, provisions, clothes, and whatever else they either liked or thought necessary. As these ships had several felons on board, who were transports, they had out of them a number of volunteers, beside forced men, so that they had a large complement. Among other Virginia ships which fell into their hands, they made prize, with little trouble, of a fine galley, mounted with 24 guns, which afforded them a great many volunteers, as she had a number of transported malefactors and servants on board. They changed their brigantine for this ship, and soon after, the man of war, which waited on this coast, heaving in sight, they thought proper to take their departure. From the coast of Virginia, they shaped their course for that of Guinea, where they took a great many ships of different nations, all which they rifled of what they thought fit. Out of these ships they forced on board a number of men, equal to the number of those formerly compelled, who desired, and whom they permitted, to be discharged. After much entreaty, after they had been some months on the coast, they spied a large 3-deck Portuguese ship from Brazil, mounted with 36 guns. They gave chase and came up with her. The captain would make no resistance, but his mate, who was an Englishman, named Rutland, thinking it shame to give up such a ship, resolved to defend her, which the Portuguese captain consented to, but went himself out of harm's way. Rutland, who had been master of an English brigantine, taken from him on the same coast by another gang of pirates, fought them the better part of a forenoon. But the Portuguese flying the deck, and only 30 men, who were English, Dutch, and French, standing by him, he was obliged to ask quarters, which were given. When the pirates came on board, they asked Rutland if he was commander. He answered, no. They inquired after him, and being told he was somewhere in the hold, they searched and found him hid in the powder room, whence they hauled him up and whipped him round the deck for his cowardice. Rutland and those who fought the ship they forced on board, and their complement being now 180 men, they exchanged their galley for the Portuguese ship, carried her in shoal, and ripping off her upper deck, made her deep-waisted and much snugger by cutting down some of her gunwale. This prize they named the Alexander. They went down the coast in this ship, and made several prizes, some of which they discharged, and put on board such of their forced men as begged their discharge. Others they sunk, and burnt others, but forced on board all carpenters, caulkers, armorers, surgeons, and musicians, in their way to Cape Lopez, where they designed, and afterwards did clean. They found a large Bristol ship at an anchor, which had lost a great many men by sickness, and had then but few healthy on board, who got into the boat, and endeavored to get to shore, but were prevented by the pirates. Here they changed some more of their forced men, and did intend to change their ship, but on a survey, found the Bristol man too old for their purpose, and therefore left her at an anchor. After they had taken what they thought of use to them, this ship belonged to one Mr. Godley of Bristol. They met with nothing else in their way to Cape Lopez, where they cleaned their ship, took in wood and water, and then stood away to sea again. At their leaving Cape Lopez they spied an English ship, which they came up with and engaged. The merchantman made an obstinate defense, and finding the design to board, made to close quarters. Howard and 7 or 8 more entered, but the pirates' boatswain not having secured his lashing, they fell astern, and left these men on board the merchant ship, who, seeing themselves in danger, hauled up the boat, which the chase had astern, and cutting the rope, got on board the Alexander, which being considerably the larger ship, and drawing a great deal more water, stuck on an unknown bank, which the merchant man went over, and by this lucky accident escaped. This obliged the pirates to start their water, and throw over the wood to get the ship off, which put him under a necessity of going back to Cape Lopez to take in those necessaries. After having a second time wooded and watered, they put again to sea, fell in with, and took 2 Portuguese brigantines, which they burnt, and setting the men on shore, they made for and doubled the Cape of Good Hope, and shaped their course for Madagascar, where to the northward of, and 40 mile from, the Bay of Augustin, and near a small island, they run the ship on a reef, where she stuck fast. The captain being then sick in his bed, the men went ashore on the small adjacent island, and carried off a great deal of provision and water to lighten the ship, on board of which none but the captain, the quarter master, and about 11 more were left. The quarter master, who was Howard, with the others, took all the treasure, and put it on board the boats, made off for the main of Madagascar. The captain, hearing no body stir upon deck, made shift to crawl out of his cabin, and seeing them put off, fired the 2 for chase guns at 'em, which alarmed, to no purpose, the men ashore. As the sea ebbed, the ship lay dry, and they could walk to her from the island. She might have been saved had they had the boats to carry out an anchor, but for want of them they brought everything ashore, at tide of flood, upon rafts. As the ship lay in a quiet place, they had opportunity to rip her up and build a vessel out of her wreck, the major part of the crew being English and Dutch, who sided together. They forced about 36 Portuguese and French, thinking the crew too numerous for their provisions in their present circumstances, to get upon a raft, and take their chance with the sea breeze to get to the island of Madagascar, about 3 leagues from them. They finished a vessel of 60 tons, but the day they designed to have launched her, a pirate brigantine hove in sight, who took 'em on board. Howard and his consort stood along the west side of the island, with design around the north end, and to go to St. Mary's, but finding the current too strong to stem, they lay there about a fortnight. In the interim, they spied 3 sail of tall ships, which were men of war under Commodore Littleton, the Anglesea, Hastings, and Lizard, who had carried a part into the island of St. Mary, accepted of by many of the pirates. Thinking these might be also pirates, they made a smoke, which brought the boats ashore. But finding they were men of war's boats, the pirates thought fit to abscond. Wherefore, finding nothing, nor anybody, the said men of war's boats returned, and the ships kept their crews. 1. They had here plenty of fish and wild hogs, which they found in the wood. One day, when Howard was hunting, his comrades took the opportunity, went off, rounded the north end, and left Mr. Howard to provide for himself. About 4 or 25 leagues from the Cape, they went into a fine harbor on the east side, not frequented, nay, hardly known to the European ships. They were here received handsomely, treated and provided with fresh meat, and what necessaries they wanted, by the king of this district, whose name was Mushmango, who had formerly been driven from Augustin by war, and traveling through the heart of the country, had there fixed his settlement. When the boats were victualled, and while Johnson, who took on him the command after they had deserted Howard, was ashore with 3 more, the rest went off with the boats and booty, and stood away to the southward, along the coast, designing for St. Mary's, going every night into some harbor, or coming to an anchor under some point when the winds proved contrary. Johnson addressed himself to the king, and told him the boat and goods were his property, upon which he went along shore with a number of men, and found the boat at an anchor, and all asleep, except one to look out, at whom the king fired his blunderbuss, and killed him. The report of the piece awakened the others, who cut and stood off the coast. The king returned, gave Johnson an account of his expedition, and furnished him a canoe, some calabashes of fresh water, provisions, and lances, that he might pursue after his people. Johnson kept the shore on board till he came to the island of St. Mary, where he heard his comrade fugitives were gone to. and settled at Ambonavala, in a village belonging to the natives on the river of Manansalang. Leaving his canoe, he went into one belonging to an inhabitant, who carried him to his companions. After he had been here some few months, Forget, already mentioned in White's life, came in with his ship from Martinico. With this vessel, they sailed to the west side, and came to an anchor at an island called Anquala, 30 leagues from the place where they left Howard. Some of the subjects of the king of Anquala had before met with Orr, and brought hither Captain Howard, who seeing the ship at an anchor near shore, led her, and desired the boat might be sent to fetch him off, which was accordingly done, and he joined the rest of the crew. Here 2 boys ran away from them, whom they demanded of the king, but he not delivering them, they went ashore by day break, surprised his town, and brought off 12 of his concubines, whom they detained on board, till their boys, who were blacks, were returned, and then delivered them back. From this ship he went on board the Speaker, where he continued till she was lost on Mauritius, when he came back to Madagascar, and settled at Augustin. Here he stayed till the Prosperous, a ship of 36 guns, commanded by Captain Hilliard, came in, which Howard and some other pirates, with the assistance of the boatswain and some of the crew belonging to the ship, seized. In the taking this ship, the captain and his chief mate were killed, and several others wounded. Howard was by the company declared captain. Several of the ship's crew took on with them, and they went round the south end to the east side, till they came the length of Marathon, where they found some of the Speaker's company, whom they took on board, and made up their complement about 70 men. From hence they steered for the island of St. Mary, where they heeled their ship, watered, wooded, and shipped some more hands. Here they had an invitation from one Ort Van Tylet, who lived on the main of Madagascar, to come to the ceremony of christening 2 of his children. They were kindly received and treated by him, but it having been reported that this Ort Van Tyle had murdered some pirates, they, in revenge, though they had no certainty of the fact, took him prisoner, plundered his house, and what goods they could not take off in a great canoe belonging to him, they threw into the river or burnt. Ort Van Tyle they designed to carry on board, and hang at a yard arm. But one of the pirates helped him to escape, and he took into the woods, where meeting some of his blacks, he laid his canoe, and Howard's pinnace by the river side. Besides what goods they had on board of this Dutchman's, they had several women and children belonging to him, and some white men, who had left them under his care. The pirate set the women to the paddles, and the canoe was over. Sat on the bar, Ort Van Tyle fired on the men, and shot one through the arm and through the thigh, whom with his comrade he took prisoner, and kept with him. The rest of the men got ashore on the south side the river, and escaped him. The women on the north side, and returned home. When the pinnace came down, he fired and shot the captain through the arm, but he got on board, where his arm was set. After this, the Prosperous sailed for Mathalage, where they victualled, with a design to go to the East Indies. While he lay here, came in a large Dutch ship, well manned, and of 40 guns. The Prosperous was not strong enough to attack her, and the Dutch, fearing he should spoil his trade, would not meddle with Captain Howard, though hard words passed, and the Dutchman threatened to fall foul on him if he did not leave the place, which Howard thought fit to do, and sailed to Mayotta. Few days after the departure of the Prosperous, Captain Bowen, in the Scotch ship, his speedy return, came in, anchored within small arm, shot, and right head of the Dutchman, whom he saluted with 11 guns, shot and all, which the other returned, with 15 after the same manner, drums beating, and trumpets sounding, on both sides. The Dutchman, however, was surprised, and under apprehensions. He held the pirate, and answer was returned from the seas. He then bid 'em send their boat on board, which accordingly went with the quarter-master, who told the captain that they had no design on him, but were going against the Moors, and came in for provision. He replied, they could get none there, and the best way was to be gone. However, the quarter-master went ashore, where the Dutch had made his factory, and had some goods, and shot down 3 oxen, which he ordered the natives to help to cut in pieces. The Dutchman, perceiving a friendship between the natives and pirates, seeing Bowen full of men, and hearing 2 more pirates were expected, thought fit to go off in the night, and leave the goods he had put on shore. Few days after seizing the goods, Bowen went for Mayotta, where he joined the Prosperous, and lay for the season to go to the East Indies. After some stay here, their salt provisions perishing, they returned to Madagascar to revictual Bowen to St. Augustine and Howard, on board of whose ship was Captain Woolley, taken, as is said in Bowen's life, to Mathelage, agreeing to meet at the island of St. John's, to lie for the Moors' fleet, where, after some disappointments, they met, and got sight of the Moors' fleet, one of which fell a prize to Bowen. But the Prosperous, being a heavy sailor, did not come up with them till they were at an anchor at the bar of Surat, where they waited to lighten. The Moors, seeing few hands on board, for Howard concealed his men, and not imagining a pirate would venture up, they concluded him an English East India man. Howard clapped the largest on board, which stood him a smart engagement, and killed him about 30 men. At length the pirates forced Captain Woolley, who spoke the Moors' language, to go on board and offer quarters, which they accepted. There was on board this prize a nobleman belonging to the great Mogul, who had been at Jutta to buy horses for his master. The prize yielded them a great booty, though they found but part of the money which was on board. They intended to carry her to Madagascar, but her bowsprit being wounded in the boarding, she lost all her masts, wherefore they set her adrift, and she ran ashore at Damon, belonging to the Portuguese. From hence he steered to the Malabar coast, where he met Bowen and his prize, which mounted 56 guns. Here a dispute arose, as shall be mentioned in the appendix of Bowen's life. Both crews went on board Bowen, sunk the Prosperous, and burnt the Scotch ship, called the Speedy Return. Hence they stood along the coast of India, and Howard, with about 20 more, landed with what they had, and retired among the natives, where Howard married a woman of the country, and being a morose ill-natured fellow, and using her ill, he was murdered by her relations. Map of Africa and Madagascar by Herman Moll, from Atlas Geographus, Volume 4, 1714. Chap. D. 8 of Captain David Williams and his crew. This man was born in Wales of very poor parents, who bred him up to the plough and the following of sheep, the only things he had any notion of till he went to sea. He was never esteemed among the pirates as a man of good natural parts, perhaps on account of his ignorance of letters up. For, as he had no education, he knew as little of the sailing a ship, set aside the business of a full-mast man, as he did of history, in which, and natural philosophy, he was equally versed. He was of a morose, sour, unsociable temper, very choleric, and easily resented as an affront What a brave and a more knowing man would not think worth notice. But he was not cruel. Neither did he turn pirate from a wicked or avaricious inclination, but by necessity. And we may say, though he was no forced man, he could not well avoid that life he fell into. When he was grown a lusty lad, he would see the world, and go seek his fortune, as the term is among the country youths, who think fit to withdraw themselves from the subjection of their parents. So, with this whim in his head, he got to Chester, where he was received, and sailed on board a coaster, till he had made himself acquainted with the rigging, learned to knot, splice, and do the other parts of a common sailor's duty. Then, coming to London, he shipped himself on board the Merry Indiaman, bound for Bengal and Madras, which voyage he performed outward. And it was not his fault that he did not come home in the same ship, for so, in her return, falling short of water, they steered for the island of Madagascar, and fell in with the east side, in the lat. of 20, or thereabouts. The captain manned and sent ashore the long boat to seek for water, but a large surf running, she came to an anchor, at some little distance from shore, and David Williams with another, being both good swimmers, stripped and swam off in search of water. While they were ashore, the wind which blew full upon the island freshening, the surf ran too high for them to get off, and the long boat, after waiting some time, seeing no possibility of getting these men on board, weighed and stood for the ship, which filled her sails and stood for St. Augustine's Bay, where she watered and proceeded on her voyage. Thus our poor Welshman and his companion were left destitute on an island altogether unknown to them, without clothes or subsistence, but what the fruits of the trees offered. They rambled some little time along the coast, and were met with by the natives, and by them carried up into the country, where they were humanely treated, and provided with all the necessaries of life, though this was not sufficient to expel his consort's melancholy, who took his being left behind so much to heart, that he sickened and died in a very little time. Some time after, the prince of the country, who entertained Williams, had a quarrel with a neighboring king, which broke into a war. Williams took the field with his patron, but the enemy being superior in number, got the victory, and took a great many prisoners, among whom was the unfortunate Welshman. The king, whose prisoner he was, treated him very kindly, and being master of an old musket, gave it him, saying, such arms were better in the hands of a white man than in those of any of his subjects, who were not so much used to them, that he should be his friend and companion, and should fare as well as himself, if he would assist him in his wars. It will not be amiss here to take notice, that this island, on the east side, is divided into a great number of principalities or kingdoms, which are almost in continual war one with another, the grounds of which are very trivial, for they will pick a quarrel with a neighbor, especially if he has a number of cattle, in which, and slaves, consist their riches, on the slightest occasion, that may have an opportunity of plunder. And when a battle or two is lost, the conquered makes his peace, by delivering up such a certain number of bullocks and slaves as shall be demanded by the victorious prince. On the west side the island, the principalities are mostly reduced under one prince, who resides near Mathalage, and who is, as we have said in the lives of other pirates, a great friend to white men, for his father, who founded his empire by the assistance of the Europeans, left it in charge with his son, to assist them with what necessaries they should require, and do them all friendly offices. But if he disobeyed this command, and should ever fall out with the white men, or spill any of their blood, he threatened to come again, turn him out of his kingdom, and give it to his younger brother. These menaces had a very great effect upon him, for he firmly believed his father would, on his disobedience, put them in execution, for there is not on earth a race of men equally superstitious. But, to return to Williams, he lived with this prince in great tranquillity, and was very much esteemed by him, for necessity taught him complacence. After some time, his new patron was informed that his vanquished enemy had formed a grand alliance in order to make war upon him. Wherefore, he resolved to begin and march into the countries of the Allies, and ravage the nearest before they could join their forces. He raised an army, and accordingly marched southward. At the news of his approach, the inhabitants abandoned all the small towns, and sending messengers to their friends, raised a considerable body to oppose him, suffering him to run a great deal of ground without molestation. At length being reinforced, they took their opportunity, and setting upon him when his men were fatigued, and his army encumbered with booty, they gained a signal victory. The king had the good luck to get off, but Williams was a second time taken prisoner. He was carried before the conqueror, who, having been an eye-witness of his bravery, for Williams killed a number of his enemies with his shot, and behaved very well, defending himself with the butt end of his musket for some time, when he was surrounded, reached him his hand, and told him he made war with his enemies only, that he did not esteem the white men such, but should be glad of their friendship. Here Williams was used with more respect than he had been even by his last patron, and lived with this prince some years. But a war breaking out, he was routed in a set battle, in which Williams was his companion. In the pursuit the poor Welshman, finding he could not get off, clapped his musket at the foot of a tree, and climbing up it, he capitulated. He was now terribly afraid of being cut to pieces, for he had shot and wounded a great number of the enemy. They however, promised him good quarters, and kept their word. The king of Maritan, who took him, used him as well as any of the former had done, and carried him always with him to the wars, in which fortune was more propitious, for the parties Williams commanded had constantly the better of their enemies, and never returned but with great booties of cattle and slaves, for all the prisoners they take are so, till redeemed, though these prisoners are, for the most part, women and children, they seldom giving quarters to any other. The fame of his bravery and success spread itself round the country, and his name alone was so terrible that the giving out he was at the head of any party was giving the enemies an overthrow without a battle. This reaching the ears of Dempeno, a mighty prince who lived 200 miles from him, and who had several petty princes tributaries, he sent an ambassador to demand the white man. But his patron, who had no mind to part with him, denied that he had any white man with him, that he who was called so was a native of the country. For the reader's better understanding this passage, I must inform him that there is a race of what they call white men, who have been settled on Madagascar, time out of mind, and are descended from the Arabs, but, mixing with the Negroes, have propagated a race of mulattoes, who differ in nothing from the manner of living of the black natives. To proceed, the ambassador desired to see this man, and Williams coming to him, being extremely tanned, he had passed for what he was reported, had he been before apprised of what had been said, to have answered accordingly, for he spoke the language perfectly, or had the ambassador not examined him, who, after he had some time viewed him, asked of what country he was, and whether it was true that he was one of Madagascar. Williams answered, He was an Englishman, and was left in the country, relating the particulars, as I have already set them down, adding, he had been 5 years in the island. The ambassador then told the king that he must send the white man with him, for such were the orders of his master, the great Dempeno, who was lord over most of the kings on the country where he resided, and that it would be dangerous for him to disobey the commands of so great a monarch. The king answered, those who were subject to Dempeno ought to obey his commands, but, for him, he knew no man greater than himself, therefore should receive laws from none. And with this answer dismissed the ambassador, who, at his return, reported to his master the very words, adding, they were delivered in a haughty strain. Dempeno, who was not used to have his commands disputed, ordered one of his generals to march with 6,000 men, and demand the white man, and in case of refusal, to announce war, that he should send him back an express of it, and he would follow in person with an army to enforce a compliance. These orders were put in execution with the greatest dispatch and secrecy, so that the town was invested before any advice was given of the approach of an enemy. The general told the king it was in his choice to have peace or war with his master, since it depended on the delivery of the white man. The king, thus surprised, was obliged, however, contrary to his inclinations, to give Williams up to the general, who returned with him to Dempeno, without committing any hostilities, though he threatened to besiege the town, and put all but the women and children to the sword, if the king of Marathon did not pay the expense of his master's sending for the white man, which he rated at 100 slaves, and 500 head of cattle. The king objected to this as a hard condition and an unjust imposition, but was obliged to acquiesce in it. One thing, remarkable enough, had like to have slipped me, which is the king of Marathon sent Williams to the general without any attendance, which made him ask if the white man was a slave. The king answered, he had not used him like one. I may very well, said the general, be of a contrary opinion, since you have sent nobody to wait upon him, upon which reprimand the king sent Williams a present of a slave. He was received by Dempeno with a great many caresses, was handsomely clothed according to the country manner, had slaves allotted to wait on him, and everything that was necessary and convenient, so that King Dempeno was at the trouble of sending 6,000 men, one would think, for no other end than to show the great value and esteem he had for the Europeans. He continued with this prince till the arrival of a ship, which was some years after his leaving Marathon, when the Bedford galley, a pirate, commanded by Aiken Jones, a Welshman, came on the coast, on board of which ship Williams was permitted to enter. They went to Augustin, where, laying the ship on shore, by carelessness they broke her back, and lost her. The crew lived here till the arrival of the Pelican, another pirate, mentioned in North's Life. Some of them went on board this ship and steered for the East Indies. Williams shifted out of this on board the Mocha frigate, a pirate, commanded by Captain Culliford, and made a voyage. Then, returning to St. Mary's, they shared the booty they had got in the Red Sea. I shall not here mention the particulars of this last expedition, designing to write Captain Culliford's life, which it more properly belongs to. Some of the crew, being West Indians, having an opportunity, returned home. But Williams remained here till the arrival and taking of Captain Forget, which has been already mentioned. He was one of those who took the Speaker. The matter has been told before. In another life, Whites went a voyage in her, and returned to Marathon, as is said in North's Life. Here the king, seeing him, asked what present he intended to make him for former kindness. Williams answered, he had been overpaid by the prince whom he took him from and by his services, which answer so irritated his Mauritanian majesty, that he ordered him to quit his country, and he could hardly after that see him with patience. From hence he went on board the Prosperous, Captain Howard, commander, who went to St. Mary's and thence to the Main, as is said in that pirate's life, and was one of the men left behind when they had a design to carry off Ort Van Tuyl. This Dutchman kept him to hard labor as planting potatoes, and in revenge for the destruction and havoc made in his plantations by the crew of the Prosperous. He was here in the condition of a slave 6 months, at the expiration of which time he had an opportunity, and embraced it, to run away, leaving his consort, though two Collins behind him, who had his arm broke when he was taken by the Dutchman, having made his escape from a rigid, revengeful master. He got to a black prince, named Rabbi Haran, with whom he lived half a year. He from hence went and kept company with one John Pro, another Dutchman, who had a small settlement on shore, till the arrival of the men of war, commanded by Commodore Richards, who took both Pro and his guest Williams, put them in irons on board the Severn till they came to Johanna, where the captain of the Severn undertook for $2,000 to go against the Mohillians, in which expedition several of the man-of-war's crew were killed, and the two pirates made their escape in a small canoe to Mohilla, one where they sheltered themselves a while in the woods, out of which they got provisions, and made over for Johanna. Here they recruited themselves and went away for Mayotta, an island 18 leagues in length. The king of this island built them a boat, and giving them provisions and what necessaries they required, they made for and arrived at Madagascar, where, at Mathelage, in the lap of 1640 or thereabouts, they joined, as has been said, Captain White. Here they lay about 3 months. Then, setting fire to their boat, they went into White's, and rounding the north end came to Ambonavola. Here Williams stayed till Captain White brought the ship Hopewell, on board of which he entered before the mast, made a voyage to the Red Sea, towards the end of which he was chosen quarter master. At their return they touched at Mascarenas for provisions, where almost half the company went ashore and took up their habitation. From Mascarenas they steered for Hopewell, by some called Hopeful, point on Madagascar, where dividing their plunder, they settled themselves. 12 months after, the Charles Brigantine, Captain Halsey, came in, as is mentioned in his life. Williams went on board him and made a voyage. At their return, they came to Meriton, lived ashore, and assisted the king in his war against his brother, which being ended in the destruction of the latter, and a pirate lying at Ambonavoula, sending his long boat to Manancaro, within 10 leagues of Meriton, Williams and the rest went on board, and in 3 months after he had been at Ambonavoula, he was chosen captain of the Scotch ship Neptune, mentioned in Halsey's life. This ship he worked upon with great earnestness, and made the Scots prisoners labor hard at the fitting her up for a voyage, and she was near ready for the seas, when a hurricane forced her ashore, and she was wrecked. Some time after this, he set up and finished a sloop, in which he and 10 of his men designed for Mascarenas. But, missing the island, they went round Madagascar, to a place called Mathelage, where he laid his vessel ashore and stayed a year. But the king being tired with his morose temper, and he disagreeing with everybody, he was ordered to be gone, and accordingly fitting up his vessel, he put to sea, intending to go round the north end of the island. But the wind being at E.S. so, and the current setting to N.W.A., he put back to a port called the Boyne, within 10 leagues of Mathelage, in the same king's dominions whom he had left. The governor of this place was descended from the Arabs, and it was here that the Arabians traded. When he came to an anchor, he and 3 of his men, he had but 5 with him, went on shore, paddled by two Negroes. David Eaton and William Dawson, two of the men, required a guide to show them the way to the king's town. The governor ordered them one, and, at the same time, laid an ambush for them in the road, and caused them to be murdered. When they had left the Boyne, Williams and Myers, a Frenchman, who also came ashore in the canoe, went to buy some sams, which are agate beads. As they were looking over these goods, a number of the governor's men came about them, seized them both, and immediately dispatched Myers. Williams they bound, and tortured almost a whole day, by throwing hot ashes on his head and in his face, and putting little boys to beat him with sticks. He offered the governor $2,000 for his life, but he answered he'd have both that and the money too. And accordingly, when he was near expiring, they made an end of him with their lances. After this barbarous murder, the governor thought of seizing the sloop, on board of which were no more than 2 white men, 6 Negro boys, and some women slaves of the same color. However, he thought it best to proceed by stratagem, and therefore putting a goat and some calabashes of toke on board William's canoe, with 12 Negroes armed and the sloop Negroes to paddle, he sent to surprise her. When the canoe came pretty near the vessel, they howled and asked if they would let them come aboard. One of the men asked William's Negroes where the captain was. He answered, drinking toke with the governor, and sent them provision and toke. A Negro wench advised the white man, whose name was William Noakes, not to let them come on board, for as 4 white men went ashore, and none of them appeared, she suspected some treachery. However, on the answer made him from the canoe, he resolved to admit them, and giving the wench a kick, cried, D.M.ye, must we have no fresh provisions for your whimsies? He called them on board, and no sooner were they on deck, but one of them, snatching Noakes's pistol, shot him through the head, and seizing the other white man, threw him overboard and drowned him. After which, being masters of the vessel, they carried her in and rifled her. The king was at this time a-hunting, as is his custom to hunt boars 3 months in the year. But the account of these murders soon reached him. However, he stayed the accustomed time of his diversion. But when he returned home, and the whites, who were about him, demanded justice, he bid them be quiet. They might depend upon his doing it. He sent to the governor of Boyne, and told him he was glad that he had cut off Williams and his crew, an example he was resolved to follow and clear the country of them all, that he had some affairs to communicate to him, and desired he would come to court as soon as possible, but take care he was not seen by any of the whites, for fear by his death they should revenge the death of their companions. The governor on these orders came away immediately, and stopped 2 miles short, at a little town 2 miles distant from the king's, and sent word he there waited for his command. The king ordered him to be with him early next morning, before the white men were out of their beds. He set forward accordingly the next day, betimes, but was seized on the road by Negroes placed for that purpose, and brought bound to the king, who, after having reproached him with the barbarity of his action, sent him to the white men, bidding them put him to what death they pleased. But they sent word back he might dispose of his subjects' lives as he thought fit, but for their part they would never draw a drop of blood of any who belonged to him. Upon which answer the king's uncle ordered him to be speared, and he was accordingly thrust through the body with lances. The king, after this execution, sent to Boyne, and had everything brought which had belonged to Williams and his men, and divided it among the whites, saying, he was sorry the villain had but 1 life, to make atonement for the barbarity he had been guilty of. Chap. By midday, of Captain Samuel Burgess and his crew. Captain Samuel Burgess was born in New York and had a good education. He was what they call a well-said man and bandy leg. He sailed some time as a privateer in the West Indies, and very often the gang he was with, when the time of their cruising was expired, would make no ceremony of prolonging the commission by their own authority. By his privateering he got together some little money, and returned home, where the government had no notice, or, at least, took none, of his piratical practice. In staying beyond the date of his commission, he went out mate of a ship, in the service of Frederick Phillips, one bound to the island of Madagascar, to trade with the pirates, where they had the misfortune to lose their ship, and lived 18 months at Augustin, when an English pirate coming in, the king of the country obliged him to go on board her, though much against his inclination, for he was tired of a roving life, but their choice was to go or starve, for the king would keep them no longer. He went with this freebooter to the East Indies, where they made several rich prizes, returned to St. Mary's, where they took in provisions, wood, and water. Several of their gang knocked off here, but the captain, Burgess, and the remainder went away for the West Indies, disposed of their plunder on the Spanish coast, and then returning to New York, purposely knocked the ship on the head at Sandy Hook, after they had secured their money ashore. The government not being informed of their piracy, they lived here without molestation, and in a short time, Burgess married a relation of Mr. Phillips, who built a ship called the Pembroke, and sent him a second time to Madagascar. In his way to this island, he went into the river of Delago Edelagoa on the African coast, where he took in a quantity of elephant's teeth, and thence to Augustin, where he met with several of his old shipmates, with whom he traded for money and slaves. Leaving this place he went to Mathalage, where he also took some money and negroes, and from thence he shaped his course for St. Mary's, on the east side, where he also drove a considerable trade with his old comrades, took several of them passengers, who paid very generously for their passage, and taking with him an account of what was proper to bring in another trip, he returned to New York, without any sinister accident. This voyage cleared 50 L, ship and charges paid. His owner, encouraged by this success, bid him choose what cargo he pleased, and set out again. Accordingly, he loaded with wine, beer, and sea, and returning to Madagascar, arrived at Mariton on the east side, where he disposed of a great part of his cargo at his own rates. At Mathalage he disposed of the rest, and returned, clearing for himself and owner 10,000 L, besides 300 slaves he brought to New York. After a short stay at home, he set out again on the old voyage, fell in first with Mathalage, where he victualled and traded. From thence he went round the south end, touched and sold part of his cargo at a large profit to his old acquaintance. He made a trading voyage round the island, and at St. Mary's met another ship belonging to his owner, which had ordered to follow his directions. He stayed at this port till he had disposed of the cargo of both ships. He then shaped his course homewards, with about 20 pirates passengers, who had accepted the pardon brought by Commodore Littleton. In his way he touched at the Cape of Good Hope for wood, water, and fresh provision. While he was here, the loyal cook, an East India man came in, who made prize of Burgess, and carried him to the East Indies. He there would have delivered Burgess's ship to the governor of Madras, but the governor would have no hand in the affair, and told the captain, too, he must answer to the East India Company and Burgess's owner for what he had done. Most of the piratas' passengers thought themselves cleared by the act of grace, But some of them, not willing to trust to it, got off with what gold they could, in a Dutch boat. They who trusted to the pardon were clapped in jail, and died in their irons. I cannot omit the simplicity of one of them, who had, however, the wit to get off. When he designed to go away, he looked for his comrade for the key of his chest, to take his gold with him, which amounted to 1,700 pounds. But this comrade being ashore, he would not break open the chest, for it was pity, he said, to spoil a good new lock, so left his money for the captain of the East India man. The news of this capture came to the owner before the ship returned, and he sued the company, but at their request stayed for the arrival of the loyal cook, which brought Burgess prisoner to England soon after. The captain, finding himself in an error, and that what he had done could not be justified, absconded. The company made good the ship and cargo to the owner. Burgess was set at liberty, continued some time in London, was impeached, and piracy sworn against him by Culliford, mentioned in William's life, who notwithstanding he came home on the Act of Grace, was clapped into Newgate, tried and acquitted, though he was beggared. Burgess's owner stickled very hard for him, and expended great sums of money to save him. However, though he pleaded the necessity of his going on board the Pirate, as his life shews it, he was tried and condemned, but by the intercession of the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury, was pardoned by the Queen. 3. After this he made a broken voyage to the South Sea, lieutenant to a privateer, and returning to London, was out of business a whole year. He then shipped himself mate on board the Hannah, afterwards called the Neptune, and went to Scotland to take in her cargo, the owner being of that nation. But before she got thither, the owner broke, and the ship was stopped, and lay 18 months before she was disposed of. But, being set to sail, and 6 Scotch gentlemen buying her, the old officers were continued, and she proceeded on her first design voyage to Madagascar, in which the captain and Burgess quarrelling, was the loss of the ship, for the latter, who was acquainted with the pirates, when they arrived at Madagascar, spirited them up to surprise her. The manner how, being already set down in Halsey's life, I need not repeat. I shall only take notice that Captain Miller being decoyed ashore, under pretense of being showed some trees fit for masting, Halsey invited him to a sirloin of beef and a bowl of arrack punch. He accepted the invitation, with about 20 of the pirates. One Emmy, who had been a waterman on the Thames, did not come to table, but sat by, muffled up in a great coat, pretending he was attacked by the ague, though he had put it on to conceal his pistols only. After dinner, when Halsey went out, as for something to entertain his guests, Miller and his supercargo, Emmy clapped a pistol to the captain's breast, and told him he was his prisoner. At the same instant, 2 other pirates entered the room, with each a blunderbuss in his hand, and told the captain and his supercargo that no harm should come to either, if they did not bring it upon themselves by an useless resistance. While this passed within doors, the wood being lined with pirates, all Miller's men, whom he had brought ashore to fell timber, were secured, but none hurt, and all civilly treated. When they had afterwards got possession of the ship, in the manner mentioned before, they set all their prisoners at liberty. Miller with 11 of his men was sent off, as is said in Halsey's life. The company chose Burgess quartermaster, and shard the booty they had made out of the Scotch ship, and the Greyhound. Soon after happened Halsey's death, who left Burgess executor in trust for his widow and children, with a considerable legacy for himself, and the other pirates grumbling at a newcomer's being preferred to all of them, took from Burgess 3,000 L of Halsey's money and 1,200 L per of his own, which was his share of the two prizes. Though he had been treated in this manner, they were idle enough to give him the command of the Scots ship, and ordered him to fit her out with all expedition, and to take on board some men and goods left in the brigantine. He set to work on the ship, with full design to run away with her. But some pirates, who were in another part of the island, being informed of these proceedings, thought it not prudent to trust him. So he left the ship, and, getting among his old comrades, by their interposition, had all his money returned. After this he lived 5 months on the island of St. Mary's, where his house was, by accident, burnt down, out of which he saved nothing but his money. He then went on board David Williams, when he missed the island of Mascarenas, and returned to Mathalage, where he stayed with the king, and was one of the men among whom he divided William's effects. From Mathalage he went with a parcel of Sam's to Augustin, with which he bought 50 slaves, whom he sold to the Arabian. In his return to Mathalage, he met Captain North in a sloop, with 30 of Miller's men on board. These men proposed the taking Burgess, who had, they said, betrayed, ruined, and banished them their country, by forcing them to turn pirates. But North would not consent, upon which they confined him, took North and stripped him of all the money, and then releasing their captain, gave him 300 L as his share, which he returned to Burgess on his arrival at Mathalage. Burgess lived here 2 or 3 years, till he was carried off by some Dutchmen. They belonged to an East India man, and were taken by 2 French ships, which being bound for Mocha, and scarce of provisions, came into Mathalage to victual, where they set 80 of their prisoners ashore. When they parted from this port they sailed for Johanna, where they left the Dutch officers, who built a ship, and came back for their men. Burgess being of great use to them, they took him on board and steered for a port, where some Dutch, taken in another ship, were marooned. But they were wrecked at Youghal, where Burgess continued 18 months. After this time was expired, he was desirous of leaving the place, and addressing himself to the king, who was uncle to the king of Mathalage, he requested his black majesty to send him back to that port, which he readily complied with, where Burgess continued almost 5 years, afflicted with sickness, in which he lost one eye. While he was here, the Drake Pink of London came in for slaves. He took Burgess, with design to carry him home, but Captain Harvey in the Henry, which belonged to the same owners, arriving, and being a stranger to the trade, at the request of Captain Maggot, commander of the Drake, and on promise of a ship, when in the West Indies, he entered as third matey, and continued with him, for Captain Harvey carrying it pretty high, and disagreeing with the king, lay here 9 months before he could slave. Burgess was sent up to tell the king he had not fulfilled his agreement with Captain Harvey. The king resented the being reproached by a man whom he had entertained so many years, and reviled him. He was, however, carried to dinner with some of the principal blacks, and drank very plentifully with them of honey toast, in which it is supposed he was poisoned, for he fell ill and died soon after, leaving what he had to the care of the chief matey, for the use of his wife and children. Chap. Torain. No. X. Of Captain Nathaniel North and his crew. We have placed this life in the appendix, which will not perhaps be thought a proper place. But we could not gather the particulars, which were collected out of several different journals, time enough to insert it in the body of the book. and therefore thought of reserving this life for part of another volume. But when we had compiled it, and found it was a sort of recapitulation of the adventures of the Madagascar pirates, which went before, we judged it more proper to give it in the appendix than to separate this gentleman from his companions. And we were the rather induced to this, as the reader will here find an account of Bowen's death, which we had not learned at the time we wrote his life, the papers which we got after a long search, and which has furnished us with some other particulars of that rover's life, not being at that time to be found. Captain North was born at Bermudas, and was the son of a sawyer, which business he himself was bred up to, but took, at last, to the seas, at the age of 17 or 18, shipping himself cook on board a sloop, built at Bermudas, for some gentleman of Barbados, with design to fit her out for a privateer. She was bound to her owners, but the master took Santa Udas in the way, and loaded with salt. When they came to Barbados, all the crew was pressed. One and North with his companions were put on board the Reserve. The master applied himself to the governor, and got all his men cleared. North accepted, who, as he was a lad, was neglected, and left on board the man-of-war, which soon after sailed for Jamaica. Some time before the Reserve was relieved from this station, he laid hold of an opportunity to run away, and shipped himself on board a sugar drover, in which way of life he continued about 2 years, and being an able sailor, though no artist, he was offered to go master of one of these coasters, which he refused, and went on board a privateer. The first voyage he made, as a privateer, they took a couple of good prizes, which made every man's share very considerable. But North, as he had got his money lightly, so he spent it, making the companions of his dangers the companions of his diversions, or rather joining himself with them, and following their example, which all who are acquainted with the way of life of a successful Jamaica privateer know is not an example of the greatest sobriety and economy. His money being all spent, he took the same method for a recruit. That is, he went a second time, a privateering, and met with such success that he engaged very heartily in this course of life, and made several lucky cruises. Some time after he grew tired, thought of trading, and shipped himself on board a brigantine, bound for the Spanish coast, commanded by one Captain Reesby. This vessel went both on the trading and privateer account, so that the men shipped for half wages, and equal shares of what prizes they should make. In the same manner, as to the shares, as on board a privateer, their trading answered very poorly, and their privateering business still worse, for they returned without making any prize. They were forced to leave the Spanish coast, on account of a Spanish Guarda del Costa, of 40 guns and 350 Frenchmen, commanded by a captain of the same nation. When they made the island of Jamaica, they fell in with Bluefields, off which place 2 French privateer sloops were cruising, one of which was formerly a privateer of Jamaica, called the Paradox. They immediately clapped Captain Reesby on board, taking him for a traitor, come from the Spanish coast, and weakly manned. However, they were soon made sensible of the mistake, for they came to fetch wool, and one of them went away shorn. Reesby took one of them, and the other was obliged to a good pair of heels for his safety. Reesby lost 10 men, killed outright in the engagement, and had 7 wounded. The latter, though he had made but a broken voyage, he put ashore at Bluefields, and ordered great care to be taken of them, at the owner's expense. Here he took in fresh provision, and then beat up to Port Royal, where Reesby paid them very honorably, gave them a handsome entertainment, and begged they would not leave him, as he had a very great value for them all. But for North particularly, who was a good swimmer, managed a canoe with great dexterity, and feared nothing. Upon this desire of the captain's, North and the greater part stayed ashore till Captain Reesby was refitted, and went a second voyage with him to the coast, at $17 a month, and no share. They carried 300 negroes, beside bale goods. They stayed 4 months on the coast, and disposed of all the slaves and goods to great advantage. Upon their return to Jamaica after some stay on the island, Captain Reesby not going out again, North went once more privateering and made a considerable boot. While North was ashore after a cruise, he was pressed on board the Merry Man of War. He made a cruise in her to the Spanish coast, and returned to Jamaica. But hearing the Mary was soon to go to England, he and 3 more resolved to swim ashore from the Keys, where the men of war lie. But he was taken as he was going off the head, and whipped. He, however, found means to make his escape before the ship left the island, and went on board the Neptune sloop, a privateer, commanded by Captain Licence, then lieutenant of the reserve, who, while the ship was in the carpenter's hands, got a commission of the governor to take a cruise. Captain Moses, who commanded the reserve, went on board their sloop, under the command of his lieutenant, for diversion only. They cruised off Hispaniola, where they met with a French letter of marque merchanti, man, of 18 guns, and 118 men, who had the day before engaged the Swan man of war, and shook her off. The Neptune attacked her, and Captain Moses was wounded, one of the first, and carried down. License ordered to board. But the quarter master, who steered, mistook the helm. The sloop fell off, and the French pouring in a volley of small shot, Captain License was killed, which being told to Moses, as the surgeon dressed him, he ordered North to the helm, bid them not be discouraged, and he would be upon deck immediately. Accordingly he came up as soon as dressed, laid the ship on board, where they made a very obstinate resistance, but the French captain being killed, who received 11 shot before he dropped, they at length became masters. The privateer lost 10 men, and 20 were wounded. The French had 50 men killed and wounded, among whom was the captain, who had received 2 shot, as he was going down to the surgeon to get his blood staunched, and came upon deck just as he was boarded, where, encouraging his men, he was distinguished and aimed at. When they had brought the prize into Jamaica, as she was an English bottom, built at Bristol, and called the Crown, the former owners sued to have half the ship and cargo, and recovered 1/3. North went again a privateering, Captain Moses' ship being not fitted, he would take a second cruise, and North with him. Some time after their return, Captain Moses being a cruising in the reserve, North, who was ashore, was pressed on board the assistant's man of war, and on the reserve's coming, being recommended by Captain Moses to his own captain, he was handsomely treated, and made one of the barge's crew. He was very easy till the assistance was ordered to England, and then, as he was apprehensive of going into a cold climate, he took his leave of the man of war, and said nothing. He then went on board a privateer again, and made several prizes, 2 of which were English bottoms, and sued for by former owners, North thinking it hard to venture his life, and have part of his prize money taken away, and the press being hot in Jamaica, he resolved to sail no more with the English, but went to Curacoa into the Dutch service, and sailed with a Spanish trader to the coast of New Spain several voyages. In the last he made, they were chased ashore by a couple of French sloops, one of which was commanded by a Dutchman named Lawrence, who, with his comrade, took possession of their vessel, and rifled her. The crew of the prize called to them, and asked if they would give them good quarters, which they promised, took them all on board, and used them very handsomely. The French gave the prisoners a small sloop they took a while after, and they returned to Curacao. He having now forgot his resentment, he returned to Jamaica, and went on board and cruised in a Spanish barca longa of 10 guns, commanded by Captain Lovery, born at Jamaica. They cruised 3 months in the West Indies, and making but a small hand of it, they put for Newfoundland to try their fortune on the Banks. Here they met a man of war, who renewed their commission for 6 months longer. The first prize they made was a French ketch, with a Spanish pass, and would have passed for a Spaniard, but by strict search and threatening of the men, they discovered her to be what she really was, though she had, as a Spaniard, slipped through the fingers of a man of war before. They carried their prize into harbor, went again upon the cruise, met with a French letter of marked merchant Man, a Bristol-built ship, called the Pelican, of 18 guns, and 75 men, half loaden with fish. This ship stood them a long argument. They clapped her on board, and 2 of their men entered, but missing lashing, the barca longa fell stern, and the 2 men were made prisoners. However, they came up with her again, clapped her on board a second time, and carried her into the same port where they had left the ketch. They after this put to sea again, and being discovered by the French settlement ashore, they went into St. Dieu, Mary's Bay, where they fell in with a large French fly boat of 800 tons, 80 men, and 18 guns, and loaden with fish. They chased, and came up with her, under French colors. When they were pretty near the Frenchmen, they hailed, and asked whence they came. A Guernsey man, at the bowsprit end, answered from Petit Guavas, that they had been cruising on the Banks and were going into the bay for refreshment. The Frenchmen bid them come no nearer, but send their boat on board. They keeping on the chase, he fired at them. They did not mind this, but run up alongside and boarded him. The French ran to their close quarters, and disputed the ship 3/4 of an hour, when they all called for quarters except one man, who would take none, but ran like a madman into the thick of the English, and wounded several, though he was soon dispatched by their pistols. They carried this prize to join the others, and turning all the prisoners ashore, except what were necessary to condemn their prizes, they stood with a fleet of 4 sail for Rhode Island. Here they condemned the flyboat and ketch, but found a great difficulty in getting the Pelican condemned, the English owners putting in their claim. But at length a Scotch lawyer did their business, upon leaving 300 LL in his hands to bear the charge of any future suit. Captain Lovering dying here, the ship's company bought the Pelican, broke up the barca longa, sent her owners their shares, and got a commission for the master to cruise southward as far as the line, and to be valid for 18 months, certain, 2 years allowing for accidents. They fitted this ship for a long voyage, out of the joint stock of the company, but iron hoops being scarce in New England, they were obliged to take casks hooped with wood, which I mention, because it proved the ruin of their voyage to the East Indies for a whole year. They being fitted for the sea, they set sail, and steered for the Cape of Good Hope, which they doubled in the month of June, made the best of their way to Madagascar, and went into Augustin Bay, where they victualled and watered. But before this was done it was August, which was too late to go to the East Indies, which they proposed to do with design, to cruise on the moors. not an intending to pirate among the Europeans, but honestly and quietly to rob what Moors fell in their way, and return home with clean consciences, and clean, but full hands, within the limited time of their commission. From Augustin they went to Johanna, and the provisions they had salted up at Madagascar not being well done, it began to spoil. This and their clothes wanting repair made them desperately resolve to take the king of Johanna and make him ransom himself. But the master would not take charge of the ship, being unacquainted with the coast. They cruised among the islands, landed at Comoro, and took the town, but found no booty, excepting some silver chains and checked linen. From hence they went to Mayotta, where they took in a Frenchman who had been marooned there and maintained by the king. They consulted with him about the surprising and taking his town. The Frenchman was averse to it, as he owed him the obligation of being preserved. However, he was in their hands, and must do as they would have him. They surrounded the king's house after they had been 3 days in his town, and took him and all the inhabitants. But the king's son made his way through the thickest of them with his cutlash, though he was shot afterward. The pretense they made use of for this inhospitable manner was that the king had poisoned the crew of a ship, which was their consort. He denied it, as well he might, for they themselves never heard of a ship of the name they gave this fictitious one. The king they carried on board, the other prisoners they put into a sort of a temple, with a guard over them of 36 men. The alarm being given in the country, the natives came down in a body of some thousands, and attacked the guard. But the ship, hearing the fire, and seeing the hills covered with blacks, discharged several great guns, loaded with partridge, which, making a very great slaughter, obliged them to retire. The king ransomed himself for some silver chains to the value of $1,000, and for what provision they demanded, and at the setting him ashore, swore allegiance to them as masters of the country, and took an oath besides, never to poison any more white men. After this notable expedition, they stayed here a fortnight, though always on their guard, and then went back for Augustin with about 20 slaves they carried away with them for servants. Here a sickness coming among them, they built huts ashore. They lost, notwithstanding all their care and precaution, their captain and 30 men, by the distemper which they contracted. But, it abating, they thought of going to sea again. But on examining their water casks, they found the hoops all worm, eaten and rotten, so that there was no proceeding. But this defect was repaired by their cooper, who was an ingenious fellow. He went into the woods with the Mayotta slaves, and with withies and other stuff he gathered, fitted them up, and made them tight, in acknowledging of which service they chose him captainly, and North was made quarter master, dar. At Augustin they picked up some stragglers, among whom was David Williams, and on a muster they found they had 105 men. They then made their vessel a free ship, that is, they agreed every man should have an equal share in all prizes, and proceeded for the mouth of the Red Sea. In the night, after they had reached their station, they made 2 ships. One was the Mocha frigate, of 40 guns, commanded by Culliford. She had been in East Indiaman, and under the command of one Captain Stout. The other ship was called the Soldado, a ship of 16 guns, the captain's name Shivers. They held one another, and on both sides gave the same answers from the seas, and upon agreement they all lay by that night. In the morning they consorted, and agreed to make an equal division of all prizes, which any of the 3 should take from that time for 2 months to come. The Pelican spared wood, water, and some of her hands to Captain Culliford, and here Williams shifted on board him. About 10 days after these three had joined company, a large Moor ship, on which they afterwards mounted 70 guns, hove in sight. They all gave chase, but the small ship came first up with the Moor, who exchanged several shot with the Soldata and Pelican. But the Soldata clapped her on board, and before the Pelican could enter a man, the Moors called for quarters. In boarding the Moor, she fired a broadside upon the Soldata, but only 2 shot hulled her, and killed 2 men, which was the only loss they had in taking 1,000 prisoners, passengers, and sailors. All the money was carried on board the Mocha frigate, and divided between her crew and the Soldata, excluding without other reason than sic volumus the Pelican from any share. The crew of the Pelican expostulated with them, and bid them remember they had spared both wood and water, or the Mocha could not have kept the station. Instead of any answer, they received a command to be gone, or they would sink them. They answering, they could not go by themselves, wanting the water and wood they had spared. The 2 consorts gave them $1,000, and some water out of the Moor, bidding them buy wood where they could purchase it, and so left the Pelican to herself, going away for the coast of Malabar, where they put the prisoners and horses they had taken ashore, sunk the Soldata, and thence went to the Isle of St. Mary on Madagascar, where the Moor ship now lies sunk. They shared out of this prize £1,000 a man in silver and gold besides other goods, and the 2 pirates amounted to the number of 350 men. The Pelican kept the same station for some days. When a large Moor ship hove in sight, they gave chase, and the Moor, not suspecting her for an enemy, did not endeavor to get away. When the Pelican came up, she fired for the Moor to bring to, which made him set his small sails, though with the loss of several men, for the Pelican being close up, brought them down with the small arms. When the Moor had, at length, hove out his small sails, the Pelican could not gain upon him enough to board, though she was not a pistol-shot stern. Whenever she came upon his lee quarter, the Moor being a tall ship, took away the wind from the Pelican, and she could never get to windward of him. She plied her fore-chase all this while, and drove the Moors from their stern chase, to but could not, as they endeavored to do, strike the Moor's rudder, or any other way disable him. At length, by the fear and bad steerage of the Moor, the Pelican ran up alongside of them, but as she missed lashing, she was obliged to shoot ahead. In the meanwhile, the Moor wore round. The Pelican put to stays after him, but not staying, and they being all in confusion, they wore also. But in this time the Moor had got the start, and setting all the canvas he could pack on his ship's back, wronged the Pelican, and got off. The loss of this ship made the crew almost distracted, and made, for some time, a great division among them, some cursing the ship for a heavy sailer, and proposing to return home, others cursing themselves, and the ill management by which they missed lashing, and proposed going to Madagascar, and the breaking her up, since as she was a single bottom, she must be worm-eaten. But time, which mollifies the greatest rage, abated these contentions, and put an end to the animosities which sprung from their disappointment. They being cool, resolved for the Malabar coast, on which they took 3 more ships in a little time. The first they discharged, after taking out $6,000. The second they took for their own use, mounted her with 26 guns, and called her the Dolphin. The third they sold on the same coast for $18,000. Their own ship they set adrift. From this coast they made for Madagascar, and near the island Mascarenas lost all their masts in a hurt. They put up jury masts, came to St. Mary's, and new-masted. Here they found Captain Culliford, Captain Shivers, and their prize, with 3 merchant men from America, which were come to trade with them, one of which was the Pembroke, commanded by Samuel Burgess, belonging to Frederick Phillips, merchant at New York. The captain of the Dolphin, and some of the men being weary of this life, went home in these merchant ships, and the crew chose one Samuel Inless, who lived on the island, for their captain. They fitted out for the Straits of Malacca, where they made several prizes of more ships, but of little value to them. North on board one of the prizes was separated from the rest by bad weather, and drove to great straits for water. The Moor merchant, who was on board with him, and whom he had treated very humanely, shewed him a draught chart, by which he came to a small island not far from the Dutch settlement, and watered. The Moor told him that he ran the risk of his life, should it be known that he had given him a sight of this draught. In return for this service, when he met with his companions, he got the Moor's ship discharged. They after this made for Nicobar, near Aiken, and, in the way, met a large Dane ship, which they plundered, and hove down by, cleaned, and returned to Madagascar, where they shard their booty, which was, besides goods, between 300 and 400 LL. A man, no. A month after their arrival, 3 English men of war appeared in sight, the Anglesea, Captain Littleton, the Hastings, Captain White, and the Lizard, Captain Rumsey. These ships occasioned their hauling up the Dolphin, which, as they could not get her as high as they designed, they set fire to. Commodore Littleton brought a pardon for such of the pirates as would accept it, and many of them, among whom were Culliford and Shivers, did, and went home with merchantmen. North accepted it also, but would not trust to it, finding the time fixed for their surrender was elapsed before the men of war arrived, most of the pirates having left the Isle of St. Mary, where the king's ships lay. North thought it not safe for him to stay, and therefore putting all he had into the Dolphin's boat, he designed to join his comrades on the main of Madagascar. But being overset by a squall, all the people were lost except himself, who swam 4 leagues, and a Negro woman, whom he put on the bottom of the boat. Being now on the main, and quite naked, he frighted the Negroes he met with, as he got out of the water, for they took him for a sea devil. But one woman, who had been used to sell fowls at the white men's houses, had the courage not to run away, and, when he came near, knew him. She gave him half her petticoat to cover his nakedness, and calling a Negro man who carried her things, and was run into the woods, they helped him to perform his journey to the dwelling of some white men, which was 16 miles from the place where he come on shore. A great journey for a man so feeble with swimming. He was kindly received and clothed by his comrades, whom he stayed with, till he had recovered his strength, and then he went to a black prince of his acquaintance, with whom he stayed till the arrival of Captain Forget, which was a full year. In this vessel, which I have already said in White's life was taken, he went round the north end to the west side, and came into Mathalage, where they surprised the speaker, the manner of which surprise is also mentioned in the same life, and, after the death of Captain Booth, he was chosen captain's quarter master by Bowen, who succeeded in the voyage, and the consequences of it are already set down, for he was in the Speaker till she was lost. The next voyage he made was in the Speedy Return, taken from Captain Drummond, in the capacity of company's quarter master, with design to cruise in the Red Sea. But, touching at the island of Mayotta, they consorted with Captain Howard, whom they met with at the island, as is already said. From thence they went and victualled at Augustin, having promised Captain Bowen to meet him in 2 months. Accordingly, returning thither, and missing him, they went to Mayotta to inquire after him, but hearing there that he was gone a voyage, and as the place of rendezvous was off the highlands of St. Johns, they steered their course thither to join him and lie for the Moors' fleet for Mocha. In their passage, they met with a violent storm, in which they were near foundering. It beat in their stern, and obliged them to throw over all their guns, two excepted, which lay in the hold, and forced them into the Gulf of Persia, where they took several small vessels, which they ripped up to mend their ship, being very much in want of water, having staved all their casks, to save themselves in the storm, and meeting with little in the vessels taken, they hoisted out the canoe to chase a fishing vessel, that they might be informed where they should find water. This boat made from them with all their force, but the ship firing, the people all leaped into the water, some of whom were drowned, and the rest got ashore, except one man, whom they came up with though, but as soon as they thought to lay hold on him, he dived, and kept them in play near an hour and a half. They would not shoot him, because it did not answer their ends. But Mew, at length, North, who was in the boat, took the sprit, and struck at him as he rose, hoping to disable him. But he broke his jaw. They took him by this means, brought him on board, sent him to the surgeon, and when they despaired of his being able to speak, he asked for a pipe of tobacco, which he smoked and drunk a dram, after which he seemed very hearty. As the pirates had on board several black slaves, who spoke the East India tongue, one of them was ordered to inquire of him where they might find water, promising him his liberty if he would direct them. On this promise he carried them to a convenient landing place, where he shewed a well full of dirt, out of which, after a great deal of trouble to come at it, they drew but 3 buckets of water, which sufficed those only who went on shore, to the number of 30. Enraged with this disappointment, after so much labor, they threatened their prisoner with death, who told them, if they would have patience till the sun was set, they would have plenty, for the spring would rise and flow all night, which they found to be fact, and filled 20 tun of water, and returned on board, carrying the man with them, for whom they made a gathering of some goods, and about $30. These they gave him, and exacted a promise that whenever he saw any ship on that coast, which made the same signals they had made, he would go on board and render them what service he could, assuring him he would always meet with civil treatment, and be well rewarded. After this, they cruised on the Gulf of Persia some days, in hopes of meeting their consort, not doubting but she had some share in the storm. The time of their consortship being now over, and she not appearing, they steered for the highlands of St. John's near Surat, the place of rendezvous. When they made the land they spied a tall ship, and immediately making all clear for an engagement, they gave chase. The other ship doing the like they soon met, and to the great joy of both parties, she proved their consort. Upon inquiry they found the Prosperous had been 10 days on this station, and had not met with the storm which had so roughly handled the Speedy Return, on giving an account of their misfortune, viz., their being obliged to throw over their guns, and a quantity of provisions. Captain Howard spared them some fresh provisions, and, expressing great concern for the accident, renewed his consortship for 2 months longer. That is, they agreed whatever prizes were taken should be equally divided between the crews of both ships. After they had cruised here 14 days, they spied 7 sail of tall ships, which proved to be the Moors from Mocha. They both gave chase, but the Speedy Return, being the better sailor, first came up with one of them, laid her on board, and carried her in a very little time, with little more damage than the loss of her bolt. Sprit, die. The Prosperous kept on the chase, and having Captain Woolley on board as a pilot, took another at an anchor, as is said, so need not be repeated, in Captain Howard's lot. The Speedy Return steered with her prize for the coast of Malabar, where by agreement she was to wait 10 days for her consort. In 6 days the Prosperous joined them, but without any prize having rifled her, as is before said in another life, Bowen's. Here they made an equal dividend of their prizes, burnt the Speedy Return, sunk the Prosperous, went all on board the Moor's ship, put to sea, and cruised on this coast, where they made several prizes. When they came over against Cochin, some black merchants, goldsmiths, and several Dutch men came on board to trade with them, bringing a great many checkins and other gold coin to change for Spanish dollars. As many of the pirates designed to knock off and return home, they gave $500 for 200 check-in, for the conveniency of close stowage about them. The goldsmiths set up their forges on board the ship, and were fully employed in making them buttons, buckles, and what else they fancied, so that they had a fair opportunity of putting what alloy they thought proper. They here also furnished themselves with a good quantity of arrack, provisions, and stores and then, leaving the coast, shaped their course for Madagascar. But, in the way, fell in with the island of Mauritius, and put into a port called the North-West Harbor. Here they wooded and watered. This port affords great abundance of a poisonous fish, called the red snapper, the nature of which was well known to Captain Bowen, who persuaded his men not to eat of them. But they were in port, and then are all commanders, so that this wholesome advice was thrown away upon them. The captain, seeing their obstinacy, and that they could not be dissuaded, eat with them, choosing rather to share the same fate than be left alone to the mercy of the Dutch, as he was conscious of what he merited. They supped plentifully on the fish, and drank very heartily after it. Soon after they began to swell in a frightful manner. The next morning some planters came on board with fowls, goats, and and seeing the pirates in a miserable condition, and some of these fish lying on the decks, asked if they had not eat of them. Being answered they had, they advised their drinking plentifully of strong liquors, which was the only way to expel the poison, which had dispatched them all in less time, had they not done it after their unfortunate meal. They readily followed this advice, as the prescription was agreeable, and by this means, with the care of the surgeons, of whom they had several expert in their business, and stocked with good medicines, they all recovered, 4 excepted, who paid their obstinacy with their lives. They here healed their ship, scrubbed, tallowed, and took in what they wanted. When they had stayed 3 months in this port, the governor sent and desired them to put to sea, for he expected the arrival of the Dutch East India men. They accordingly got everything ready, and went out, but left several of their men behind them, as we have said in Bowen's Life. From hence they steered for Madagascar, and in their passage stopped at Mascarenas, where they took in a quantity of hogs, goat, sheep, fowls of all sorts, and green turtle. Captain Bowen here went ashore with 40 of his men, having obtained the governor's protection by the force of presents. These men designed to give over their piracy, and return home the first opportunities offered them. In 6 months after they had stayed here, Captain Bowen was taken ill of the dry belly, a distemper as rife here as in the West India Islands, and was buried in the highway, for the priests would not allow him holy ground, as he was a heretic. But to return, when Bowen went ashore north, was chosen captain. The ceremony of this installation is, the crew having made choice of him to command, either by an unanimous consent, or by a majority of suffrages, they carry him a sword in a very solemn manner, make him some compliments, and desire he will take upon him the command, as he is the most capable among them, that he will take possession of the great cabin, and on his accepting the office, he is led into the cabin in state, and placed at a table, where only one chair is set at the upper end. and one at the lower end of the table for the company's quarter master, the captain and he being placed. The latter succinctly tells him that the company, having experience of his conduct and courage, do him the honor to elect him for their head, not doubting his behaving himself with his usual bravery, and doing everything which may conduce to the public good, in confidence of which, Heo, in the name of the company, promised to obey all his lawful commands, and declared him captain. Then the quartermaster takes up the sword which he had before presented him, and he had returned, puts it into his hand, and says, "This is the commission under which you are to act. May you prove fortunate to yourself and us." The guns are then fired round, shot and all. He is saluted with 3 cheers. The ceremony is ended with an invitation from the captain to such as he thinks fit to have dined with him, and a large bowl of punch is ordered to every mess. Captain North, leaving this island, steered for Madagascar, and came to Port Dauphin at the south end, as is said in White's Life, where he came to an anchor, and took on board some refreshments. But it blowing hard, he was obliged to put to sea, and leave his boat with 30 men behind him. He ran along the east side of the island, and came to a place called Ambonavola, in the latitude of 1738, where they put on shore some of their goods and settled themselves among the Negroes, several living in a house. Here they lived as sovereign princes among the inhabitants. The Moor prisoners they kept on board, and allowed them sufficient fresh provisions. North privately bid the boatswain of the Moors take the advantage of the land breeze in the night time, and go off with the ship, and what goods were left on board, or the pirates would soon haul up the ship, take everything on shore, and they, marooned there, would never see their own country again. Accordingly, the boatswain, following this advice, laid hold of the opportunity of a dark night, and communicating his design to the other Moors, whom he did not acquaint with this advice, as North charged him not, till he was on the point of executing his design, they weighed with great silence and stood to sea. The next morning some of the pirates proposed to go on board and fetch off some iron and other things to trade with in the country. But they were strangely surprised when they missed the ship. They alarmed the rest of their comrades, and went in a body to Captain North to tell him what had happened. He answered, if the Moors were gone off with the ship, it was their own fault. They ought to have left a sufficient number of hands on board to have succored her, that there was now no remedy but patience, for they had no vessel to pursue with except they thought the canoe proper. Some of the pirates thought as she lay in foul ground, the cable might be cut by some rock, and the ship blown off to sea by that accident. On starting this, some of them ran up to an eminence, and from thence spied the ship, as far as they could well see, with all sails set, which was a cruel and convincing proof that their loss was irreparable. They endeavored to make themselves easy, since there was no help, and transporting their goods to different abodes, at small distances, they settled themselves, buying cattle and slaves, and lived in a neighborly manner, one among another 5 years, cleared a great deal of ground, and planted provisions as yams, potatoes, and, see, the natives among whom they fixed had frequent broils and wars among themselves, but the pirates interposed, and endeavored to reconcile all differences, North deciding their disputes not seldom, with that impartiality and strict regard to distributive justice, for he was allowed, by all, a man of admirable good natural parts, that he ever sent away, even the party who was cast, satisfied with the reason, and content with the equity of his decisions. These inclinations, which the pirates showed to peace, and the example they set of an amicable way of life, for they carefully avoided all jars, and agreed to refer all cause of complaint among themselves which might arise, to a cool hearing before North, and 12 of their companions gave them a great character among the natives, who were before very much prejudiced against the white men. Nay, in this point of keeping up a harmony among themselves, they were so exact, that whoever spoke but in an angry or peevish tone was rebuked by all the company, especially if before any of the country, though even but a slave of their own, for they thought, and very justly, that unity and concord were the only means to warrant their safety. For the people being ready to make war on one another upon the slightest occasion, they did not doubt but they would take the advantage of any division which they might observe among the whites, and cut them off whenever a fair opportunity offered. North often set this before them, and as often made them remark the effects of their unanimity, which were the being treated with great respect and deference, and having a homage paid them as to sovereign princes. Nature, we see, teaches the most illiterate the necessary prudence for their preservation, and fear works changes which religion has lost the power of doing, since it has been looked upon as a trade, and debased by the scandalous lives of those who think it their business to teach it only, and, satisfied with the theory, leave the practical part to the laity. For these men whom we term, and not without reason, the scandal of human nature, who were abandoned to all vice, and lived by rapine, when they judged it for their interests, not only, politically, were strictly just, both among themselves, and in composing the differences of the neighboring natives, but grew continent and sober, as no doubt they esteemed their security to depend on shewing the blacks they could govern those passions to which they themselves were slaves. It's true, they were all polygamists, but that was no scandal among a people who thought the cohabiting with a pregnant woman a sin against nature in acting contrary to her design, which is by generation to propagate the animal race. And who should be guilty of this crime among them? They esteemed worse than beasts, which, following nature, obey her orders exactly, and set men a lesson of prudence. When then, I say, they were continent, I mean they never invaded the rights either of their companions or of the natives. The reader may, perhaps, be well enough pleased to hear how on the smallest difference they proceeded to a reconciliation. For, far, as I have said, it was a maxim with them, that the least discord among a few particulars would be the ruin of a whole body. As from a small neglected spark, a general conflagration may arise, and lay the noblest city waste. On any mistake from which a dispute arose, or on any illy mannered expression let fall in company, they all broke up, and one of the company poured what liquor was before them on the ground, saying, no contention could creep in among them without loss, and therefore he sacrificed that liquor to the evil fiend, to prevent a greater damage. Then both the contending parties, on pain of being banished the society, and sent to another part of the island, were summoned to appear at Captain North's the next morning, and, in the meanwhile, they were commanded to keep their respective houses. The next morning, both the parties being met, and all the whites summoned to attend, the captain set the plaintiff and defendant on one side, and told them that till the aggressor had consented to do justice, and till the person injured had forgot his resentment, they must esteem them both enemies to the public, and not look upon them as their friends and companions. He then wrote down the names of all the assembly, rolled them up, and put them into a hat, out of which, each party shaking the hat, chose 6 tickets, and these 12 rolls or tickets contained the names of the assistant judges, who, with the captain, heard and determined in the cause, calling and examining the witnesses. When the matter was fully debated, the court was adjourned to the next day, and the litigators commanded to appear again, and, in the interim, not to stir out their houses, to which they were respectively conducted by 2 or 3 each, lest the slaves, or the neighboring blacks, should, by a greater number, have any suspicion of their disagreement. The second day the examination began afresh, and the witnesses were sifted, as if they had not before been examined, and this to try if they were consistent with their former evidence, which was noted down. Then the court was again adjourned, and the disagreeing parties remanded home till next morning, when judgment was given, which was a fine in proportion to the affront. The reason of confining those who had dissension was to deter them, by this small punishment, from all future quarrels, and to prevent any ill accident which might happen by their being at full liberty. The example they set, and the care they took to accommodate differences among their neighbors, had calmed all the country round them. After they had stayed here near 3 years, Captain North and some of his companions had a mind to visit the country southward, and trade for more slaves and cattle, to which end taking a considerable quantity of powder and arms, beside what they might use, with 50 whites and 300 natives, he set forward on his journey. When they had traveled about 80 miles southward, they came to a nation rich in slaves and cattle, who inhabited the banks of the largest river on the east side the island, called Mangora, Hammanangara. With these people he trafficked for a great number of slaves and cattle, which he purchased for guns and powders. They being at war when Captain North came among them, with a neighboring prince, he was entreated to give his assistance, for which they, the Mangorians, promised him 100 slaves, with 500 head of cattle, and all the prisoners they should take. On these conditions he joined them, and marched to a very large town of the enemies, which was naturally very strong, and esteemed by the natives impregnable, being situated on a high and craggy rock, which could be ascended by the way only leading to the gate, where was kept a strong guard. The blacks in North's army were for leaving this town unattempted, and marching farther into the country, in search of booty. But North told them it was not safe to leave a garrison of enemies at their backs, which would continually infest them, by falling on their rear, and which would be an obstacle to their carrying off what plunder they might get together. Beside, it would be an asylum for all the country, which would fly thither till they had gathered a body considerable enough to come down and face them in the field, which the enemy might do with reasonable hopes of success, as their men would be all fresh, while those of his party would be fatigued with marches, may be encumbered by plunder, and worn down with the inconveniences of lying exposed in the fields. The chief of his allies allowed his reasons good, were an attempt on the town practicable, which experience told him was not, for, though several times besieged, it never could be taken. It would be the loss of a great deal of time, and many men's lives to offer at it. North desired he would leave the management of this siege to him. The chief answered, he should do as he pleased, but it was against his judgment to attack a town which nature herself had fortified, which God Almighty would never suffer to be taken, and which had, to no purpose, cost the lives of a number scarce to be told, of his countrymen, in the several attempts they had made to be masters of it. North disposed his army, and invested the rock on every side, then sent word to the town, if they did not surrender, he would give no quarters to either sex or age. The inhabitants laughed at his message, told him they did not believe he had learnt the art of flying. Until he had, they thought themselves very secure from his putting such menaces in execution. Out of the white men, North chose 30, whom he set at the head of 3 companies, consisting of 100 blacks each. And as he had some grenado shells with them, soon dispersed the guard at the foot of the rock, and made a lodgment. Though the blacks were acquainted with fire, arms, the shells were entirely new to them, and as they saw their terrible effect, threw down their arms, and gained the middle of the rock, where they had another corps de garde, though not without some loss. Those who were at the bottom of the rock being put to flight, North sent 10 whites and 500 blacks to take that post, and orders to the other whites to mount the rock, and having beat that guard, if possible, to enter the town with them. They accordingly ascended in this order. As the road was so narrow, only 3 could pass on abreast, and the enemy, when within cast of a dart, threw down a shower upon them. 3 unarmed blacks with their shields marched before 3 small shot men, and sheltered them from the enemy's weapons. These were followed by others, with the same precaution, the white men being mixed with those who thus went up, that is to say, 1 white musketeer to 2 blacks. The enemy seemed resolute to defend the pass, but when they had, to no purpose, spent a number of darts, and had lost some men by the shot, they swiftly took to the top of the rock, where, joined with fresh men from the town, they made a stand and show of resistance. North's men followed, and, pouring in a volley, put them into confusion, which gave the assailants an opportunity to come near enough to throw in their shells, half a dozen of which bursting with considerable damage, and the slaughter of several men. They thought to shelter themselves in the town, but the inhabitants, fearing the enemies entering with them, shut the gates against both, so that the blacks of North's army, notwithstanding all the whites could do to the contrary, made a great slaughter. However, they saved some, whom they sent prisoners to the camp, desiring, at the same time, a supply of powder to make a petard. In the meanwhile, the enemy from the town threw a prodigious quantity of darts, which the besiegers received upon their shields, at least the greater part. The town was again summoned, but they refused to surrender, wherefore they were obliged to shelter themselves as well as they could, and expect the powder from the camp, though in the meanwhile the small shot from without being warmly plied made the throwing darts from the town less frequent, for none could show his head but with the greatest danger. When the powder came, they cut down and hollowed a tree, which they filled with powder, and plugged up very tight, and under the protection of their shields and muskets got it to the gate, under which they dug a hole large enough to receive it. Then setting fire to the fuse, it burst with a terrible crack, tore their gate to shatters, and left an open passage, which the besiegers, who had been joined with 500 more blacks, who came up with the powder, entered, and began a very great slaughter. The whites protected all they could, who submitted, but notwithstanding their diligence, the town was strewed with dead and dying men. 3. At length, what with being tarred, and what with persuasion, the slaughter ceased. The town was reduced to ashes, and the conquerors returned to the camp with 3,000 prisoners, whom his allies led to their own quarters, where, calling out the old women, children, and useless slaves, they sent them to North, as if, by these, they thought themselves released from the promise made to induce his assistance. When North saw the dishonesty of these people, he sent for their prince, and told him, according to agreement all the slaves belonged to him. Nay, according to justice, he alone had a right to them, since he despaired of taking the town, so far as to dissuade his besieging it, and that he not only owed to him their success, but even the safety of his army, and all the plunder they should make in the prosecution of the war. for reasons already given, and by himself allowed to be good, that he thought he had allied himself with a people of integrity, but he was sorry to say he found himself quite mistaken in his opinion, since they were so far from making good their treaty, that they sent him out of the slaves taken, instead of all, those only whom they knew not what to do with wit, that they must not imagine him so blind as not to perceive how disingenuously he was dealt with him, or that he wanted either strength or resolution to resent the usage. He then asked what was become of a number of young and handsome women he had seen among the captives. The prince answered that those he inquired after were his and his countrymen's relations, and as such they could not consent to, nor could he require their being made slaves. This answer made the chief left him, as it was delivered in a pretty haughty tone. It did not a little nettle both North and his comrades. The latter were for immediately doing themselves justice, but the former begged they would have patience and rely on him. They followed his advice, and he sent an interpreter, who privately inquired among the women what relation they had to the people of the river. The prisoners answered that some of their forefathers had married with that nation. I must here take notice that notwithstanding the inhabitants of Madagascar have but one language which is common to the whole island, the difference of the dialect in different nations makes it very difficult for any but the natives, or those who have been a great many years, more than North and his companions had been, among them to understand them perfectly, which is the reason he made use of an interpreter, as well between him and the chief, as between the slaves and him. When he had received this answer from the prisoners, he went to the prince, and told him it was very odd he should make war on his relations. However, he should keep them since he declared them such, till he could prove his right better than the prince could his nearness of blood, that, as he had once taken them, he would try if he could not support the justice of his claim, and bid him therefore be upon his guard, for he openly declared he was no longer the ally, but the professed enemy of faithless people. Saying this, he and his blacks separated themselves from the Mangorian, and North divided them into companies, with his white men at the head of each, and ordered them to fire ball over the heads of their late allies. The first volley was a prodigious astonishment to the Mangorians, several of whom ran away, but North firing 2 more immediately, and marching up to them, brought the prince and the head officers of his army to him. Crawling on all 4, they, as the custom of showing the greatest submission is among them, kissed the feet of the whites, and begged they would continue their friendship, and dispose of everything as they thought proper. North told him deceit was the sign of a mean and coward soul, that had he, the prince, thought too considerable. What, however, was justly his due, because not only promised to, but taken by him. He ought to have expostulated with him, North, and have told him his sentiments, which might have, it was possible, made no division, for neither he nor his men were greedy or unreasonable. But as the prince had not the courage publicly to claim the slaves, and as he would have basely stolen them by false pretenses of kindred, it was a sign he did not think such claim justifiable, as certainly it was not, for all his captains could witness their prince had agreed the prisoners taken should be given to the whites, and his companions, a sufficient title, to mention no other, that he had resolved to shew them, by a severe chastisement, the abhorrence those of his color have to ingratitude and deceit, and what difference there was in fighting on the ground of justice, and the supporting wrong and injury. But, as they acknowledged their error, he should not only forgive, but forget what was past, provided no new treachery, In his return, which he resolved upon, refreshed his memory. He then ordered them to bring all the slaves, and they punctually complied without reply. North chose out the finest and ablest among them, and dividing the whole number of prisoners into 2 equal bands, he kept that in which he had placed the chosen slaves, and sent the other to the prince, telling him, though neither fraud nor compulsion could wring a slave from him, yet justice, as some of his troops had shared the danger, and a generous temper, had sent him that present, which was half the spoil, though he could not think of going any farther on with the war, that he ought to content himself with the taking a town they thought impregnable, and blame his own conduct, if he should continue in the field, and hereafter find the want of his assistance. The prince and his people admired the penetration, bravery, and generosity of the whites, and sent them word he was more obliged to them for the lesson they had taught him by their practice, than for the slaves they had presented him, though he esteemed the present as he ought, that for the future he should have an abhorrence from every mean action, since he had learned from them the beauty of a candid open procedure. At the same time he thanked him for the present, and the not suffering his resentment to go farther than the frightening him into his duty, for he was sensible his balls were not furred over their heads, but by orders proceeding from the humanity of the whites, who, he observed, weary tender over the lives of their enemies, contrary to the custom of his countrymen, who give quarters to none, the females and infants excepted, that there may hereafter be none to take revenge. He begged that he would suffer their submission to get the better of his design to depart. This could not prevail. The whites and their friends, who came with them, turned their faces towards home, taking their slaves and cattle with them, though the Mangorians were sensibly touched at the obstinacy of North's resolution. Yet they parted very amicably. As the whites were returning home with their company, they fell in with another nation, the Timoses, whose prince joined North with 500 men, and swore strict amity with him and his crew. The ceremony used among the natives, as it is uncommon, so an account of it may, perhaps, be agreeable to my readers. The parties, who swear to each other, interweave their toes and fingers, so that they must necessarily sit very close to each other. When they have thus knit their hands and feet, they reciprocally swear to do each other all friendly offices, to be a friend or enemy to the friend or enemy of the party to whom they swear. And if they falsify the oath they make, they imprecate several curses on themselves, as may they fall by the lance, be devoured by the alligator, or struck dead by the hand of God. Then an assistant scarifies each of the contracting parties on the chest, and wiping up the blood with a piece of bread, gives this bloody bread to each of them to eat. That is, each eats the blood of the other. And this oath, whether it be with equal parties, or with a prince and his subject, where the one promises protection, and the other obedience, which was the nature of that taken between North and this prince, is looked upon as inviolable, and they have few examples of its being broken. But where any has been wicked enough to violate this solemn oath, they say, they have been ever punished according to their imprecations. As this prince had war with powerful neighbors, he left his country, taking with him all his great men, wives, say, and relations, and with a company of about 500 fighting men, followed North, and settled by him, where he stayed 2 years. The time North stayed, during this space, being supplied with arms, powder, and several natives by Captain North, he made several inroads into his enemies' countries, and made all he conquered swear allegiance to Captain North. At the expiration of 2 years, Captain Halsey came in with a brigantine, as is said in the life of Captain White. This crew, having made a broken voyage, were discontented with their captain, and desired North to take the command upon him, but he declined it, saying, Halsey was every way as capable, and that they ought not to depose a man, whom they could not tax with either want of courage or conduct, and for his part, he would never take the command from any who did not justly merit to be turned out, which was not Halsey's case. The crew were not, however, satisfied, and they made the same offer to White, but by North's industry, they were, at last, prevailed on to continue their old commander, and as North and his companions had expended their money in the settling their plantations, and wanted clothes, the former, therefore, accepted of the quarter master's post under Halsey, and the others went in the capacity of private gentlemen, adventurers. I mean plain fore-mast men, as may be gathered in the life of that pirate, to which I refer for an account of the expedition they made in the Red Seas. Beginning at page 467, Captain Halsey on board a prize left North to command the brigantine they set out in. The two commanders were separated by a storm, but both made for Madagascar. Halsey got to Ambonavoula, but North fell in with Meriton, where, finding the brigantine was very much worm-eaten, and made a great deal of water, with one consent they took ashore all their goods, and laid up their vessel. They were all very well received. The king being then at war with his brother, North prevailed on his majesty's sister to pass her solitary hours with him. At the king's return, having defeated his brother, he was very much incensed against North Nor for being so free with the royal family, and resolved to fine him 200 checkins for the affront done to his illustrious house. But North, having some inkling of his design, pacified him by making a present of 100. The pirates continued here a whole year, when being desirous to go to Ambonavoula, they asked the king's assistance to build a boat, and he for $1,000 set negroes to work, under the directions of Captain North, and a vessel of 15 tons was set up and launched with great dispatch. In this boat, they went to a river, called Menangaro, 30 leagues to the northward of Meriton. Here some of their comrades came to them in a boat, belonging to the Scotch ship Neptune, and helped to transport their goods to Ambonavoula, where he had before settled, and had a woman and 3 children. He had not been long returned before his neighboring natives reported that the Timouses, who had followed him from the southward, had a design to rebel against, and murder him and the other whites, which, giving too easy credit to, he made war upon, and drove these poor people out of the country. Some time after he built a sloop, and went to Antongil Bay, where he purchased slaves, and took in the Scots supercargo, Mr. George Cruikshank, with a design to carry him to Mascarenas, but all his comrades were against it, saying, when he got to Europe, he would prove their destruction. North answered, nothing could be more cruel, after they had taken the greater part of what the poor gentleman had, than to keep him from his country, family, and friends. For his part, were he his prisoner, he should not ask their consents in doing an act of humanity, and the only they were able towards making him some reparation, since they could not return his goods, which were parceled out into so many shares. On North saying thus much, they put the affair in question to the vote, and there being many who had obligations to North, and whom he influenced in favor of the supercargo, 48 out of 54 voted for the discharging. North having gained this point, the pirates asked if he also designed to take with him one J.B., a great favorite of his Hyde, who had been midshipman on board the Neptune, a young Scotchman, who was a good artist, a thorough seaman, and very capable of taking on him the command in any voyage. He answered there was a necessity of taking him, since he should want his assistance in the voyage, as he depended on his knowledge. His companions said, J.B. Doy would certainly give him the slip, which would be a loss to them all, as he was an artist, and a clean hale young fellow, and therefore his being detained was necessary to their common good. To this North answered, his own security would oblige his taking care that he should not get from him, since no other on board was capable to find the way back to Ambonavola. He went to Mascarenas, where the supercargo and his negro were put on shore with all the money he had, which was about $1,600. For when the Pirates made prize of the Neptune, in the manner already said, they took none of the money. They themselves had before paid for liquors, and either from the captain, supercargo, or any other on board. For that, they looked upon it a base, as well as dishonest action, but for the ship and remaining part of the cargo, they had a fair title to, viz. They wanted both. It is true, they made the merchants of the Greyhound refund what money they had taken, but before the reader taxes them with injustice, and acting against the above maxim, let him consider circumstances, and call to mind the whole story. They did not take that ship. On the contrary, they sent her away well victualled, and provided with necessaries for her voyage. And, I hope, it will be allowed, they had a lawful claim to her, as she belonged to an enemy, and came into a port of theirs, without a pass. Again, they did not rob these merchants of the money they had before laid out with them, but took it in payment for the liquors they had put on board the Greyhound, out of the Neptune, which the merchants themselves, if they had any honesty, could not expect for nothing. But let us suppose they had taken this money by force, and not traded for it on the fair foot, as it's evident they did. Yet, was it no more than an act of justice, such as might reasonably be expected from the probity of these gentlemen, who never suffer an ill action to go unpunished? And no body can justify the proceedings of those merchants who advised the seizing the Scots ship. But, to return, North would not suffer J.B. to go ashore. However, to make him amends for his confinement, he gave him 4 negroes, whom he sold for $300, and took care that he should live plentifully and well on board. North's business at this island was to get leave to carry his children there to be educated in the Christian faith, which after some rich presents made the governor, he obtained, and returned to Madagascar. In the voyage, as J.B. Doy was very greatly in his favor, and his confidant, he told him his design was to leave his children at Mascarenas, and place fortunes for them in the hands of some honest priest, who would give them a Christian education, for he thought it better to have them papists than not Christians, and would then go back to Meriton, and endeavor, by his penitence, to make atonement for his former life, and never more go off the island on any account, that he would give his sloop to J.B. with $200, that he might find some means to return home, since he very wisely refused to join with the pirates. When he came on the Madagascar coast, he heard a French ship had touched there, and left some men behind her, upon which account North ran to the southward 100 leagues out of his way, to inquire after and assist these people, a piece of humanity which ought not to be passed by in silence, for it may shame not a few among us who carry a face of religion, and act with greater barbarity than those whom we hunt and destroy as a nuisance to the world, and a scandal to the name of man. If any thinks this reflection severe, let him examine into the number of thousands who are perishing in jails, by the cruelty of creditors, sensible of their inability to pay. Let him take a view of the miseries which reign in those tombs of the living. Let him inquire into the number of those who are yearly starved to death, to gratify an implacable spirit, and then, if he can, clear the English laws, which allow a creditor to punish an unfortunate man for his being so, with the most cruel of all invented deaths, that of famine. Let him, I say, clear them from the imputation of barbarity. I beg pardon for this digression, which my concern for the English character, for this only reason sunk among foreigners, forced me into. North found but one man, whom he took home with him, clothed and maintained him. When he came back to Ambonavoula, he found the country all in an uproar, and the rest of his companions preparing for a war with the natives, but his arrival restored their former quiet. After 4 months' stay at home, he fitted his sloop to go out and purchase slaves at Antongil. But finding few there to his mind, for in 2 months he bought but 40, he returned to his settlement. He designed now to carry his children to Mascarenas, but dissuaded on account of the season by J.B. Yale. He went to Mathaludge on the west side of the island to trade for Sams. Having purchased a considerable quantity of Sams, he went to Johanna, and thence to Mayotta, returned again to Madagascar, but not being able to get round the north end, on account of the current, he put for Mayotta again, on the west side of this island, put into a port, called Suarez, where, some time before, came a ship from England to trade, commanded by one Price, who going ashore with his doctor was detained, as was also his boat's crew, till he redeemed himself and surgeon, with 200 barrels of powder and 1,000 small arms, but was forced to leave his boat's crew, not having wherewithal to ransom them, though the demand was only 2 small arms for each man. These poor creatures were afterwards sold to the Arabians. In revenge, North and his crew landed, burnt a large town, and did all the damage they could. From Mayotta he went again to Madagascar, where a king of his acquaintance told him the whites and natives were at war at Ambonavoula. He bought 30 slaves, refreshed his crew, and went home. On the news of his arrival, the natives sent to conclude a peace, but he would not listen to them. On the contrary, raised an army, burnt a number of towns, and took a great many prisoners. This success brought the natives to sue in a very humble manner for a cessation of arms, that a general peace might follow. This he agreed to about 4 months after his arrival. His enemies, having now the opportunity, corrupted some of his neighboring natives, and in the night surprised and murdered him in his bed. His comrades, however, being alarmed, took to their arms, drove the treacherous multitude before them with great slaughter, and to revenge North's death continued the war 7 years, in which time they became masters of all the country round, and drove out all who did not swear allegiance to them. North had his will lying by him, which directed J.B. to carry his children to Mascarenas in his sloop, which he left to the said J.B. who was at the charge to fit her up, and laid out the greater part of the money North bequeathed him. But the Pirates would not suffer him to stir while the wars lasted, fearing he would not return, having never joined them in any piracies, and therefore, by one consent, setting fire to the sloop, they detained him several years. If he is not still there, Chapter 28. Well, a description of Magadoxa, taken partly from the journal of Captain Beavis, and also from an original manuscript of a mulatto, who was taken by the natives, and lived amongst them 16 years. In the year 1700, Captain William Beavis, commander of the ship, called the Albemarle, then in the service of the East India Company, sailed from England, bound for Surat, in the East Indies, but after having been some months at sea, Having the misfortune to meet with contrary musons, he lost his passage, so that he was forced on the coast of Zanzibar, in the higher Ethiopia, on the continent of Africa, where he endeavored to find out some place of safety, that the ship might ride secure, and where he might meet with some necessaries for refreshing his company, while he waited for the change of winds, which he could not expect in less than 3 or 4 months. They came in with the land, and cast anchor on the 9th of November, the year before mentioned. The 10th it blew hard, but on the 11th, the weather being pretty fair, the captain sent the yawl on shore, in 2 different places, at considerable distance from each other. They found the land everywhere sandy, and all over green with shrubs, but saw no houses, nor could they discover the least track of any human creature. However, they saw deer, but could not come near enough to have a shot at them. They also found the dung of wolves, hares, and some other animals, but saw none. And, near the water side, they found the shells of a great number of craw fish, but met with none alive. Wherefore, they guessed that they were left here by some creatures, who fished them up, and usually fed upon them. Finding this place altogether inhospitable, they weighed anchor and sailed along the shore, till the 17th of the same month, when the captain, looking through his spying glass, saw 3 or 4 men walking along the sea side, and sometimes sitting down, but could not discern any house, fire, or smoke. But when they had sailed about a league farther, they perceived an inlet, or bay, where the captain fancied there might be a river. He could also perceive several tall trees, which were the first they had seen since they came upon the coast, which made the captain conjecture that there must be some inhabitants. Upon this, they came to an anchor, and manning out the boat, the captain sent Mr. Baldwin, the 3rd mate in her, to go into the bay, in order to discover whether there was any river which discharged itself into it. When they were in with the shore, they perceived about 50 or 60 people standing upon a bank near the water side, and one, separating himself from the rest, approached nearer to them, and held up a white piece of linen at the end of a stick, and waved it at them, which they understood to be a flag of friendship, and which the boat answered by the like signal. Then the person on shore beckoned to them with his hand, which they took to be an invitation to come on shore, and accordingly they ventured. There were 2 of the boat's men who spoke a little Portuguese, who saluted this man in that language. As soon as they came near him, his gesture appeared very civil, but they could not understand a syllable of what he said in answer. But by his signs, they fancied he invited them to come to their huts, in order to eat and drink. However, they did not think fit to stay longer at this time, but returned on board, to give the captain an account of what had passed, and to let him know that they could discover no river in the bay. They described the people to be pretty tall and well made, their color jet black, their heads and beards close shaved, wearing upon their heads turbans made of a kind of linen, and a sort of sash made of dungaree linen about their waists, the rest of their bodies being quite naked. Whereupon, consulting with a mulatto, one of the ship's company, who understood the Turkish and Arabian languages, what he thought the language of these people might be, he judged it to be a kind of corrupted Arabic, because their dress was not unlike that of the Arabians of the desert, and that it was not unlikely, but that they might be some way descended from them. Wherefore, the captain resolved to man the boat again, and to send the mulatto ashore with them, to try if he could so far understand their language, as to learn from them where there was fresh water, or any other refreshments to be had. and also to inquire for some port or bay, where the ship might be with safety till the breaking up of those easterly winds. The wind blew so fresh all that day, which was the 19th, that they could not send the boat on shore. At night, they watched to see if they could discover any appearance of fire anywhere upon land, but they could discern nothing like it. Wherefore, it seemed strange to them that in a country inhabited there should be neither smoke by day nor fire by night, which made them suppose the huts of the natives were far up the country. However, the next day the boat was sent on shore with the mulatto interpreter and Mr. Courser, the fourth mate, and for fear of any surprise, the captain ordered them to carry arms in the boat. When they approached near the shore, several of the natives made towards the water side, but seeing the boat's men take their arms in their hands at their landing, they fled affrighted up the country, nor would they ever come near them after. The men went a little way up the land and met with some huts, which were covered with the shells of turtles, which creatures it is supposed the natives catch in their proper season for food, then making a covering of their shells for their houses. They also saw several cows at some distance, which are very swift at running, and not larger than our deer. They saw some other animals, but took none, and so returned on board without gaining any intelligence. The mistake here was that they did not lie off with their boat and make a signal as they did at first, which would have disposed the natives to have stayed for them, as they did before, but going ashore abruptly with arms in their hand, frightened the natives, as if they had come to kill them. Wherefore, there was no expectation of making any discovery here, which induced the captain to weigh anchor and steer a little farther westward. The next morning, which was the 22nd, they came to an anchor and sent their boat on shore again, with Mr. Yeep, Baldwin the third mate, and the gunner. There being some high hills not far from the place where they landed, the mate and gunner resolved to walk to the top of one of the highest of those hills, in order to take a view of the country beneath. About 4 in the afternoon they returned again to the ship, bringing word that there was a pleasant valley on the other side, about 5 miles in length, and near as far in breadth, but that they could see no houses or other signs of inhabitants, but that the valley seemed to abound with deer and several other creatures. They brought on board 3 antelopes and 2 large guinea hens, which they shot, and saw great numbers of both these creatures about the bushes on the sides of those hills. The antelopes were small, but extremely beautiful, their bodies no bigger than that of a hare, but their legs much longer. Their color was a mixture of black and white, very smooth, and very bright, with horns about 3 inches long. They weighed and crept along ashore to the westward, and next day, which was the 23rd, the captain with his spying glass saw 7 or 8 men near the shore. Wherefore, he sent the boat to endeavor to speak with them. As soon as they saw the boat approach them, they went off. The men, however, went on shore, and at some distance saw 2 camels and 2 asses loaden pass along with men attending them. They did what they could to speak with these 2, but when they perceived the boat's men to make towards them, they drove so fast there was no coming near them. The next morning, the weather being clearer than ordinary, the captain, looking through his glass, fancied he saw several tall spires to the westward. He weighed anchor and stood away for them. By 4 in the afternoon, he plainly perceived a large town, and by 6 came to an anchor right over against it. However, he did not send the boat on shore that night, but next morning he ordered Mr. Baldwin the third mate, Mr. Sale the purser, with the mulatto before mentioned, who spoke the Turkish and Arabian languages, to take the yawl with 4 hands, and to carry with them a white flag, that they might appear to come in a friendly and peaceable manner. charging them at the same time to say or do nothing which might appear harsh or offensive. The boat was no sooner in with the shore, but the natives flocked, as it were, to meet them, and appeared very courteous. The mulatto spoke to them in Tuthet Arabian tongue, giving them to understand that they were driven upon their coasts by the misfortune of having lost their voyage, that they were in want of water, and begged they would show them where they might be supplied, and that if they would think fit to furnish them with fresh provision, they would pay them in money, or any goods or curiosities of Europe. It happened the language they spoke was a kind of Arabic, so that the mulatto could discourse with them perfectly well. They answered him that the king was absent from the city, and that they could do nothing till his return, but that he would be there as that night, for they had sent him word of the coming of a ship as soon as it appeared in sight. That, however, they might assure themselves that all they requested should be granted, and shewed them where there were several fine springs of water, these springs being a pretty way from the water side, and the ground near them craggy and uneven. The mulatto told them it would be difficult to row their casks so long away, and over such bad ground, and asked them if there were not any spring nearer the sea. They answered them no, but that the king would give them oxen to draw their casks to the boat, and so they returned on board with a present from the king's son of a sarn of mashed dates, a matted jar of sweetmeats, and 4 sheep. Betimes the next morning, being the 26th, the captain sent the yawl on shore again with the same officers, to know if the king was come, and to beg leave to bring on board some fresh water, ordering them to make a signal for the long boat to be sent on shore, in case they obtained the permission to water. The yawl had not been long gone before the appointed signal was made, and the long boat was accordingly sent immediately, after which the captain perceived the yawl was returning back again to the ship. She came with 4 hands in her to advise the captain that the long boat would immediately return with a cow as a present to him, and to put him in mind that it would be proper to send something back for a present to the Shabander, the name by which they call the king's son, with whom they quarrel, viz. Die. The 3rd mate, Mr. Baldwin, the gunner, and the mulatto interpreter, who served in the ship as a quartermaster, were gone to dine. The captain was surprised at their indiscretion, and the more because he had ordered them to be upon their guard for fear of treachery, having furnished them with arms for that purpose, and charged them not to stir far from their boat. However, there was no remedy now, so that he sent the yawl back again with a present of a small looking-glass, a great curiosity there, for the prince, ordering 1 man to carry it, and to tell the mate, gunner, and mulatto to come off as soon as they could, the rest to lie a little off with the yawl, their arms ready, but out of sight, a prospect of the city of Magadoxa. The city of Magadoxa, the body, Nebut from the ship. B. The place where the boat went on shore when she was seized. C. A great mosque standing on a small hummock about a mile from the city. D. 3 junks or vessels hauled upon the sand about a cable's length from the waterside. E. The longboat lying at anchor after the surprisal of the yawl, with a flag of truce, attending if any would come to commune with them. F. A flag placed with a letter, fastened to the staff to endeavor to have commerce again with the natives, in order to release the people they had seized. G. A sandy bank about half a cable's length from the water, side from whence the barbarians fired small arms and shot arrows at the longboat, as they turned up along the shore within the bar to find a hatch to get on the same. Detail from Ms. 2992, Sloane Collection, British Museum. H. The longboat turning up along shore in order to get on board the ship, were obliged to use their small arms against the natives on the aforesaid bank to secure their passage by the same. I. all the shore that appears black is rocky all along. K. The boat going on shore the first time with a flag of truce in order to obtain commerce. LLL. A bar of corally rocks running up from the end of the town or city to the rocky shore, all within it being sanded. M. The ship at anchor in the road. NN. Behind this hill is the royal burying place. O. The Passau's houses that looks after the morzaks or tombs belonging to the king. PP. Behind this hill always lieth a small camp of about 100 men. Q. The stewards of the morzaks. The captain, observing the yawl with his glass, perceived the men, contrary to his orders, were gone on shore, and looking again a little after, saw the boat without a mast, or so much as one hand in her, dragged towards the town quite on shore, and in a little time after she was hauled out of sight. This rashness of his men gave him a great deal of uneasiness. He apprehended some fatal consequence from it. And indeed he had reason, for he knew the natives of some part of the coast were cannibals. Therefore, for fear of venturing too much at once, he resolved not to trust the long boat on shore, till he had some tidings from the yawl. All that day he passed with the utmost uneasiness, keeping a man continually on the watch, looking towards the shore with a spying glass, to try if anything could be discovered of his men on the shore, but all to no purpose, for nothing could be discerned either of them or the boat the whole day. That night was spent in many doubtful reflections, and tears for the condition of those who were on shore. Next morning, the captain resolved to send the long boat towards the land, with Mr. Nin, his first mate, and some other of his officers in her, ordering them to show a white flag as soon as they should discover any people to come near them, but not to venture to go ashore, but to talk and make signs to the natives out of the boat, and to try to discover the reason of our men's being detained, and in case they found they kept them prisoners, or intended them for slaves, to try by means of the mulatto interpreter to treat with them for their ransom. Mr. Warren Nin obeyed his orders punctually, and when he came near the land, he lay by, with a white flag displayed at the end of a mast, at which time he observed a great body of people coming from the town towards the sea side. The captain could also discern them from the ship with his spying glass, and judged them to be betwixt 4,000 and 5,000. But instead of coming to parley, they marched in a body behind a bank, which stood opposite the boat, where they lay in a kind of ambuscade, without returning any signal, or shewing any inclination to speak with the boat. This looked plainly as if they intended to surprise the men, in case they should venture to land. Wherefore Mr. Nin resolved to return on board, and plying along shore, in order to find the passage through the ridge of rocks of coral, which runs along ashore, the natives let fly a shower of arrows at the boat, which, however, did no harm, because they fell short, upon which Mr. Nin commanded his men to fire their arms towards the banks, in order to frighten them, for being so entrenched, he knew he could do them no harm, after which he returned on board. The captain now began to despair of ever seeing his men more. The best he could think which could befall them was one, to be made slaves, for still he did not apprehend that they had met with so melancholy and cruel a fate, as their confidence in the natives had really brought upon them. He therefore resolved to make one attempt more, in order to learn some news of what had befallen them, in order to which he thought of a stratagem, by which he should run no hazard of losing any more of his men, and by which it seemed probable he must hear of them if they were alive. He writ a letter, which letter he caused to be fixed to the top of a long pole, which he ordered to be carried on shore in the silence of the night. The men were to fix the pole in the ground, and to make it the more conspicuous, there was a flag also fastened to the pole. He did not doubt but that if any of his men had the liberty of walking about, they would come for the letter which they must see, and if they had not that liberty, the natives, not being able to read it themselves, would carry it to. In this letter he advised Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Hile Sale, the third mate and purser, to treat about their own ransom themselves, and that of the 5 men with them, including the mulatto. And since there was no other way of procuring their liberty, he would comply with the terms, let them be what they would. He directed them to fix their answer upon the same pole, and lest they should want pen and ink, he enclosed a pencil, and also a sheet of paper, and in hopes an answer should be left, he commanded the pole to be fixed just at the water's edge, where there was no bank near, that it might be taken off without the danger of an ambuscade. This was the best expedient he could think of for relieving his unhappy countrymen, who now, alas, were past all relief. Accordingly, the boat was sent with the said letter, and 2 of the men went on shore and fixed it, and having returned into the boat put off, and came to an anchor at some distance from the shore, in order to observe what should become of the letter. They waited till noon to no purpose. Then, taking up their anchor, in order to come on board for some refreshment, they were but a little while under sail, when they saw a man come and carry off the pole, a little while after which, as they plied along the shore, and were opposite to the bank before described, they were saluted with a volley of musquet shot, 1 ball falling into the boat, and several others come very near it. Wherefore, they made all the sail they could to give the captain an account of what had passed. The firearms they made use of were those they found in the boat, where they also met with 6 cartridge boxes full of charges, and their making use of them in this manner convinced the captain that they had no mind to come to any parley with them, or to listen to any terms about the release of their unhappy shipmates. However, they were continually upon the watch, looking out with wishing eyes, in expectation of seeing the appointed signal made for the answer of the letter. Long they expected to no purpose, which made the captain think something very fatal had happened to them, and that he should never see them more. But in the midst of his despair, a thought came into his head, which administered to him a little comfort. He fancied that perhaps they might be carried up the country, to the place where the king at that time was gone, and that the natives might send the letter after them, which might be the reason there was no answer yet left. Upon this little glimmering of hope, he resolved to wait some days longer, for he was willing to lay hold of any hope, rather than bear the thoughts of going away without. Thus day after day, they waited in expectation of some answer, sending the boat to lie off near the shore, to be ready in case any signal should be made. One day they perceived a great number of people to come out of the town, and make towards the shore, which gave them an expectation that the delivery of their friends was at hand. They watched their motions with earnest eyes, hoping every minute to see a flag of truce, instead of which, they observed them to march directly behind the bank, where they seemed to place themselves in a kind of ambuscade. Now, there seemed to be an end of all their hopes. The boat returned on board, and made a report to the captain of what they saw, who, calling a consultation of all his officers to hear if anything could be offered for the relief of their companions, it was proposed by one to send the boat on shore, to burn some junks which were hauled up about a musquet shot from the water side. But the captain considered that this might gratify their revenge. It would bring no relief to their poor captive friends. On the contrary, the natives might be provoked to destroy them for it, if they had not done it already. Besides, as these junks lay not far from the bank, their men might be exposed to the arrows of the natives, who now lay in continual ambuscade, and so they might run the hazard of losing more men without the least advantage to themselves or unhappy companions. Wherefore, this project was laid aside, and the winds often blowing hard, and the captain not judging it safe to lie any longer in that open road, he weighed anchor on the 4th of December, steering along ashore, in search of some bay or inlet, where they might ride sheltered from the wind and weather, and still with a view that if either their companions might have an opportunity of making their escape, or the natives should relent and think of letting them go for a ransom, they might be near enough to receive them. After about 3 or 4 hours' gentle sail, he dropped an anchor, the town of Magadoxa then bearing in bay of them. They perceived it was all along a flat, smooth shore, without any bay or other shelter, for ships to ride. Wherefore, the next day, which was the 5th of December, they stood off to sea, and then came to a consultation, what measures to take in their present condition, and having considered that they had met with no place where they could ride with any safety, and if they should meet with a convenient bay, much farther down the coast, it would be of no service to their unhappy companions, who would never hear of them, and besides they could not venture to traffic with the natives for refreshments, for fear of surprise and treachery, and their men beginning to grow weak and distempered for want of fresh provisions. They resolved to make for the island of Johanna, being forced to leave their companions to Providence. In great trouble and anxiety for their unhappy fate, we shall leave them to pursue their voyage, which was happy enough, omitting this accident, and relate what had passed on shore, as we had it from a manuscript, written by the mulatto interpreter, who was the only person who escaped, and returned to England, after he had lived 16 years amongst the barbarians. It has been already taken notice that Mr. Baldwin, the third mate, and Mr. Sale, the purser, unhappily for them, not observing the cautions the captain gave them to be upon their guard, were so indiscreet to be tempted to accept of an invitation to dine with the king's son, so that having sent the yawl on board again, for a present, as has been related, they with the mulatto interpreter went towards the town, accompanied by several of the natives, who made them the invitation in the name of the king's son. They were no sooner arrived at the first gate of the city, but they were surrounded by a great multitude of people, and violently dragged into a little door under the gateway, and shut up in a dark hole. When they had remained here about the space of 2 hours, they heard a very great noise without, soon after which, the doors leading to their dungeon were all opened, and they were dragged out again. When they were out, they found that what occasioned that great noise was the return of their men, whom they had sent on board for a present for the king's son, who were seized in the same manner they had been, and being encompassed by such a number of people, they lost them in a minute. They were also separated from one another, and the mulatto desiring to know of them the meaning of all this, and in what they had offended them, they only answered him, that they must go before the Acabo, the name by which they called the king, who had not been out of town as they gave out before. Accordingly, he was conducted with a sufficient guard, expecting there to meet his companions again. When he arrived at the king's house, which shall be hereafter described, he was led through several rooms to that where the king was presento, whom he found sitting upon the ground, the floor being matted. He was dressed in a long pair of drawers of bluish-purple silk, which reached down to his toes, having neither shoes nor stockings on, a large mantle of the same silk, and a white turban on his head. There were 8 others who sat about him, whose dress was the same with his, as to form and fashion, but their drawers and mantles were made of a blue and white strip de diarista, instead of silk. These were his counselors and favorites. The king spoke to him in a kind of Arabic, asking of what country he was. He answered of Canton in China. Then he asked him how he came to associate himself with those horrid white men. The poor mulatto began to tremble at this question, but excused himself by speaking in their favor, highly extolling them for their civility of behavior, as well as generosity, and praising them in all things to the king, telling him he was sure the captain would ransom them, if it was his pleasure to consent to it. To which he returned no answer, but asked what the ship had in her. The mulatto gave him an account of her lading. Then he desired to know whether the rest of the men would come on shore. He answered he could not tell, but in case they were suffered to return again on board, he was sure they would come on shore, and that the captain himself designed to come and see the king as soon as they should return. But the king made no offer of suffering that, but commanded him to be carried back to prison. The prison which they call Hollow is a square stone building, about 20 foot high, and flat at top, fronting one of their broadest streets. There are no windows or iron bars, as we see in our prisons, but there are several little holes about 8 or 9 inches square, quite through the wall, through which the place within receives both light and air. Here the poor mulatto was put, very anxious about the fate of his poor companions, whom he had not seen since their being separated at their first coming out of the dungeon. Wherefore, seeing an old man looking through one of the holes before described, he inquired of him what was become of them, who gave him this melancholy account, that those who came last out of the boat, which were the 4 sailors sent on board the ship for the present for the king's son, were killed in the streets by the multitude, and that making some resistance, they were torn to pieces, every man thinking himself happy that could procure a piece of their flesh, chewing a bit of about 2 ounces, which he begged of one who had got a great piece, which many of them eat, that they were all from their childhood taught to have an aversion to white men, and that these were the first that had been seen in the memory of man, that, as to the tall man and the little man which had been in the dungeon with him, which were Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Sale, the mate and purser, they were by the king's order carried to the Botterzau, a place where tigers and other fierce beasts are kept for the king's pleasure, and delivered up to be torn to pieces by those animals. This was, in effect, the true account of the most bloody massacre that was committed upon these unhappy men, the story of which, it may be imagined, must throw the poor mulatto into the utmost consternation and fear, as imagining himself to be near suffering some cruel death. Sometimes he flattered himself that they would spare him, because of his being a mulatto. But on the other side, when he reflected on his having given the white man a good character, he looked upon himself to be a dead man, thinking that alone was sufficient to destroy him. Betwixt these doubts and fears, he passed the night, in a place all covered with nastiness, where there was not the least conveniency for easing nature, and where, had his mind been at rest, it would have been hard for him to have slept. In the morning a man looked through one of the holes, and with great joy in his countenance, told him there were more white men coming on shore. The fellow did not relate it as good news to him, but told it for the pleasure they should have in destroying more of them. The mulatto wished within himself that he could have given notice of what had passed, and some advice to beware of themselves, but it was safest for him to keep his wishes to himself. Therefore he said nothing. Some hours after, he was sent to go again before the king. Now he thought his execution was at hand, but when he was brought into the king's presence, they put a letter into his hand, commanding him to tell what it meant, for that those who had come on shore had stuck it upon a pole, and went off before they could be spoke to. He saw at one cast of an eye that it was from the captain, who talked of ransom, and a sudden thought came into his head, that, if he had explained it to the king, they would make him some way instrumental in decoying more of the men on shore, in order to murder them, and knowing his companions to be past all ransom. He said he did not know the ways of the white men, and could not understand what that meant. The king then asked him if he could persuade the white men, who were at that time lying at an anchor, in their boat, some distance from the land, to come on shore. He answered he would endeavor to do it, if it was his pleasure. Upon which the king whispered with some others, who were near him, but said no more of it, as being unwilling to trust him. And in the truth on't is, he designed to tell them what had passed, and if the natives did not hold him fast, to throw himself into the sea, and venture to swim to them, not doubting, but those in the boat might with their firearms secure him from being pursued. But they gave no opportunity of making the attempt. The king then called for one of the firearms, which had been taken in the boat, and commanded him to show them how they were to be used, which he was forced to do, and they made use of them soon after, by firing at the boat as has been related. He was then carried back to prison, and talking with the jailer, whom in their language they call Kesbu, he asked him what he thought the king intended to do with him. The jailer answered, he was sure he did not intend to have him killed, as the white men had been trial, because he had ordered him to give him food. This news a little revived his drooping spirits. Accordingly he brought him some plantains and bananas, which was the first nourishment he had taken since he came on shore, and having refreshed himself therewith, and with an alabo of water, that is, a vessel not unlike a pitcher, he begged for something to clean the place. The jailer brought him a parcel of green sticks tied together, which they call a tosi, and serves for the use of a broom. With this and a thing like a shovel, he made a shift to sweeten the place pretty well. When it was done, he observed an old man looking through one of the holes at him, with whom he fell into discourse, and inquired of him whether the ship was gone. The old man told him no, but that there was another boat, with white men lying off the land, and that there were great numbers of people from the town lying in wait for their coming on shore. He begged this old man to get him a few palmata leaves to lay on the floor under him, which the old man did, so that night he rested very comfortably to what he had done before. The next morning he was again sent for before the king, who asked him if he could kill a coway with one of those muskets. He answered he could, and glad he was to be so employed, thinking by these means he might please the king, at least gain his favor so far as to induce him to spare his life. He was led out to the river side, the king himself being in company, and one of the muskets was put into his hand. He took the ball and beat it into a great length, and then divided it into small bits about the size of swan shot, for he would not venture to shoot with a single ball, not knowing but his life might depend upon the success of his shoot. By these means he killed one the first shot. The king seemed very well pleased, and made him charge the piece again in the same manner, and taking it into his own hands, discharged it at another coway, which he also killed. Why, great Egreta is a fine, beautiful bird, larger than a swan, and not much unlike it in shape. The body is as white as milk, but the tuft it wears on its head, as also its tail, are adorned with variety of colors. The bill is a little crooked and uneven, its legs of a fine yellow, but its form is best expressed by the figure I-dial in the manuscript. One they are in great plenty, always living near the water, hatching 14 or 15 young ones at a time, and set 4 times a year. They are excellent to eat, nor do they taste at all fishy. After this, he was ordered back to his prison. As he went along, he asked the jailer, with whom he was now grown more familiar, what he thought the king intended to do with him. The Kasbu or jailer told him he believed he intended to keep him there till the ship, which they call a skabal, and the white men were gone, and that then he would order him to be released from his confinement and employ him in some service. The jailer seemed to talk to him and use him in a much kinder manner than before. And when he arrived at the prison, he brought him a pachu, in their language a dish, of boiled rice with oil, which is looked upon to be very good food. He left him 2 large alabos or pitchers of water, sufficient to drink and to clean his kennel, after which he took a comfortable night's rest. The poor fellow now began to wish that the ship was gone, since he had no prospect of making his escape, and that their departure would procure him greater liberty. Next morning, seeing the old man who had furnished him with the palmita leaves looking through one of the holes at him, he inquired of him whether the ship was still in sight. He told him it was, that there were still great numbers of people lying behind the bank, having with them those things which were taken in the boats, describing the muskets, and great numbers of arrows, ready to shoot if they should either land, or come near enough with their ship. He begged of him to let him know what should happen, and particularly to inform him when the ship should go off. The old man, whose name was Morazab, seemed obliging and kind, and promised him to do so, and that he would return towards night, which in their language they call Raha. A little after, the kasbu or jailer came in, bringing some plantains and bananas to him for his breakfast, and opened a door which went into a little backyard, where there was a spring of fine fresh water, bidding him draw what water he pleased in his alabos, and clean his prison, leaving the place open to him for that purpose, there being no way for him to get out. Towards evening he came to him again, bringing him some boiled rice and oil, and then he shut up the door before described, and leaving him water enough, left him for that night. Morazab appeared at one of the holes according to his promise, acquainting him that the ship remained still in the same station, and that the boat had not been seen near the land that day. Next morning Morazab came again, and with great joy told him the ship was then going off, being under sail. A little after, the kasbu or jailer came in as usual, bringing some boiled rice, and gave him the same account of the ship. Though he despaired now of ever getting off, yet he expected to be enlarged from his prison, and enjoy liberty, the sweetest thing to man. In the evening, Morazab came again to let him know that the ship was almost out of sight, and that the king had sent a party of men to the east and another to the west to watch the coast and lie in wait for the white men, in case they should land anywhere else for water or to get provisions. The next day he came again and gave him notice that word had been brought to the king that the ship had been seen again a great way off to the westward, but that the men had not come on shore. And the day following he visited him again, with an account. That news was brought to the king that the ship was gone off again, and sailed out of sight. Upon this, he expected to be immediately released from his confinement, yet he was kept close to his prison 10 days longer. The reason, as he afterwards found, was lest the ship might be hovering somewhere upon the coast, and having his liberty, he might find an opportunity of escaping to her. But when they seemed pretty well assured that the ship was quite gone off, the king sent for him, and asked him if he should give him his liberty, whether he would attempt to escape. He promised he would not, and indeed, any attempt now would have been in vain, for to escape would have been a thing impossible, upon which the king appointed him to attend upon his person, and to live with his other servants, giving him orders at the same time not to go out of the city. There was nothing at all uncomfortable in the life he led here, for the service was easy. Having very little to do, his chief business was carrying up the patais or dishes for the king's dinner, who eat upon the ground, the floor being sometimes covered with a mat instead of a cloth, and sometimes bare without anything. The diet was generally boiled rice, with broiled meat, sometimes venison, sometimes wild goat, as also fowl of all sorts, which are smaller than those of Europe, but of an excellent taste. They have also several fowl not known to us. Their beef and mutton are both excellent, but small. They also had variety of fish which they dress, either by boiling or broiling. As for sausage, the king himself had none, except cajun, pepper, for they eat most of their things very hot, and boiled rice is what serves them instead of bread. Thus he lived in plenty, eating as much as he would of what was left, when the king had done dinner, so that few people as to eating and drinking tasted so great a variety as he did. The diet of the common sort of people consists generally of plantains, bananas, boiled rice, which they call pasida, and oil, and a dish they call kaha, which is plantains and rice boiled together. Sometimes indeed they have venison and wild goat, which they kill themselves. But whatever it is, they eat it out of the crock it is boiled in, for none but those of great condition have the use of patais or dishes, if it be broiled, whether it be fish or flesh. They eat it off the coals, and to avoid burning their fingers, they take a bit of green stick which they break half through, and so, bending it together, it serves the use of a pair of tongues as well as a fork, in turning the meat upon the coals as well as taking it off when it is ready. As for knives and forks, the king himself is not acquainted with the use of them, so that he pulls his meat to pieces with his fingers, which is generally so well done that it requires no great labor. It was about 2 months before he ventured to stir abroad beyond the palace. But one day, one of the servants who had business about the city asked him to go along with him, and in discourse told him the king would not be displeased if he should go out often. Upon this encouragement he used to walk about the city almost every day, choosing the time when the king went to sleep, which was constantly his practice every afternoon. He took this liberty 3 or 4 months together, sometimes being absent several hours without receiving the least reprimand. He made an acquaintance with several in the city, and had leisure to satisfy his curiosity in observing everything that appeared new and strange to one who had lived so long amongst the Europeans. The city of Magadoxa lies, as has been observed, in the latitude of 1 degree and 51 minutes. It is built betwixt 2 hills, or rather on the sides of 2 hills, the greatest part of it standing on the declivity of that hill next the sea, so that there is scarce any of it to be seen by any ship in the road, or that passes by, which indeed are but few, for scarce any ever touch there, except driven by stress of weather, as was the case of the Albemarle. They have no vessels of their own, except a few employed in fishing, which they call jonques, and not above 10 or 12 of those. And though some of them are large enough to carry 13 or 14 ton, they never venture far from the land. The city contains betwixt 3,000 and 4,000 houses, some built of rough stone, others of marble, of which they have many quarries, extremely fine, and of various colors, but they want the art of polishing it. But the most esteemed and most expensive houses are those of rough stone covered over with a kind of plaister, which is peculiar to this country. After it is laid on, it is not above 3 days in drying, and grows as hard and durable as the stone itself. But the greatest curiosity of it is, that they can make it of what color they please, and as the houses of all persons of condition are covered with ice, it has a mighty pretty effect to the eye. For some have their houses white, others red, some yellow, and some blue. That of the king was green, while the inside is floored with the same plaister, the rooms all differing in color from each other, which variety makes the city appear very beautiful, though the streets are very narrow and very nasty. Notwithstanding the houses look so bright without side, Their furniture within consists of very little more than cobwebs, for they have neither tables, chairs, nor glasses. They have indeed mats which serve them instead of table, cloths by day, and beds by night, upon which they lie, without either pillow or bolster, with a covering of mocas or thick dungaree over them, which is so called from a tree of that name, of the bark of which it is made, which, being beat, is drawn into long threads, and wove, or rather worked with fine needles made of wood, either thick or thin, according to which it is intended, and to such a perfection are they arrived in this sort of manufacture, that they can make it as smooth and as soft as a piece of English broad cloth, and much stronger. We should have observed that they have no such things as glass windows to their houses. However, there are either large round or square vacancies in every room to receive both air and light. These sort of windows are covered generally all day with shutters of thick plank, in which many holes are bored, in order to keep out the heat of the sun. As for chimneys, they have no such thing. In all great houses there is a room appropriated for the dressing the victuals, where the fire is made in a corner upon the ground, and those that are employed in that service must be well smoked. The common people frequently make their fires without doors. For rice and fish they never eat without some sort of dressing, but flesh, to save trouble and fire, they frequently eat raw. The king maintains nothing which has the state or air of a court, having no guards about his person, so that he frequently walks abroad in the streets in the dress before described, without either shoes or stockings. All those that meet him pass him by, and go upon their business, without shewing him any external mark of respect. Nay, so little a notion have they of ceremony, that it is common for persons of both sexes to ease nature in the streets. Perhaps when the king is passing by, and yet he is as well obeyed as any prince in the world. The nobility walk about in as careless a manner as the king, and are known by their turbans. The better sort of the common people wear caps of various colors. The rest go entirely naked. The queen also walks about the streets without either guards or attendants, and would pass as unregarded as the king, were it not that the gaiety of her dress must draw the eyes of the spectators. She commonly wears a garment of either purple or green silk, which being tied about her waist reaches down to her heels, with variety of white, red, and green feathers artfully disposed in her hair. However, she is bare footed like the rest, whilst all the poorer sort of the sex go quite naked. Without thinking they carry anything about them they ought to be ashamed of. The wives of the men of condition indeed all wear clothes, and are dressed in the same fashion with the queen, though not all so gay or so rich. But whatever their habits may be, they take care always to show their naked breasts, which hang down to their bellies, if they have had any children, and which we suppose is looked upon as a beauty, by their taking care to expose them to view. They also paint the nipples red, which is the only art they use in setting off their persons. They bring their children into the world with little or no pain, and without an hour's confinement from the common occupations of life. The only occasion when the king appears with anything that looks like pomp or magnificence is when he rides abroad to take the air. Then he is mounted upon one of his elephants, with his favorites and companions about him. They have a way of fixing upon the back of the elephant a frame of boards about 8 or 10 foot square, on which he, with such as he carries with him to bear him company, sit as commodiously as if in a room, whilst 2 of his servants on foot conduct the beast. Yet, even here, though he goes through any crowd of people, no man stops to do him homage, or to pay him any sort of obedience, nor does he seem to expect it, having no notion that the subjects are to be kept in awe by the show of grandeur which surrounds their prince, a mark of good sense, beyond what is to be met with in the courts of European princes. His way of maintaining an inward respect in the hearts of the people, which they have sense enough to know, is preferable to that external which consists only in show and appearance, and sometimes conceals contempt and hatred at bottom, is by doing justice in his person, according to the best of his judgment and capacity. He is himself both king and judge, and decides all disputes betwixt man and man, which indeed are very few, by a personal hearing of the cause of complaint. He is assisted by 7 or 8 persons, who always sit about him for that purpose, and may be called his counselors. Nor was it ever so much as suspected that any of these, either for bribe, or reward, or promise, endeavored to influence the king in his judgment. It rarely happens that any person is condemned to die, for as everything they feed on, except rice, plantains, oil, and sea, is acquired by hunting and fishing, there are few occasions for theft amongst them. However, when any person has merited that punishment, the common way of executing is by throwing the criminal into the den, which they call body zaw, amongst the wild beasts, such as tigers, leopards, and crocodiles, which are kept hungry before, and for that purpose. There are many other creatures kept in that body zaw or den which are peculiar to this country, such as the augazit cheetah, which is the largest of all their beasts, except the elephant. It is of a white, or rather yellowish, color, with streaks of black running like veins all over it, and also black spots. The face is not unlike that of a cat. It has long, sharp claws. When it is wild, it is extremely fierce, but may be rendered as gentle and tractable as a household dog. A bosee, long, snouted crocodile, is an amphibious creature, which always lives by the sides of rivers, and feeds principally upon fish. It has a long bill, and in all respects the shape and form of a bird, but wants wings to fly, and instead of feathers, is covered all over with a hard scale resembling the bark of a tree, and so tough that an arrow will not enter it. Their legs are very thick, and scaled in the same manner with their bodies, having sharp claws to their feet. The natives are more afraid of this creature than of any other in the whole country, especially if they are obliged to travel anywhere by night, near the sides of rivers, for they say it is so fierce and voracious that it will seize either man or beast. The Massaw Kadugong is another amphibious creature, very large, whose body is scaly like that of the bosee, but it is of a different color, being reddish. The bill also differs from that of the bosee, for it is short and shaped like that of a pigeon. It is a timorous creature, that upon hearing the least noise immediately rushes for the water. Its food is chiefly weeds. A Sachu hyena is a beast about the size of a large lion, of a dark brown color, with shades of black all over the body, and a scale down his back as hard as horn. The eyes are extremely fierce, and in all respects a terrible creature to look at, but yet a child would frighten it. At the sight of any human creature it flies with great swiftness to the woods. One of the king's diversions is to go to this body zaw or den of wild beasts to see them play. They are perfectly under the command of their keepers, and are taught to play tricks like dogs. Nay, it is almost his only diversion, unless sleeping half the day can be called a diversion. As for riding out upon his elephants, as we took notice before, he does it so seldom it can scarce be reckoned amongst his pleasures. Ease, Lenny, you, and the heat of the climate have rendered the people in general inclined to be slothful. They have no trade with the neighboring nations, nor do they desire to have any. It is true, they have a little sort of traffic amongst themselves, as those that hunt and shoot goats, venison, and see, give them often in exchange for dungery stuffs. They have also gold and silver amongst themselves, but very base. They don't seem inclined to cruelty, unless against white men, whom they are taught to hate, though they scarce ever see any. But there is a kind of historical tradition amongst them, for they have no books, that their country was once invaded by white men, who committed many cruelties upon them, and indeed it is likely that the Portuguese might formerly have landed amongst them, while they were making their India discoveries, and perhaps might have treated them like slaves, from whence comes this tradition, and which is the case of their inbred hatred to white men to this day. Thus the mulatto had leisure to divert himself with observing the customs and manners of these strange people, who have no commerce or communication with the rest of the world. One day, as he was walking in the city, he was extremely surprised and terrified at the sight of a bird of a monstrous size, which stalked close by him in the street. It was what they call a pion, but he had never seen one of them before, so that though it is tame and inoffensive, it is no wonder he should be frightened at. Pion, flamingo, or ostrich, as to shape, differs from all birds amongst us. Their color is a whitish-brown, and in the pinion of each wing they have 5 black and 5 scarlet feathers, very broad, and above a foot long. Their legs are of a bright red, something small for so large a body, and above 3 foot in length. Their necks are also extremely long, so that from the foot to the top of their heads they are generally 10 foot in height. They breed in the mountains, never sit on more than 2 eggs at a time, which always produce a male and female. The people catch them when they are young, and let them loose in the streets, taking pleasure in the sight of them, for they do no mischief, and feed on anything they can pick up. He was so encouraged by this indulgence which was showed him, that he thought he might go where he pleased, and that the restriction which was laid upon him was as good as taken off. Wherefore, he was tempted by his curiosity one day to walk out of the city, and was seen by a great many people. The day following, the Acabo or king, with a stern countenance, asked him if he had been out of the city. He was so terrified at his looks, knowing also that he had been commanded not to take that liberty, that he was not able to answer. The king's son, who was present, smilingly asked him why he did not speak. This recovered him a little from his astonishment, so that he had the courage to own he had. Then the king, with a more pleasing aspect, desired to know of him whether he had been to see his morzaks or tombs. He answered no, though he had a great desire of seeing them, because he had heard much talk of them. So the thing passed over without any farther reprimand for this time. The next day, in the afternoon, the king rid out on an elephant in the manner before described, ordering the mulatto to attend him, and went to visit the morzaks, or monuments of his ancestors, which are situated about 3 or 4 miles from the city. The magnificence and beauty of these tombs are almost incredible, considering that it is in a country of barbarians that they are made. The mulatto was greatly surprised at their extraordinary grandeur. The king took notice of his astonishment, and was not displeased at it, and inquiring of him how he liked them, the mulatto answered he had never seen anything equal to them in all his life, and that he believed strangers would travel from all parts of the world to see them, did they but know such things were there. The king then inquired of him concerning the tombs of the white men, and asked several questions about the ceremonies used in funerals in all the countries he had been in. The mulatto gave him the best account he could, still extolling the beauty of these monuments above those of all the world. The king then inquired of him whether he knew how gunpowder was made. He answered no, that it was made by the white men, and that he was but little acquainted with their ways. He answered in this manner, knowing that if he should speak with respect of white men, it might do him some prejudice, because of the aversion he found they had towards them. Upon the whole, the king appeared pleased with the conversation of this day, and the mulatto fancied he should grow into fame. But 2 or 3 days after, an accident happened which put him again into a fright. Going out to walk as usual, he ventured as far as the Moorzaks, or tombs, for he took a singular pleasure in the sight of them. It happened in the meantime that they wanted him. He was not to be found in the king's house, or about the city, upon which there were several persons sent in search of him different ways. One of them found him among the Moorzaks, or tombs, and brought him home. He was dismally frightened when he understood the king's displeasure. Wherefore, as soon as he came into his presence, he fell down upon his face, as is practiced by those with whom he is displeased. The king asked him in an angry tone where he had been. He answered at the Moorzaks, or tombs. Then the king inquired of those that had been sent in search of him, whether it was true. They assured him they had found him there, upon hearing of which he seemed to be immediately pacified, and said to him, Korah, which signifies properly to rise, but is never said, except when he forgives. Then the king asked him if he would not attempt to run away, provided he should appoint him to live constantly among the guards, who were maintained for watching those monuments. He answered no, and that he should be pleased to pass the remainder of his days in so delightful a place, without ever having a wish for seeing his own country again. For this time he was dismissed, but next day being called up before the king, he was told that he must go to the Moorzaks, or tombs, there to wait and do duty as one of the guards. There was a Bamzau or priest sent along with him, who was to instruct him in his duty there. On the way, as he went, the Bamzau or priest told him that he must live constantly among the monuments, and that he would have meat, drink, and lodging provided for him without any trouble, that he must not take the liberty of coming to the city, or going beyond the bounds prescribed, which the rest of the guards, whom they call passos, would show him, that he must be obliged to watch every second night, to take care that the lamps which burnt in the tombs were supplied with oil, and never went out, and to keep the tombs from any filth or nastiness. When they arrived at the place, the Bamzau or priest commanded all the passos or guards to be called together, acquainting them that the king had sent this mulatto amongst them to do the same duty, and ordered one whom he called out from amongst the rest to return to the king with him, it being the king's pleasure that the mulatto should supply his place. This was readily obeyed, and they departed together. The passos or guards received him civilly enough. They immediately began acquaintance with him, explaining to him all the particulars of their duty, and shewed him the bounds within which he was to confine himself, telling him if he passed those limits, they must be obliged to kill him. This order seemed a little too severe, but he fancied it was only said to terrify him, lest he should take it into his head to attempt an escape. He flattered himself so for 2 reasons. First, because of the indulgence which had been shown him when he ventured to exceed his orders in going out of the city, and secondly, he took notice that the Bamzau or priest spoke to the passos or guards apart, which he fancied was instructing them to keep him in ignorance as to the truth of their orders. They brought some boiled rice and oil coal, and told him he must watch that night, because it was the turn of the person in whose place he was come, in order to which they brought him a watch, coat made of hair, which they work very curiously with needles, so that the whole coat is of one entire piece, without a seam. It hangs from the shoulders down to the ground, but has no sleeves, so that it is more like a cloak than a coat. The sun being set, which is the time they enter upon the watch, every 2 men began to fix their pohalik over against the door of the morzak they were to watch. But to understand this matter, it will be necessary to explain what a pohalik is. A pohalik is a kind of a tent, contrived to shelter them from the inclemencies of the weather, for the nights are sometimes very cold there, especially if it rains. Wherefore, they take 4 poles of about 8 foot long, which, instead of fixing in the ground, are placed in 4 stone sockets, placed on purpose, opposite to each morzak, for that use, with cross poles reaching from one to the other, but instead of canvas they hang over it a covering of palmata leaves sewn together. The 2 oldest standers have their post opposite to the king's morzak. The rest are posted according to their seniority, for they are exact observers of the rules of precedence. The youngest, also in each pohalik, fetches wood for fire, which is also absolutely necessary, as well to keep off the mosquitoes which would be, otherwise, very troublesome, as to correct the dams. As soon as the sun rises, he also takes down the pohalik, sweeps up the ashes very clean, which remain of the fire, and carries them away, that the place may appear perfectly neat. It is his duty also to go to the bankus, so they call the steward of the morzaks, for the provision of the day, which he is afterwards to dress both for himself and his comrade. This part of the duty was not disagreeable to the mulatto, for having no books to read, he would have grown melancholy for want of something to divert his time. Had he been entirely idle, their allowance of provision was sufficient, and very good in its kind. On Sundays and Tuesdays it was flesh, either beef, mutton, or goat, and rice for bread. On Wednesdays, kaya, we have already told what that is. Mondays and Fridays, fish and plantains. Thursdays and Saturdays, plantains, rice, and oil. Their fish was excellent in its kind, but they usually dress it without taking out the guts, and which they eat with it instead of sauce. But the mulatto corrected this part of their cookery, and having gutted the fish before he broiled it, he found his comrades very well pleased, and they always managed it so after. While he passed his life here pleasantly enough, one day the Akabal, or king, sent a guard to fetch him to the city. He was extremely frightened at this unexpected turn, and inquired of those that conducted him into the meaning of it. But they could give him no account of it, but hurried him along very quick. When they arrived at the city, they did not carry him before the Akabal, or king, as he expected, but conducted him straight to the halab, or prison, where he had been before confined. He had not been there above 2 hours when his old friend Morazab came to make him a visit, whose opinion he asked concerning his confinement. Morazab told him he judged it to be for no other reason than because there had been a skabal, or ship, seen that morning at a great distance off the coast, that there were men on the hills then watching of her, and others lying in wait to surprise any that should attempt to come on shore. While they were in discourse, the kasbu or jailer came in with some boiled rice and fish, and confirmed what Morazab had told him, and cheered him up by assuring him that no harm was intended him, that he was only confined to prevent his making his escape. The mulatto, knowing that everything he should say would be told again to the king, because any person may speak to him with the utmost freedom at any time, except when he is sitting in judgment, told the kasbu that he had given over all thoughts of visiting his native country more, having neither wife nor children, nor was he desirous of seeing any other part of that country, having taken a firm resolution to obey the orders very punctually of never going beyond the limits of the morzaks. The kasbu told him that if he had any value for his life, it would be best for him to do so. For if he should at any time be catched attempting any escape, he would be served just as the white men had been. The mulatto answered, he should deserve it, since the king had been so gracious to him, not only to give him his life, but to appoint him to live in a place which he liked above anything he had ever seen. All this discourse was reported that night to the king, the consequence of which was that he was sent for the next morning. The first question the king asked him was, whether that shabaw or ship which had appeared in sight was the same in which he came? He answered, he could not tell, unless he was to see it, but that could not be done now, for she was gone off without coming to an anchor or sending her boat on shore. The king then asked him whether he had a desire to return back to the Morzaks. He answered, it was what he longed for of all things, and repeated the same things concerning the pleasure he took in that place, which he had done before to the Casbu. He found this tickled the king's vanity, and put him into good humor. Wherefore, he commanded him to be conducted back, whither he arrived with a much lighter heart than he left it, having the satisfaction also of seeing his comrades mighty well pleased at his safe return amongst them. Here he passed his time without any care, having everything provided for him, being at leisure all the day long to divert himself as he would, for except taking his watch in his turn, he had nothing to do but to clean the Morzaks every new moon, both within and without, and to take care that the lamps around them should be supplied with oil, and never go out. He observed his companions employed their leisure time all in some work, most of them in making some little curiosities, which the towns people used to walk out and buy of them, and which enabled them to purchase liquor and other things they had an inclination for. His comrade in particular used to amuse himself with making fishing nets, but these nets are very different from those used in Europe. They are made of sea grass, wove out into a certain length, and the fisherman, before he uses them, fastens to them a certain number of hooks, for they are ignorant of the art of contriving nets to catch fish without hooks. His comrade with a great deal of ease used to make one of these a week, and he, observing how he worked them, did not doubt but he could do the same. Therefore he begged of his comrade to give him a little of his sea grass, with which he began to make trial, and succeeded so well that in a few days he finished a net, which he trucked away for a quantity of sea grass. He was now set up for a new trade, and was so industrious in it that he worked his nets with much more curiosity than any of his partners, and of consequence had better business, so that in a little time he was able to purchase a piece of dungaree linen with his own earnings, of which he made himself a waistcoat after the English fashion, and a pair of long drawers, but he had not worn them above a day or two when the Banku, or steward of the Morzaks, commanded him to leave off the waistcoat, that he might appear like the rest, who wore nothing but a piece of any stuff they could get about their waists, to cover their nakedness. Upon the whole, he found he should have no great occasion to provide for his back, which occasioned his being less diligent in his work. However, he purchased a muhaz covering to keep him warm in the night, with the Banku's permission, and happening to talk sometimes with his comrades about nets, and describing how they were made in Europe, the Banku asked him if he could make one in the same manner. Finding he was not to lay out his earnings to please himself, he answered, he could not. However, an accident fell out soon after which brought him into great favor, as it was part of his duty to go to Banku's generally in the morning, for the allowance of provision for the day, for himself and comrade. He observed that though their allowance was sufficient in all other respects, it was very short as to salt. One day, when they had plantains, rice and oil, he begged hard for a little more salt, But the Banku told him it could not be done without defrauding some of the rest, for salt is exceeding scarce amongst them, they having no way of making it, nor any way of providing it but by searching among the rocks, near the sea side, where they pick it up in bits about the bigness of a nut, and sometimes larger. Here nature makes it by the continual beating of the sea in one place. But the quantities they are able to procure this way are very small. Wherefore, finding himself disappointed, he happened to say that if he was at liberty, he could make salt as plenty in Magadoxa as it was in Europe. The Banku the same day acquainted the Akaba with what he had said, so that the next day he was sent for. He was no sooner arrived in the presence of the Akaba, but he immediately asked him if he could make salt. He answered he believed he could, and the truth on't was he had often seen it made. At the same time he described the manner of making it. The Akabo immediately ordered him to go to work and to have what assistance he required. He did so, and was so industrious and successful in it, that in 6 months salt was as plenty amongst them as anywhere else. The Akabo sent for him again, and inquired of him concerning fishing nets, as they were used in Europe. He described them to him, upon which he asked him if he could make one of them. He had been asked the same question before by the Banku, and denied that he had any skill that way. But considering with himself now that since he was likely to pass his whole life amongst these people, it was his business to gain their favor all the ways he could, he answered he never had made any. However, if he, the Akabo, thought fit, he would try and do the best he could. The Akabo seemed mightily pleased with his willingness, and asked him if he should want any to assist him. He answered he should, and desired 8 persons to be employed in spinning and 6 in knitting. These people were to follow his directions. Accordingly they fell to work, and in the space of 2 months finished a net 80 fathom long. When it was finished, the Akabo himself had a mind to see what effect it would have beyond their own nets. Accordingly, he went on board one of their junks, attended by his favorites, having with him also several of their most experienced fishermen. They had the good luck to take a good number of fish the first haul, among which were several sorts they had never before seen, being such fish as will not take the hook, and such as always keep deep in the water. The Akabo appeared highly contented with this success, and ordered several more of them to be made, which could be done without him now that he had shown them a way, so that fish soon became infinitely more plenty than ever it had been before. The mulatto expected no less than to be rewarded with some extraordinary recompense for the public services. The least favor he thought could be granted him would be to give him the liberty of a freeman, and to let him live as an inhabitant of the city, and to get his living amongst them by any sort of industry he could. But he found himself greatly mistaken, for all his reward consisted in being sent back to the Moorzaks, upon the same foot he had been before. It is true, he passed his time here with a great deal of tranquillity, and began to reconcile himself to the thoughts of remaining there his whole life. He was convinced that nothing he could do to ingratiate himself would procure him any favor or liberty, and an accident fell out which gave him a terrible notion of their severity. One of the passeurs or guards, on a night when it was not his turn to be upon the watch, went privately into the city, contrary to orders, and returned again before it was day, but not so privately, but he was seen by some person, who went and discovered it to the Akabal, the consequence of which was that he was sent for under a guard the next morning, and, being brought into the king's presence, was one, without any more ceremony, executed in the following manner. He was obliged to kneel down, leaning his head forwards, whilst the executioner, with a heavy bar of timber, struck him on the lower part of his head, and beat out his brains. This example so terrified the poor mulatto, that in 15 years he was in that place, he never ventured beyond the limits, except when he was sent for by the Akabal, or to attend a burial, which he was obliged to do when any of the Pasas or guards died, for they were not buried among the Morzaks, no more than any of the common people. But it is time that we describe this place, which is not only the greatest curiosity of this country, but would pass for a piece of magnificence in those nations where arts and sciences are known, and it is fit to be the more particular in it, as it may appear strange, that those people who are barbarians in all other respects should observe so much pomp and decoration in their funeral ceremonies. This burying place, which they call Hoynats, is pleasantly situated in a beautiful valley between two hills, about 2 English miles from the city of Magadoxa. There are in it 29 Morzaks or tombs, all which were first built by the kings, at whose expense the Pasas or guards are kept, there being 40 each Morzak, who watch 2 and 2 by turns, who take care of the lamp, which continually burn within, and keep everything clean to the greatest nicety. Though these Morzaks may be said properly all to belong to the king, yet several other persons of the first rank are buried in them, by the king's special favor, for he sometimes gives a Morzak to some favorite, as a burying place for his family, notwithstanding which gift, when any of the said family dies, the king's permission must be asked anew for burying him in the Morzak. The reason is that it frequently happens that when a person who has this kind of right to be buried in a Morzak disobliges the king, he takes no notice of it as long as the party lives. But when he dies, he forbids him to be buried in the Morzak by way of punishment. This may show what a veneration they have for these places, when they seem to think that all happiness, as well as honor, consisted in laying the body after death in one of these Morzaks. And, indeed, it is one of the chief pleasures of the king, as well as of the common people, to visit these places often, which they do with a kind of religious respect. The largest Morzak or tomb of all is the king's own, no other person being ever buried therein. It is 80 foot square, built of black and white marble mixty, with a kind of cupola at top, and over it a long spire. The inside, both floor and sides, is white marble curiously polished, and the ceiling or cupola painted green. There are in it 45 boozes of gold, standing on as many pedestals of black marble, of about 4 foot high. A booze is a kind of round pot with a cover about 8 inches deep and 5 diameter, in which are placed the ashes of the dead of those that are deposited there. I say the ashes, because the bodies are first burned. There are also 16 large lamps of gold, with 9 lights to each, 4 in a corner, and 1 large one in the middle, with 2 lights. The large ones are never lighted but at funerals, when they make a fine show, but that in the middle burns constantly. By the 45 boozes, wherein are deposited the ashes, it may be conjectured that as many of their kings lie there, and so the mulatto was informed. The second for largeness belongs to the Kossuths or queens. 4. It must be observed that the males and females are never buried in the same Morzak. It is built all of white marble, and is 59 foot square. The inside wall exactly the same with the outside, but the floor is of black and white marble laid in squares, much like what may be seen in noblemen's houses in Europe. There are 56 boozes of gold standing on black marble pedestals. There are 12 large lamps, each with 7 lights, 3 in each corner, and 1 of silver in the middle, which burns constantly as in the king's. The third belongs to the Akobibs, or princes. It is also built of white marble, Its form is exactly round. Being 79 foot in circumference, there are in it 53 boozes standing on black marble pedestals, with 13 lamps of silver, with 7 lights each. 12 of them are placed in a circular form, and the 13th in the middle, which burns constantly. The ceiling is painted green. The fourth belongs to the matotzes or princesses. It is built of a greenish marble, lined with black, being of a circular form like that of the akobibs or princes, and much about the same in circumference. The inside wall is of white marble, the floor of various colors, as black, white, and green, and the ceiling, which is made in the form of a cupola, is yellow. It has 64 boozes, standing on pedestals of black and white marble, and 8 large silver lamps with 7 lights to each, placed in a circular form, besides one in the middle which burns constantly. The fifth belongs to the four umzeps or male children of the prince. It is built of a white marble, with large black veins in it, both the inside wall and floor being of a light gray marble. It is 30 foot square, having 19 boozes of gold and 60 of silver, standing on pedestals of the same sort of marble, with the outside wall. There are in it 8 large silver lamps, hanging 2 in each corner, besides one in the middle which burns continually. The 6th morzak belongs to the squeenzibs or female children of the prince. It is built of a curious red marble, with veins of white running through it, and is 28 foot square, the inside wall and floor being of white marble. It has 119 boozes of silver standing on pedestals of a bluish-gray marble. It has 8 silver lamps disposed 2 in a corner, besides one in the middle that burns continually. All these here taken notice of belong to those of the king's own blood, but, as it may seem a little too tedious to be particular in the description of them all, we shall only observe who the great persons are, who are distinguished by having morzaks assigned to them alone, or to their families. First, there is one appointed for the burying place of the Bamzon or chief priest, one to the Balamzu or treasurer, one to the Jockey-Botho or chief counselor, one to the Murensep or head general, one to the Kafa or secretary, one to the Paramzebs, which are a few people, so called by way of title, and are their chief nobility, one to their wives, whom they call Tepshois, one to the Morepsis or generals of the elephants, one to the Hammons or governors of towns, one to the Hoispa or head teacher of the elephants, one to the Sankoff or head doctor. There is also one particularly kept for such as, not being otherwise entitled to this honor, shall perform some brave action in the war. There is one belonging to the Zanshaw or master of the king's music, one to the Devatsabaus or concubines of the king, one to the Panpuzums or male children of the king's concubines, one to the Parasqua or male children of the high priest, one to the Gauzets or wives of the chief general, one to the Matotzes or wives of the governors of towns, one to the Hoidinebs or wives of the treasurer, one to the Okenzegs or wives of the chief counselor. But when I mention a morzak to belong to the treasurer, or to the general, it must not be understood to be for the use of him and his heirs, but the next person who succeeds in his post is to be buried there, and his heirs are no ways entitled, unless they happen to succeed him in his post. These are all built of marble of different colors, some larger and some less, some square, others quite round, some having a small spire at top, and others without. Yet the ornaments within are as rich in many of them as in those belonging to the king or prince, as for example, in the morzak of the Bamzan or high priest, of the Bolumzu or treasurer, of the Morinsep or general, and of the Kapha or secretary. The boozes are all gold. In others there are some of gold and some of silver, and considering what a great number there are of them, these monuments contain a vast wealth. When the king, prince, or any other person who is entitled to a place in one of these monuments dies, the core is immediately stripped naked, let it be man or woman, after which it is laid upon a bier, and a thin piece of purple silk being thrown over it, it is carried to be lain in state for some days to a certain house, or hall, built for that purpose, a little way without the city. This building consists of one large room, 60 foot in length, and 26 broad, being 30 foot high, and flat at top. The stone is a curious white marble. It is illuminated within with a great number of silver lamps. In the middle stands a white marble table, supported by 6 marble pedestals about 3 foot high, on which is laid the body. When they intend to remove it to the hoynats or burying place, they exactly observe the setting of the sun, at which time comes the chief priest, attended by all those who have a right to be buried in these places, for no others must assist upon these occasions, and drawing out a sharp instrument, which they call a mock-dew, and which serves the use of a knife, he opens the body of the deceased, takes out the heart, and delivers it into the hands of the nearest relation, who stands ready for that purpose, at the priest's right hand. When this is done, the body is carried to the lower end of the hall, where a fire is prepared in a hole 5 foot deep in the ground, and about as many broad. The body is put into the said fire, where it is consumed. Then the heart is again delivered into the hands of the priest, who places it in a little stone pot, and puts it into the fire, where it remains till it is dried to a powder. Then the ashes of the body being dried up are put into the booze, as is also the heart, after which they proceed to the hoynats, the nearest relation carrying the booze. When they arrive at the morzak, which upon this occasion is all illuminated, the booze is again delivered into the hands of the priest, who going into the morzak alone, shuts the door after him. He remains a quarter of an hour, places the booze upon the pedestal prepared for it, and then returns, which makes an end of the whole ceremony. All this is done without a word, nor is there any sign of sorrow or lamentation amongst the kindred of the deceased, nor is it the custom ever to speak of him, or name him at all, after he is dead. Thus we have given an account of the order and ceremonies of their funerals, and of the magnificence of their monuments, which make a most glorious show at a distance, nor are they less beautiful when near, the materials of which they are built being very fine, and their situation delightful. But as to their religion we can give but imperfect accounts, for they scarce know what it is themselves. They never asked the mulatto one word concerning his religion, and when he inquired of theirs, they had very little to say about it, but told such an incoherent story that he could make neither head nor tail of it. There's a mosque or temple about half a mile out of the city, of which they give a fabulous account, as that it was built in one night, but no man could tell how, or by whom. But their general opinion was that it was built by Hyos, god of the sea, and at certain times they used to flock and pay a kind of devotion there, but they could not tell why or wherefore. However, by the best observations our mulatto could make, it appeared to him as if they had several worships amongst them, for he took notice that some paid their devotions to a little image, not unlike a wolf, which they kept in their houses, and which are so common that the poorer sort of people make them of bits of wood. of about 4 or 5 inches long, and sell them about the streets. They bear no sort of hatred or antipathy to Christians. As Christians, as we see the Turks and most of the sects of Muhammad do. But the truth on is, they do not know what a Christian is. Yet, as we observed before, they are bred up in a notion that white men are all a kind of monsters, and they hate and detest them, as we do toads or other poisonous creatures, not for their religion, but their color. In respect to one another, they observe the laws of society very well, and perhaps there is less fraud and fewer acts of injustice committed amongst them than in any Christian country we can name. So that our mulatto, who was now in a manner naturalized amongst them, and whose complexion was black enough not to appear odious and terrible to them, was as well used as the rest of the passeurs, or guards, or any other person of equal rank with him. It is certain he once flattered himself with the hopes of being placed in a better condition of life amongst them, or being set at full liberty, by way of recompense, for his instructing them in some useful things, which proved of public advantage to them. But he had long laid aside those vain thoughts, for he found the Acabo had no notion of generosity or gratitude. He, therefore, with a kind of philosophy, seemed to confine his wishes to that melancholy quiet life he was obliged to lead within the limits of the Morzaks, till an accident fell out, which quite changed his sentiments in this respect, and which proves how natural the love of liberty is to man. It happened that the Haman or governor of the town of Sani, a place about 20 leagues to the eastward of Magadoxa, in the same kingdom of Zanzibar, having committed some violences, by which he got the ill will of the people, they rose against him, and killed him. This news was no sooner brought to Magadoxa, than the Acabal, though he keeps no army or guards, except the Passas to watch the Morzaks, immediately raised a body of 2,000 men, armed with bows and arrows, and marched in person at the head of them, to suppress the rebels. The second day's march, advice was brought him that the chabot or ship had been seen near a little town called Bandit, 10 leagues eastward of Sani, and 30 of Magadoxa. Upon which intelligence, he forthwith commanded 6 men to march back to the Morzaks as expeditiously as they could, in order to fetch our mulatto, and with him to join the army as soon as they could. They found him upon his duty, and commanded him to march away immediately with his bows and arrows, which were the arms that belonged to him, as a passau or guard of the Morzaks, so that he seemed to march as a soldier more than a prisoner. After 2 days' hard march they came up with the army which had made a halt at some distance from the town of Sini, and the Acabo, having sent out a detachment to lie in ambuscade near the town, they took some prisoners, who being brought in, declared that all the inhabitants had abandoned the town upon the news of the king's approach, and were fled away for fear. At the same time they gave such instances of the tyranny of the late Haman or governor, and of the necessity they were under of doing as they did, that the king appeared satisfied with their behavior, and to lay aside all resentment, ordered several of them to go and find out the rest, and give them notice, that they might return to their habitations, for that all was pardoned, and that he would send them a better governor. And, as if all had been over, the next day he began to move with his army back towards Magadoxa, but marched extremely slow. Towards night, they came near a great wood, into which he commanded his whole army to enter, in order to lie that night. The next morning, he gave orders that no man upon pain of death should go out of the wood. In the meantime, the scattered inhabitants of Sini, having heard the good news, were returning to their habitations. But no sooner was it dark that night, but the Acabo gave orders for a march, and making all the expedition they could, they silently entered the town of Sini before morning. while the inhabitants newly returned were all asleep. However, they were alarmed, and running into the streets, the Acabo commanded his men to fall upon them, who killed a great number of them, whilst a great many, favored by the darkness of the night, had the good luck to make their escape. But of those that could not escape by flight, there were only 43 made prisoners, all the rest being killed. Our mulatto happened to fall into discourse with one of these prisoners, who, lamenting the hard fate of his poor townsmen, and giving him an account of their flight from the city, and their return back, told him that as they went near the sea side, about 10 leagues from thence, and a league or two from Bandon, they saw a scabaw or ship, and so described him the way to the place where she lay. The mulatto perceived it was directly east of the place they were then at. Vista, saying he asked several questions concerning the size of the ship. The prisoner answered him to the best of his understanding, and in his manner of describing her, gave the mulatto to understand that her yards and top masts were down, which was a sign she designed to lie there some time. He then desired to know of him when he had seen her last. He answered him 2 days before. It immediately came into his head that Providence had now given him the means of making his escape, and that in all probability if he missed this, he never would have an opportunity more. He knew that nothing could hinder him from making off by night, and that in all probability he would be gone several hours before he should be misty, so that he flattered himself that those who should be sent in pursuit of him would never overtake him, though they should hit the right way, and he thought it might very well happen they should be out there too. All that day he passed betwixt hope and fear. Sometimes he was terrified at the dismal apprehensions of losing his way himself, or of the ships being sailed off, in either of which cases there was nothing for him but certain destruction, for he could have no chance of concealing himself in the country as a native might do. On the other side, he spirited himself up with an assurance that the ship could not be yet sailed, having her yards and top masts down but 2 days before, and again, that he knew so well how the place bore, that there could be no danger of his losing his way, so that day he did nothing but mark out the way with his eye, that he intended to go at his first setting out, as soon as all was silent that night, and his comrades, who were a kind of guards upon him, were all asleep. He ventured to set out, nor did he meet with any frights or interruptions at the beginning, getting clear of the army without being questioned, or so much as seen or heard of any, for as they knew nothing of military discipline, they have no sentinels in the night. He marched all night with all his might, for indeed it was for life. In the morning, when the day was clear, he saw a little town about 2 miles from him. He judged this to be the town of Bandon, by the description which the prisoner gave him of it. He guessed now that he was near the sea, and that it was nothing but the high land before him, which hindered him from the sight of it. He therefore set his best foot forwards, to gain the top of one of the hills before him. When he reached the top, he had a fair view of the ocean, and looking steadfastly every way, he fancied he saw something like a ship eastward, but it was so far off, it was scarce discernible. However, it revived his heart, and he now thought himself safe. He also perceived a pretty large river, at some distance below him, in the valleys, which he must of necessity pass, because it lay directly in his way. But as he was expert at swimming, this gave him no great dread. Therefore, he made the best of his way towards the said river. When he arrived at the banks, he perceived it was so rapido that he apprehended, he being a little weakened with the fatigue of his journey, the current would be too strong for him, and carry him into the sea. He thought, therefore, There was no way for him to get over, but to walk up further in the country, to find a place where the course of the river was crooked, which always breaks the rapidity of the stream, and where he might cross with less danger. While he was considering on this matter, he chanced to look about, and turning his eyes upwards towards the hill from whence he was newly descended, and which was now betwixt 2 and 3 miles distance from him, he saw 6 men on the top thereof. They seemed to stand still and look about them for a while, but suddenly they started forwards, and with great precipitation made directly towards him. He could think no less than they were some sent in pursuit of him, and that their standing still at first was to no other purpose than to try if they could see him, and that their discovering him was the occasion of their running so suddenly down the hill afterwards. The fear of the cruel death he should suffer, in case he should be taken, hindered all further consideration, so that without any more examining them, he plunged himself into the river. The current was very strong. However, he made shift to stem it better than he expected, and when he got over near the other side, Providence so ordered it that he was forced into a part of the river where there was an eddy water, which drove him upon the bank, so that in about the space of half an hour or a little more, he landed safely on the other side. He was a little spent with his swimming, when sitting down to take a little breath, he saw a sight which terrified him as much as an army of enemies at his heels could have done. It was a monstrous alligator lying near the bank side. It appeared like some prodigious oak in the water, and he has declared and given it under his hand that it seemed to him large enough to swallow an ox. At the same time he beheld his pursuers, who were now arrived pretty near the opposite bank. He started up, and winged with fear, flew rather than run, and there being some shrubby low wood near the river, he had presence of mind enough to make his way through them, knowing that if the monster should follow him, it could not pass that way, because the thickness of the wood would hinder it. Besides, it must presently lose sight of him, and indeed it is likely that he owed his escape to this lucky thought. He run on with greater swiftness than at his first setting out, for his fear had supplied him with new spirits, but not without often looking back, which gave him the comfort of knowing that the monster and his pursuers were both out of sight. When he had continued this pace about 2 hours, he came to a valley betwixt 2 rising grounds, which lay open to the sea, where he was joyfully surprised with a full view of the ship lying at an anchor, not above a mile from the shore. He hastened immediately towards the edge of the water, and made a signal to them by waving his cap over his head, for he thought it to no purpose to hollo or call, because they were at too great a distance to hear him. He continued this action a considerable time, and began to grow impatient and uneasy to the last degree, because he saw them return no signal in answer to him, whereby he might understand that they saw him, or intended to succor him. But he was soon relieved from this fright also by the sudden appearance of the boat, which was coming round the point of land very near him, she being employed for some time in rowing along shore, in order to discover if the country was inhabited. So great was his joy at this sight, and such was his eagerness of speaking with them, knowing by their dress they were Europeans, that he had not patience to wait for their coming to him, but he ran hastily into the water to meet them. When he waded up to the neck, he set himself afloat and swam to the boat. They proved to be Dutchmen. However, they took him in, and observing the extreme satisfaction and joy which appeared in his countenance, they were very desirous of knowing who he was, and whence he came. They spoke to him in Dutch, and though he knew but little of that language, yet he made a shift to let them understand that he spoke English. There were 2 or 3 amongst them that understood our language, and one of them spoke it very well. When he knew this, he gave them to understand in few words that he was a Christian, that he had been a prisoner or slave in that country for 16 years, that he had now made his escape, and was pursued by 6 barbarians who were once come in sight of him. As they had arms in their boat, they had a mind to stay a while and see whether these barbarians would appear, for they had not beheld a human creature since they had lain there, and were of opinion that the country was not inhabited, though the ship had been seen from the hills by the natives, so they lay upon their oars. In about half an hour, 5 men appeared armed with bows and arrows, and running a great pace. They came to the water side, and beheld the boat, which was but a little distance from them. The Dutchmen fired 2 muskets, upon which they dispersed and fled hastily away. But a little while after 2 of them came back again, and throwing down their bows and arrows upon the shore side, plunged into the sea, and seemed to direct their way towards the boat. The Dutchmen were surprised what they could mean, but, however, as nothing was to be feared from 2 naked men, they lay still to see what it would come to. In fine, the 2 barbarians swam to the boat, and speaking to the mulatto, begged to be taken in, and to go along with them, for that they should certainly be put to some cruel death if they went back, for not having taken him and brought him back with them. The Dutchmen were willing to receive them, knowing they would be worth money to be sold for slaves. When they got into the boat, they gave an account of losing one of their company in swimming over the river, where they first had sight of the mulatto, who was devoured by an alligator. In all probability, the same the mulatto had seen, and that the other 3 would travel as far as they could from their own country, in order to save their lives. But for their parts, they chose rather to put themselves on the mercy of the white man, than run the hazard of being taken, or starved in passing through countries they did not know. When he came on board the ship, he related to the captain the whole story of his adventures, who, finding he had been a seafaring man, and that he understood navigation pretty well, put him upon the foot of an able seaman. They remained here about 3 weeks, the winds continuing contrary till then, in which time they laid in water and wood, and diverted themselves with fishing. After this they sailed for Batavia, in the East Indies, where, having unloaded and taken in a cargo of India goods, they sailed home for Holland. The mulatto made 2 or 3 voyages with them, but in the year 1724, he being in Holland, and having a great desire to see his old captain, he embarked on the 28th of March in Holland, and passed into England. He found out his captain who was alive, and who, being overjoyed to see him, proved very generous to him, and prevailed with him to give in writing the particulars of all his adventures, from whose copy the foregoing narrative is faithfully taken. As to the mulatto, he returned back to Holland, and sails still in the service of the Dutch East India Company, unless he is lately dead. Chap. Tada. Of Captain Condent and his crew. Captain Condent was a Plymouth man born, but we are as yet ignorant of the motives and time of his first turning piratey. He was one of those who thought fit to retire from Providence on Governor Rogers' arrival at that island, in a sloop belonging to Mr. Simpson of New York, a Jew merchant, of which sloop he was then quartermaster. Soon after they left the island, an accident happened on board, which put the whole crew into consternation. They had among them an Indian man, whom some of them had beat. In revenge, he got most of the arms forward into the hold, and designed to blow up the sloop, upon which some advised scuttling the deck and throwing grenado shells down. But Condent said that was too tedious and dangerous, since the fellow might fire through the decks and kill several of them. He, therefore, taking a pistol in one hand, and his cutlass in the other, leaped into the hole. The Indian discharged a piece at him, which broke his arm. Well, however, he ran up to and shot the Indian. When he was dead, the crew hacked him to pieces, and the gunner, ripping up his belly, tore out his heart, broiled and ate it. After this, they took a merchant, man, called the Duke of Hork, and some disputes arising among the pirates. The captain, me, and one half of the company, went on board the prize. The other half, who continued in the sloop, chose Condent captain. He shaped his course for the Cape de Verde Islands, and in his way took a merchant ship from Madeira, loaden with wine, bound for the West Indies, which he plundered and let go. Then coming to the Isle of May, one of the said islands, he took the whole salt fleet, consisting of about 20 sail. He, wanting a boom, took out the main mast of one of these ships, to supply the want. Here he took upon him the administration of justice, inquiring into the manner of the commander's behavior to their men, and those against whom complaint was made, he whipped and pickled. He took what provisions and other necessaries he wanted, and having augmented his company by volunteers and forced men, he left the ships and sailed to St. Jago, where he took a Dutch ship, which had formerly been a privateer. This proved also an easy prize, for he fired but one broadside, and clapping her on board, carried her without resistance, for the captain and several men were killed, besides some wounded by his great shot. This ship proving for his purpose, he gave her the name of the Flying Dragon, went on board with his crew, and made a present of his sloop to a mate of an English prize, whom he had forced with him. From hence he stood away for the coast of Brazil, and in his cruise took several Portuguese ships, which he plundered and let go. After these he fell in with the right galley, Captain John Spelt, commander, hired by the South Sea Company to go to the coast of Angola for slaves, and thence to Buenos Aires. This ship he detained a considerable time, and the captain, being his townsman, treated him very civilly. Few days after he took Spelt, he made prize of a Portuguese, loaden with bale goods and stores. He new rigged the right galley, and put on board her several goods. Soon after he had discharged the Portuguese, he met with a Dutch East Indiaman of 26 guns, whose captain was killed the first broadside, and took her with little resistance, for he had hoisted the pirates' colors on board Spelt's ship. He now, with 3 sail, steered for the island of Ferdinando, where he hove down and cleaned the Flying Dragon. Having careened, he put 11 Dutchmen on board Captain Spelt, to make amends for the hands he had forced from him, and sent him away, making him a present of the goods he took from the Portuguese ship. When he sailed himself, he ordered the Dutch to stay at Ferdinando 24 hours after his departure, threatening, if he did not comply, to sink his ship if he fell a second time into his hands, and to put all the company to the sword. He then stood for the coast of Brazil, where he met a Portuguese man of war of 70 guns, which he came up with. The Portuguese held him, and he answered, from London, bound for Buenos Aires. The Portuguese manned his shrouds and cheered him, when Condent fired a broadside and a volley of small arms, which began a smart engagement for the space of 3 glasses. But Condent, finding himself over matched, made the best of his way, and, being the better sailor, got off. Few days after he took a vessel of the same nation, who gave an account that he had killed above 40 men in the Guarda del Costa, beside a number wounded. He kept along the coast to the southward, and took a French ship of 18 guns, loaden with wine and brandy, bound for the South Sea, which he carried with him into the River Plate. He sent some of his men ashore to kill some wild cattle, but they were taken by the crew of a Spanish man of war. On their examination before the captain, they said they were 2 Guinea ships, with slaves belonging to the South Sea Company, and on this story were allowed to return to their boats. Here 5 of his forced men ran away with his canoe. He plundered the French ship, cut her adrift, and she was stranded. He proceeded along the Brazil coast, and hearing a pirate ship was lost upon it, and the pirates imprisoned, he used all the Portuguese, who fell into his hands, who were many, very barbarously, cutting off their ears and noses, and as his master was a papist, when they took a priest, they made him say Mass at the mast, and would afterwards get on his back and ride him about the decks, or else load and drive him like a beast. He from this went to the Guinea coast, and took Captain Hill in the Indian Queen. In Luengo Bay he saw 2 ships at anchor, one a Dutchman of 44 guns, the other an English ship, called the Fame, Captain Bowen, commander. They both cut and ran ashore. The Fame was lost, but the Dutch ship the pirate got off and took with him. When he was at sea again, he discharged Captain Hill and stood away for the East Indies. Near the Cape, he took an Ostend East India man, of which Mr. Nash, a noted merchant in London, was supercargo. Soon after he took a Dutch East Indiaman, discharged the Ostender, and made for Madagascar. At the Isle of St. Mary he met with some of Captain Halsey's crew, whom he took on board with other stragglers, and shaped his course for the East Indies. And in the way, at the island of Johanna, took in company of 2 other pirates he met at St. Mary's, the Cassandra East India man, commanded by Captain James Macra. He continued his course for the East Indies, where he made a very great booty, and returning, touched at the Isle of Mascarenas, where he met with a Portuguese ship of 70 guns, with the Viceroy of Goa on board. This ship he made prize of, and hearing she had money on board, they would allow of no ransom, but carried her to the coast of Zanzibar, where was a Dutch fortification, which they took and plundered, razed the fort, and carried off several men who entered voluntarily. From hence they stood for St. Mary's, where they shared their booty, broke up their company, and settled among the natives. Here a snow came from Bristol, which they obliged to carry a petition to the governor of Mascarenas for a pardon, though they paid the master very generously. The governor returned answer, he would take them into protection if they would destroy their ships, which they agreed to, and accordingly sunk the Flying Dragon, and C. Condent and some others went to Mascarenas, where Condent married the governor's sister-in-law, and stayed some time. But as I have been credibly informed, he is since come to France, settled at St. Milo's, and drives a considerable trade as a merchant. Chap. 13. Of Captain Bellum and his crew. As we cannot, with any certainty, deduce this man from his origin, we shall begin where we find him first, a declared enemy to mankind. Captain Bellamy and Paul Williams, in 2 sloops, had been upon a Spanish wreck, and not finding their expectation answered, as has been mentioned in former parts of this history, they resolved not to lose their labor, and agreed to go upon the account, a term among the pirates, which speaks their profession. The first, who had the misfortune to fall in their way, was Captain Prince, bound from Jamaica to London, in a galley built at that port, whose cargo consisted of elephants' teeth, gold dust, and other rich merchandise. This prize not only enriched, but strengthened them. They immediately mounted this galley with 28 guns, and put aboard 150 hands of different nations. Bellamy was declared captain, and the vessel had her old name, continued, which was Whitehall. This happened about the latter end of February 1717. They, now thus fitted for the continuing of their desperate resolution, shaped their course for Virginia, which coast they very much infested. Taking several vessels, they were upon shifting this station, when they were very near, as the psalmist expresses it, going quick down into hell, for the heavens beginning to lower, prognosticated a storm, at the first appearance of the sky being likely to be overcast. Bellamy took in all his small sails, and Williams double-reefed his main sail, which was hardly done when a thunder shower overtook them with such violence that the Whitehall was very near oversetting. They immediately put before the wind, for they had no other way of working, having only the goose wings of the fore sail to scud with lee. One happy for them the wind was at west and by north, for had it been easterly, they must have infallibly perished upon the coast. The storm increased towards night, and not only put them by all sail, but obliged the Whitehall to bring her yards aport, and all they could do with tackles to the gooseneck of the tiller, 4 men in the gun-room, and 2 at the wheel, was to keep her head to the sea, for had she once broached to, they must infallibly have foundered. The heavens, in the meanwhile, were covered with sheets of lightning, which the sea by the agitation of the sailing particles seemed to imitate. The darkness of the night was such, as the Scripture says, as might be felt, the terrible hollow roaring of the winds, could be only equaled by the repeated, I may say, incessant claps of thunder, sufficient to strike a dread of the Supreme Being, who commands the sea and the winds, one would imagine in every heart. But among these wretches, the effect was different, for they endeavored by their blasphemies, oaths, and horrid imprecations, to drown the uproar of jarring elements. Bellamy swore he was sorry he could not run out his guns to return the salute, meaning the thunder, that he fancied the gods had got drunk over their tipple, and were gone together by the ears. They continued scudding all that night under their bare poles. The next morning the main mast being sprung in the step, they were forced to cut it away, and at the same time, the mizzen came by the board. These misfortunes made the ship ring with blasphemy, which was increased, when, by trying the pumps, they found the ship made a great deal of water, though by continually plying them, it kept it from gaining upon them. The sloop, as well as the ship, was left to the mercy of the winds, though the former, not having a tant mast, did not lose it. The wind shifting round the compass made so outrageous and short a sea that they had little hopes of safety. It broke upon the poop, drove in the taffrail, and washed the 2 men away from the wheel, who were saved in the netting. The wind, after 4 days and 3 nights, abated of its fury, and fixed in the northeast point, hourly decreasing, and the weather clearing up, so that they spoke to the sloop, and resolved for the coast of Carolina. They continued this course but a day and a night, when the wind coming about to the southward, they changed their resolution to that of going to Rhode Island. All this while the Whitehall's leak continued, and it was as much as the lee pump could do to keep the water from gaining, though it was kept continually going. Jury masts were set up, and the carpenter, finding the leak to be in the bows, occasioned by the oakum spewing out of a seam, the crew became very jovial again. The sloop received no other damage than the loss of the main sail, which the first flurry tore away from the boom. In their cruise off Rhode Island the beginning of April, they took a sloop commanded by Captain Beer, belonging to Boston, in the land of South Carolina, 40 leagues from land. They put the said captain on board the Whydaw Commodore, while they rifled and plundered his vessel, which Williams and Bellamy proposed returning to him, but the crews being averse to it, they sunk her, and put the captain ashore upon Block Island. I can't pass by in silence Captain Bellamy's speech to Captain Beer. "In my bill," says he, "I am sorry they won't let you have your sloop again, for I scorn to do anyone a mischief when it is not for my advantage. Damn the sloop, we must sink her, and she might be of use to you." "Oh, damn ye! You are a sneaking puppy, and so are all those who will submit to be governed by laws which rich men have made for their own security, for the cowardly whelps have not the courage otherwise to defend what they get by their knavery. But damn ye altogether, damn them for a pack of crafty rascals, and you, who serve them, for a parcel of hen-hearted numbskulls. They vilify us. The scoundrels do, when there is only this difference. They rob the poor under the cover of law, forsooth, and we plunder the rich under the protection of our own courage. Had you not better make one of us, then sneak after the A.S. of those villains for employment?" Captain Beer told him that his conscience would not allow him to break through the laws of God and man. "You are a devilish conscience, conscientious rascal, D.N. ye," replied Bellamy. "I am a free prince, and I have as much authority to make war on the whole world as he who has 100 sail of ships at sea, and an army of 100 men in the field, and this my conscience tells me. But there is no arguing with such sniveling puppies, who allow superiors to kick them about deck at pleasure, and pin their faith upon a pimp of a parson, a squab, who neither practices nor believes what he puts upon the chuckle-headed fools he preaches to. The pirates wanting neither provision nor water, and the widow's damage being repaired, they passed their time very jovially. One of the crew had been a stroller, a fellow who had passed through a great many real as well as fictitious scenes of life, the strolling business not answering the greatness of his soul, as he expressed it. He thought it more profitable and less fatiguing to turn collector. Accordingly, in Yorkshire he borrowed an excellent gelding, I make use of his own terms, with a hunting saddle and bridle, and with a case of pocket pistols, which he before had. He set out to seek adventures. Without taking leave of his company, he met, he said, with several knights errant, whom, as they declined the combat, he spoiled and sent to offer themselves at the feet of his Dulcinea. But being under the influence of some malicious enchanter, who envied his glorious feats of arms, and feared they would eclipse by the brightness of their lustre those of some favorite knight whom he protected, or otherwise, knowing by his skill that he should one day succumb under the weight of his irresistible arm, by his magical power, he threw him into a loathsome dungeon loaded with irons, whence the wise man, who had care of his affairs, and was destined to write the history of his heroic deeds, delivered rum, and, putting him on board a ship, transported him to the famous island of Jamaica, and, after various turns of fortune, linked him in society with these marine heroes, the scourge of tyrants and avarice, and the brave asserters of liberty. This whimsical fellow made a play, whilst he was on board, which he called the Royal Pirate, and this, which to see once would make a cynic laugh, was acted on the quarter deck with great applause, both of the actors and poet. But an accident which turned the farce into tragedy occasioned an order of council to forbid its being played a second time. The case was thus: Alexander the Great, environed by his guards, was examining a pirate who was brought before him. The gunner, who was drunk, took this to be in earnest, and that his messmate was in danger, and hearing Alexander say, swore by G. D he'd try that, and running into the gun room where he left 3 companions over a ball of rum punch, as drunk as himself, told them they were going to hang honest Jack Spinkers, and if they suffered it, they should be all hanged one after another. But by G. D. Yea, they should not hang him, for he'd clear the decks, and taking a granado with a lighted match, followed by his comrades with their cutlash, he set fire to the foos and threw it among the actors. The audience was on the gangways and poop, and falling in with their cutlashes. Poor Alexander had his left arm cut off, and Jack Spinkers his leg broke with the bursting of the shell. The ship was immediately in an uproar, and the aggressors seized. Who else would have made havoc with the guards, or have been cut to pieces by them? For they had all cutlashes. Alexander the Great revenged the loss of his arm by the death of him who deprived him of his limb. The gunner and 2 surviving comrades were that night clapped into irons, and the next day at a court-martial, not only acquitted but applauded for their zeal. Alexander and his enemies were reconciled, and the play forbade any more to be acted. Know'st thou that death attends thy mighty crimes, and thou shalt hang tomorrow morn betimes? A fortnight after the setting Captain Beer ashore, Williams boarded and took a vessel off Cape Cod, loaden with wine, the crew of which increased the number of their prisoners. They put 7 men on board the prize, with orders to keep company with the ship and sloop, commanded by Bellamy and Williams, and left aboard her the master. As the ship and sloop had been long off the careen, they stretched away to the northward, and made the best of their way to Penobscot River, which lies between Nova Scotia and the province of Maine, where they designed to heave down. This tract of land is along the coast about 190 miles from west to east, reckoning from the province of Maine to St. Croix, and about 200 miles over from north to south, counting from the river Quebec to the sea. King Charles II made a grant of it in 1663 to His Royal Highness James Duke of York, who made a settlement at Pemaquid. It abounds in all sorts of timber, and would bear excellent hemp and flax, and all sorts of naval stores, is rich in copper, lead, and iron ore, and the seas are stocked with whales, cod, sturgeon, herrings, mackerel, salmon, oysters, cockles, and sea. The soil produces all sort of European grain and fruits, and the woods shelter a great number of deer, as elks, red and fallow deer, and sea. And this country, if settled, would certainly be of great advantage to England. I hope the reader will pardon this small digression, which the interest I take in everything, which may tend to the enriching or extending the dominions of our glorious Britain, my dearly loved country, forced me into. But, to return, when they were at the mouth of this river, it was thought more eligible to careen in the river Machias, Machias. They entered it as agreed, and run up about 2 miles and a half, when they came to an anchor, with their prizes. The next morning, all the prisoners were set ashore with drivers, and orders to assist in the building huts. The guns were also set ashore, and a breastwork raised, with embrasures, for the cannon on each side the river. This took up 4 days. A magazine was dug deep in the earth, and a roof raised over it by the poor slaves, the prisoners, whom they treated after the same manner as the Negroes are used by the West India planters. The powder being secured and everything out, they hove down the sloop, cleaned her, and when she had all in again, they careened the Whitehall by the largest prize. Here the stroller told the 2 commanders that they might lay the foundation of a new kingdom, which, in time, might subject the world and extend its conquests beyond those of the Roman Empire. "I am, is true," said he, "by birth, the son of a miller, but I have ambition, avarice, and learning enough to be a Secretary of State, for I was a servitor 3 at Oxford before I turned stroller. And if you think fit to erect this tract of land into an empire, and your joint imperial majesties will employ my abilities, don't question, but I will prove a true patriot, that is, by the figure I will make. I will be a credit to your court, and by the squeezing your subjects, whom under the specious pretense of liberty, I will keep in abject slavery, drain such sums as shall ever keep them poor, and your and my treasury full. Rome, the mistress of the world, was founded by a couple of sheep stealers, and peopled by run-away slaves and insolvent debtors. How much more advantageously might you two undertake the erecting of a new monarch, whose subjects are no strangers to the art of war, who are not environed as they were with invidious neighbors, and who may increase your power and propagate the species by taking into your protection the Indians of these parts, and the discontented and desperate people of the neighboring English and French colonies? To strengthen yourselves, raise every useful man to some dignity in the state, and share the prisoners, I mean such as won't swear allegiance, as so many slaves unworthy of liberty among your great men. Build more vessels, keep them constantly on the cruise, and force all the prisoners either by fair or foul to acknowledge your sovereignty. It was thus the greatest empires of the world were founded. Superior force was always acknowledged a just title, and the ancients ever esteemed the prisoners they made, whose lives were in their power by the law of arms, lawful slaves, and the employing their lives in the service of the conqueror, but a grateful retribution for preserving of them. I leave it to the mature deliberation of your great wisdom, whether it is not more eligible to found here an empire, and make war by a lawful authority derived from your royal selves, than lie under the opprobrious appellations of robbers, thieves, profligate rogues and pirates, for begging pardon of your majesties, for that freedom of speech, which my zeal for your royal service, and the public good oblige me to. The world treats you and your loyal subjects with no softer terms. But when you have once declared yourselves lawful monarchs, and that you have strength enough to defend your title, all the universities in the world will declare you have a right jure divina, and the kings and princes of the earth will send their ambassadors to court your alliance. Bellamy and Williams told him they would consider on his proposal, and they would let him know what they should in their great wisdom conclude upon. In the meanwhile, they thanked him for his advice, promised, when they began to found their monarchy, should they find it expedient, to make him prime minister, or quarter master ashore, and when he had enriched himself and family by the fleecing their subject, they assured him they would pass an act of indemnity for his security, and concluded with ordering a bowl of punch for every mess. The Weedaw being cleaned, they thought of cruising again, and accordingly steered for Fortune's Bay in Newfoundland. They made some prizes on the banks, forced all the men, and sunk the vessels. They had not been long on this coast before they were separated by a storm, which held some days. Off the island of St. Paul the Weedaw spied a sail, which he immediately gave chase to. The ship brought to and lay by for her. She proved a French man of 36 guns, carrying soldiers to Quebec. The Weedaw engaged with great resolution, and the French did not show less, for he boarded the Weedaw, and was twice put off, with the loss of men on both sides. Bellamy, after 2 hours' engagement, thought the Frenchman too hard a match, and was for shaking him off. But his enemy was not as willing to part with him, for he gave chase. And as he sailed altogether as well as Bellamy, the latter had certainly been taken, and had received the due punishment of his crimes. Had not the night coming on favored his escape, he lost in this engagement 36 hands, besides several wounded. The poor minister of state, hour before mentioned stroller, was in the number of the slain. The Whitehall returned to the coast of Newfoundland, and off Placentia Bay met with his consort and the prize. They resolved to visit again the coast of New England, the Whitehall being much shattered in the late engagement, having received a great many shot in her hull. They ran down this coast, and between St. George's Banks and Nantucket Shoals took the Mary Ann. The master of the vessel, taken formerly off Cape Cod, was left on board her, and as he was very well acquainted with the coast, they ordered him to carry the light and go ahead him, and the pirates commonly kept him at helm. He upon a night of public rejoicing, seeing all the pirates drunk, laid hold on the opportunity, and run his vessel ashore about midnight, near the land of Esom, out of which he alone escaped with life. The Weedaw, steering after the light, met with the same fate. The small vessel ran into a sandy bay, and the men got ashore without difficulty. When the Weedaw struck, the pirates murdered all their prisoners, that is, all their forced men, as it is concluded, from the mangled carcasses which were washed ashore. But not a soul escaped out of her or Williams, who was also lost. The pirates, to the number of 7 who escaped, were seized by the inhabitants, and on the information of the master who escaped, and on their own confession, were imprisoned, condemned, and executed. They were all foreigners, very ignorant and obstinate, but by the indefatigable pains of a pious and learned divine, who constantly attended them, they were, at length, by the special grace of God, made sensible of and truly penitent for the enormous crimes they had been guilty of. As the trial of these pirates and their behavior while under sentence, and at the place of execution, was printed at Boston, and is to be had in town, I shall refer the curious reader to that small tract. Chap. 14. Of Captain Lewis and his crew. This worthy gentleman was an early pirate. We first find him a boy on board the pirate Bannister, who was hanged at the yard arm of a man of war in sight of Port Royal in Jamaica, Bun. This Lewis and another boy were taken with him, and brought into the island hanging by the middle at the mizzen peak guy. He had a great aptitude for languages, and spoke perfectly well that of the Musquil y Mosquitoes Indians, the French, Spanish, and English. I mention our own, because it is doubted whether he was French or English, for we cannot trace him back to his original. He sailed out of Jamaica till he was a lusty lad, and was then taken by the Spaniards at the Havana, where he stayed some time. But at length he and 6 more ran away with a small canoe, and surprised a Spanish pettiuga, out of which 2 men joined them, so that they now were 9 in company. With this pettiuga they surprised a turtling sloop, and forced some of the hands to take on with them. The others they sent away in the pettiuga. He played at this small game, surprising and taking coasters and turtlers, till with forced men and volunteers he made up a complement of 40 men. With these he took a large pink-built ship, bound from Jamaica to the Bay of Campeche, and after her several others, bound to the said bay. And having intelligence that there lay in the bay a fine Bermudas-built brigantine of 10 guns, commanded by Captain Tucker, he sent the captain of the Pink to him with a letter, the purport of which was that he wanted such a brigantine, and if he would part with her, he would pay him honestly 10,000 pieces of 8. If he refused this, he would take care to lie in his way, for he was resolved either by fair or foul means, to have the vessel. Captain Tucker, having read the letter, sent for the masters of vessels then lying in the bay, and told them, after he had shown the letter, that if they would make him up 54 men, for there were about 10 Bermuda sloops, he would go out and fight the pirates. They said no, they would not hazard their men, they depended on their sailing, and everyone must take care of himself as well as he could. However, they all put to sea together, and spied a sail under the land, which had a breeze while they lay becalmed. Some said he was a turtler, others, the pirate, and so it proved, for it was honest Captain Lewis, who, putting out his oars, gotten in among them. Some of the sloops had 4 guns, some 2, some none. Joseph Dill had 2, which he brought on one side, and fired smartly at the pirate, but unfortunately one of them split, and killed him 3 men. Tucker called to all the sloops to send him men, and he would fight Lewis, but to no purpose. Nobody came on board him. In the meanwhile a breeze sprung up, and Tucker, trimming his sails, left them, who all fell a prey to the pirate, into whom, however, he fired a broadside at going off. One sloop, whose master I won't name, was a very good sailor, and was going off. But Lewis, firing a shot at him, brought her to, and he lay by till all the sloops were visited and secured. Then Lewis sent on board him, and ordered the master into his sloop. As soon as he was aboard, he asked the reason of his lying by, and betraying the trust his owners had reposed in him, which was doing like a knave and coward, and he would punish him accordingly. For, he said, you might have got off, being so much a better sailor than my vessel. After this speech he fell upon him with a rope's end, and then snatching up his cane, drove him about the decks without mercy. The master, thinking to pacify him, told him he had been out trading in that sloop several months, and had on board a good quantity of money, which was hid, and which, if he would send on board a black belonging to the owners, he would discover it to him. This had not the desired effect, but one quite contrary, for Lewis told him he was a rascal and villain for this discovery, and by G dead, he would pay him for betraying his owners, and redoubled his strokes. However, he sent and took the money and negro, who was an able sailor. He took out of his prizes what he had occasion for, 40 able negro sailors, and a white carpenter. The largest sloop, which was about go tons, he took for his own use and mounted her with 12 guns. His crew was now about 80 men, whites and black. After these captures, he cruised in the Gulf of Florida, lying in wait for the West India homeward bound ships which took the leeward passage, several of which, falling into his hands, were plundered by him, and released. From hence he went to the coast of Carolina, where he cleaned his sloop, and a great many men, whom he had forced, ran away from him. However, the natives traded with him for rum and sugar, and brought him all he wanted, without the government's having any knowledge of him, for he had got into a very private creek, though he was very much on his guard, that he might not be surprised from the shore. From Carolina he cruised on the coast of Virginia, where he took and plundered several merchantmen, and forced several men, and then returned to the coast of Carolina, where he did abundance of mischief, as he had now abundance of French on board, who had entered with him. And Lewis, hearing the English had a design to maroon them, he secured the men he suspected, and put them in a boat, with all the other English, 10 leagues from shore, with only 10 pieces of beef, and sent them away, keeping none but French and Negroes. These men, it is supposed, all perished in the sea. From the coast of Carolina he shaped his course for the banks of Newfoundland, where he overhauled several fishing vessels, and then went into a commodious harbor, where he cleaned his sloop, and went into Trinity Harbor in Conception Bay, where there lay several merchants, and seized a 24-gun galley, called the Herman. The commander, Captain Beale, told Lewis if he would send his quarter master ashore he would furnish him with necessaries. He being sent ashore, a council was held among the masters, the consequence of which was the seizing the quarter master, whom they carried to Captain Woodes Rogers. He chained him to a sheet anchor which was ashore, and planted guns at the point, to prevent the pirate getting out, but to little purpose, for the people from one of these points firing too soon. Lewis quitted the ship, and by the help of oars and the favor of the night, got out in his sloop, though she received many shot in her hull. The last shot that was fired at the pirate did him considerable damage. He lay off and on the harbor, swearing he would have his quarter master, and intercepted 2 fishing shallops. On board of one was the captain of the galley's brother. He detained them, and sent word, if his quarter master did not immediately come off, he would put all his prisoners to death. He was sent on board him without hesitation. Lewis and the crew inquired how he had been used, and he answered, very civilly. "It's well," said the pirate, "for had you been ill-treated, I would have put all these rascals to the sword." They were dismissed, and the captain's brother going over the side. The quarter master stopped him, saying, he must drink the gentleman's health ashore, in particular Captain Rogers, and, whispering him in the ear, told him, if the crew had known of his being chained all night, he would have been cut in pieces, with all his men. After this poor man and his shallop's company were gone, the quarter master told the usage he had met with, which enraged Lewis, and made him reproach his quarter master, whose answer was, that he did not think it just the innocent should suffer for the guilty. The masters of the merchantmen sent to Captain Tudor Trevor, who lay at St. John's in the Sheerness man-of-war. He immediately got under sail, and missed the pirate but 4 hours. She kept along the coast and made several prizes, French and English, and put into a harbor where a French ship lay making fish. She was built at the latter end of the war for a privateer, was an excellent sailor, and mounted 24 guns. The commander hailed him. The pirate answered, from Jamaica with rum and sugar. The Frenchman bid him go about his business, that a pirate sloop was on the coast, and he might be the rogue. If he did not immediately sheer off, he would fire a broadside into him. He went off and lay a fortnight out at sea, so far as not to be descried from shore, with resolution to have the ship. The Frenchman, being on his guard, in the meanwhile raised a battery on the shore, which commanded the harbor. After a fortnight, when he was thought to be gone off, he returned, and 2 of the fishing shallops belonging to the Frenchman, and manning them with pirates, they went in. One shallop attacked the battery, the other surprised it, boarded, and carried the ship, just as the Morning Star appeared, for which reason he gave her that name. In the engagement the owner's son was killed, who made the voyage out of curiosity only. The ship being taken, 7 guns were fired, which was the signal, and the sloop came down and lay alongside the ship. The captain told him he supposed he only wanted his liquor, but Lewis made answer he wanted his ship, and accordingly hoisted all his ammunition and provision into her. When the Frenchman saw they would take away his ship, he told her trim, and Lewis gave him the sloop, and accepting what he took for provision, all the fish he had made. Several of the French took on with him, who, with others, English and French, had by force or voluntarily made him up 200 men. From Newfoundland he steered for the coast of Guiana, where he took a great many ships, English, Dutch, and Portuguese. Among these ships was one belonging to Carolina, commanded by Captain Smith. While he was in chase of this vessel, an accident happened, which made his men believe he dealt with the devil, for he carried away his fore and main top mast, And he, Lewis, running up the shrouds to the main top, tore off a handful of hair, and throwing it into the air, used this expression, "Good devil take this till I come." And it was observed that he came afterwards faster up with the chase than before the loss of his top masts. Smith being taken, Lewis used him very civilly, and gave him as much or more in value than he took from him, and let him go, saying he would come to Carolina when he had made money on the coast, and would rely on his friendship. They kept some time on the coast, when they quarreled among themselves, the French and English, of which the former was more numerous, and they resolved to part. The French therefore chose a large sloop newly taken, thinking the ship's bottom, which was not sheathed, damaged by the worms. According to this agreement, they took on board what ammunition and provision they thought fit out of the ship, and put off, choosing one Labar, captain. As it blew hard, and the decks were encumbered, they came to an anchor under the coast to stow away their ammunition, goods, and sea. Lewis told his men they were a parcel of rogues, and he would make any refund. Accordingly, O'Hare run alongside, his guns being all loaded and new primed, and ordered him to cut away his mast, or he would sink him. Labarre was obliged to obey. Then he ordered them all ashore. They begged to have liberty of carrying their arms, goods, and sea with them, but he allowed them only their small arms and cartridge boxes. Then he brought the sloop alongside, put everything on board the ship, and sunk the sloop. Labarre and the rest begged to be taken on board. However, though he denied him, he suffered Labarre and some few to come, with whom he and his men drank plentifully. The negroes on board Lewis told him the French had a plot against him. He answered he could not withstand his destiny, for the devil told him in the great cabin he should be murdered that night. In the dead of night came the rest of the French on board in canoes, got into the cabin and killed Lewis. They fell on the crew, but after an hour and a half's dispute, the French were beat off, and the quarter-master, John Cornelius, an Irishman, succeeded Lewis, of Captain Cornelius and his crew. Having now the command of the Morning Star, Cornelius kept on the coast, and made several prizes both English and Portuguese. The former he always discharged, after he had taken what he thought fitting, but the latter he commonly burnt. While he was thus ravaging the coast, 2 English ships which had slaved at Whydah, one of 36 guns, and the other of 12, which fought close, were ready to sail, and having notice of a pirate, who had done great mischief, resolved to keep company together for their defense. The captain of the small ship lay sick in his cabin, and she was left to the care of the mates. When they had got under sail, 200 negroes jumped overboard from the larger ship, which obliged her to bring to and get out her boats. The mate of the other went into the cabin, told the accident, and advised lying by, and sending their boats to assist their consort. But the captain being ill, and willing to get off the coast, bid him keep on his way, for it would be dangerous, having 400 slaves on board, and being but weakly manned. When the boats were gone, they might rise upon him. The mate urged the danger of the pirates should they leave their consort. The captain answered the seas were wide, and he would not bring to. Accordingly, they kept on their way with a fresh gale. 2 days after, the mate about 8 in the morning ordered a man to the masthead, who spied a sail, which made them prepare for an engagement. There was on board one Joseph Williams, who had served the African Company 3 years on the Guinea coast, who spoke the Negro tongue very well. He told the slaves he had picked out to the number of 50, that the ship in sight he believed would fight them, and if they got the better, would certainly, as they were cannibals, kill and eat them all, and therefore it behoved them to fight for their lives. They had lances and small arms given them. About 10 Cornelius came up with them, and being Heled, answered, he was a man of war, in search of pirates, and bid them send their boat on board. But they refusing to trust him, though he had English colors and pendant aboard, the pirate fired a broadside, and they began a running fight of about 10 hours, in which time the negroes discharged their arms so smartly that Cornelius never durst attempt to board. About 8 at night the ship blew up abaft. They immediately cut the lashings of the longboat, but the ship going down they had not time to get her out, and barely enough to launch the yawl, which lay on the forecastle. The ship went down on one side, and Joseph Williams, running on the other, was hooked by the mizzen truss, and was carried down with her. But, having his knife in his hand, and a great presence of mind, he cut the waistband of his trousers where he was catched, got clear, and swam after the boat, into which about 16 had gotten, and either knocked those on the head, or cut off their hands, who laid hold on it. However, with much entreaty, he was permitted to lay one hand on to ease him. They made to the pirate, who refused to receive them, without they would enter with him, which, to save their lives, they all agreed to, and was then civilly received, and dry clothes given them. These and one negro were all the souls saved. In a little time after this, he took 2 Portuguese ships, which he plundered, and kept with him. And one foggy morning, hearing the firing of guns, which, by the distance of time, he judged to be minute guns, one as they really were, for the death of an English commander, he called his men on board from the prizes, sent them about their business, and directed his course by the report of the cannon he had heard. In about 2 hours he spied the ship that had fired, came up with her very soon, and took her without resistance. The officers of the ship which blew up, finding this prize English, and that the pirate did not intend to detain it, begged to be discharged, as they had all large families, which must perish without their support. Cornelius, taking them into consideration, discharged Mr. Powys of Limehouse, who has since been a commander, and raised a fortune, the then chief mate, Mr. George Forlong, the boatswain, carpenter, and other married men, set them on board the prize, and was very generous to them out of the plunder of the Portuguese ship, because they had made a broken voyage. But Joseph Williams and the bachelors he detained, and forced some out of the prize, which he let go. After this he took 3 Portuguese ships at an anchor, which he plundered and burnt. After he had hove down by one of them, he continued some time longer on the coast, did a great deal of mischief to the trade, and forced a great many men. These he put to do all the slavery of the ship, and they were beat about the decks, without daring to strike again. I shall take notice of an instance of this kind, to show how far revenge will carry a man. One Robert Bland was at helm, and called Joseph Williams to take the whipstaff, till he went to play. Williams refused it, upon which Bland drubbed him with the lanyard of the whipstaff very severely. Williams, that he might revenge himself, and have liberty to fight Bland, went that instant, and entered himself a volunteer in the ship's books, and asked leave to fight Bland, which was allowed him, but with no other weapons than his fists. He, however, challenged his antagonist, who was too hard for him, so that he turned pirate to be heartily threshed. Cornelius, thinking they had been long enough on the Guinea coast, doubled the Cape Hoth Good Hope, off which he spied the Lizard and 2 more men of war, under the command of Commodore Littleton. Cornelius was for giving chase, but finding his men unwilling, there being, as they gave for reason, 70 forced men on board, and these ships being, as they suspected, men of war, he made the best of his way for Madagascar, went up the river Mathalaj on the west side, and anchored against Pomboto, a small village of blacks. The quartermaster went ashore, and the black governor examined him, for several of these blacks speak English. He told the governor they were come for provision and to trade, upon which he sent a couple of oxen on board, and then ordered some of the inhabitants to go up with the quartermaster to the king. The boat's crew, seeing a number of blacks come upon the strand without the quartermaster, apprehended some mischief had befallen him, but were eased of their fears when they saw 2 oxen given them, and were told the white man, who was gone to the king, would be back next day, it not being above 20 miles from the shore. When the quartermaster, who carried up a blunderbuss, a fine gun, and a pair of pistols, for a present to the king, told him they wanted provisions, he asked where they were bound. To which he answered, to seek their fortunes, for at present they were very poor. Look ye, replied the king, I require nothing of you. All white men I look upon as my children. They help me to conquer this country, and all the cattle in it is at their service. I will send you down provisions enough, and when that is spent you shall have more. He accordingly sent 1,000 head of cattle, out of which he bid them choose what they would, and they salted up a 100 fat oxen. It may be an amusement to the reader to have a short history of this king, who was called Andean Chiminato, that is, King Chiminato. He was Tude's son of Andean Lafuchi, whose country lay between Mathalaj and St. Augustine. His elder brother was Timanangarivo. At the death of Andean Lafuchi, Chiminato, assisted by a younger brother, and a great number of the people, endeavored to wrest the kingdom from his elder brother Timanangarivo. But he was defeated, and with his party obliged to retire. However, he still made war upon his brother, till he was, by repeated losses, very much weakened, and apprehensive of being attacked by him. He returned farther northward, where he made war on Andean Mathalaj, but without great success, so that he settled on a point of land by the sea coast, where the Antilauts, that is, inhabitants of the sea, who are descended from the Arabs, and the Vaujimbos, who are esteemed the meanest caste on the whole island, were very vexatious and troublesome to him, and kept him in continual alarms. In the meanwhile a couple of ships arrived at Yungal, the country of Timanangarivo, belonging to Frederick Philip of New York, to slave. But hearing the old king was dead, who had a great respect for the whites, and that Timanangarivo had cut off the crew of a brigantine, on pretense that they had poisoned his father Andean Lafuchi, for he drunk on board her so much brandy that he died of it. They would not stay here, but went farther on the coast to look for trade. Andean Chiminato, spying them, caused a smoke to be made, which brought one of their boats on shore. Chiminato received the crew very civilly, and invited the ships in, promising trade. The commanders asked if he had slaves. He said he had but few. However, if they would allow some of their men to go with him to war, he would slave both ships. They answered that Timanangarivo, his brother, had murdered some of their countrymen, and they could put no confidence in him, upon which he gave them the history of his wars, said his brother was a wicked man for what he had done, but if they would send some men with him, he would give his wives and nearest relations for hostages, to be kept on board. This was agreed to, and Chiminato furnished them with as much fresh provision as they could dispose of. 20 whites went with him to war, and they took a town and a great number of slaves, out of whom he ordered the captain to pick and cull what they pleased. They asked the price. He said, "Hey!" He required nothing, if they would let their men go out once more. They went on a second expedition, took several towns, and brought down some 1,000 slaves, beside great droves of cattle. The two ships took their choice of about 6,000 slaves, which with fresh provision and provision for their voyage cost them only 2 or 3 barrels of powder and a few arms. The king told them if they would leave those men and come again, he would again slave them for nothing. The men being willing to stay, the ship sailed, came again the next season, were slaved according to promise, and relieved those whites, such of them as would return, and left others, who were willing, in their steads. With this assistance, Shimonado soon conquered the Antilouts and Vojimbus, and afterwards made himself master of the whole country of Mathalaj. Of such reputation are the Europeans among these people, for they who have a white man on their side go on as to certain victory, and the sight of a white man against them is such a damp to their spirits, that, despairing of success, they are preparing for flight before they engage. But to return, besides the present of oxen, the king sent 100 blacks loaden with rice. Cornelius sent him a present of 2 barrels of powder, and would have given him more, with small arms in return. But he sent them word he would have no more, nor any of their alms, not being in want of either. On the contrary, if they wanted, he would send them 10 barrels of powder, as they were his children, bid them proceed on their voyage, and if they were richer when they came back, and would send him any present, he would accept it, but not now that they were poor. Here Cornelius lost 70 men by their excesses, having been long without fresh provision, the eating immoderately, drinking toke, a liquor made of honey, to excess, and being too free with the women, they fell into violent fevers, which carried them off. The blacks having given Cornelius an account of the speakers being sailed from Mathalaj about 3 months before for the East Indies, he, having taken in his provisions, steered the same course, in hopes to join in consort with her. But the speaker lying off the Red Sea, and the Morning Star going into the Gulf of Persia, they never met. They run up a pretty way in the Gulf, and lay under Antelope Island, where they kept a look out, and whence they made their excursions, and took a number of prizes. Here they designed to heave down and clean, and they had got a good part of their goods in water casks ashore, when the look out discovered 2 tall ships, one of them wearing a flag at the fore top mast head. This put them into a great confusion. They got what casks and necessaries they could on board, and lay till the ships came abreast of them. Then they got under sail at once, their sails being furled with rope yarns, and came close alongside the larger ship, which was a Portuguese of 70 guns, as the other was of 26. They exchanged a broadside with her, and the smaller ship engaged her so close that they threw hand granados into each other. But Cornelius' business was to run, and the great ship put a stays twice to follow him, but, missing, was obliged to wear, which gave the pirate a great advantage. The small ship in staying tailed aground. She, however, gave chase till she had run a good way head of her consort, which the pirate seeing, brought to, and stayed for her, as did the Portuguese for her consort, not caring to engage him singly. 2. When it was quite dark, Cornelius ran up the other shore, passes the Portuguese ships, which kept down the gulf, and came again to anchor at his old station, where he found his enemies had been ashore in their boats, and staved his casks. He here cleaned, and finding no money to be got out of any prizes made, and bale goods being of little value to them, they from hence went away to the island of Johanna, where it was designed to maroon the blacks, who were the greater number, and all bred among the English. Joseph Williams, fearing they would next maroon the English, who were not above a third of the whites, gave the negroes notice of the design, who secured all the arms of the ship, and gave Williams the command till they should get to Madagascar, keeping a good guard on the French and Dutch. When they came to Mathalage, they gave the ship to the king, her bottom being eaten so much with the worms that she was no longer fit for service, and they all went and lived with the new King Chima, son to Andean Shiminato, who died before their return, about 5 months after they broke up. Cornelius died, and was buried with the usual ceremony. Chap. 16 of Captain William F. Lowe and his crew. As to the birth of this pirate, we can discover nothing by the enquiries we have hitherto made, and indeed, had we succeeded in our search, could it have been of any great consequence? For it's certain by the behavior of the man, he must have been of very obscure parents, and by his education, as he was no artist, very unfit, in all respects, except that of cruelty, for the villainous business he was in. We have been informed that he had been a pirate in a private capacity, and having escaped justice, had an opportunity of repenting his former crimes, and, as a fore-mast man, or petty officer, of getting his bread in a warrantable way. But, no, ignorant as he was of letters, he was ambitious of power, and capable of the most barbarous actions to acquire it. Captain Green of Bristol, in April 1726, shipped this Fly as boatswain, at Jamaica, being bound in the Elizabeth Snow of Bristol, for the coast of Guinea. Fly, who had insinuated himself with some of the men whom he found ripe for any villainy, resolved to seize the said Snow, and murder the captain and mate, and taking the command on himself, turn pirate. He proposed this his design to his brothers in iniquity, who approving it, having the watch at 1 o'clock in the morning, on the 27th day of May, went up to one Morris Cundon, then at the helm, accompanied by Alexander Mitchell, Henry Hill, Samuel Cole, Thomas Winthrop, and other conspirators, and swore, damn him, if he spoke one word, or stirred either hand or foot, he would blow his brains out, and, tucking up his shirt of his elbow, with a cutlash in his hand, he, with Mitchell, went into the captain's cabin, and told him he must turn out. The captain, asking what was the matter, was answered by Mitchell, they had no time to answer impertinent questions, that if he would turn out, and go upon deck quietly, it would save him the trouble of scraping the cabin. If he would not, a few buckets of water and a scraper would take his blood out of the decks, that they had chosen Captain Fly for commander, and damn his blood, they would allow of no other, and would not waste their provisions to feed useless men. The captain replied, that since they had so resolved, he should make no resistance, but begged they would not murder him, since his living could be no obstacle to their designs, that he had never been harsh to either of them, and therefore they could not kill him out of revenge. And, if it was only for their security, he desired, if they would not take his word to do nothing to obstruct the measures they had resolved on law, they would secure him in irons till he might be put somewhere on shore. I did them ye, says Fly, to live and hang us if we are ever taken. No, no, walk up and be damned, that bite won't take. It has hanged many an honest fellow already. Mitchell and Fly, then laying hold of him, pulled him out of his bed, the poor captain entreating to spare his life, for his soul's sake, told him he would bind himself down by the most solemn oaths, never to appear against them, that he was unfit to appear before the judgment seat of a just and pure God, that he was loaded with sins, and to take him off before he had washed those stains which sullied his soul by the tears of repentance, would be a cruelty beyond comparison greater than that of depriving him of life, were he prepared for death, since it would be, without any offense committed against them, dooming him to eternal misery. However, if they would not be persuaded that his life was consistent with their safety, he begged they would allow him some time to prepare himself for the great change, that he begged no other mercy than what the justice and compassion of the laws would allow them, should they hereafter be taken. "In your blood," said Mitchell, "no preaching. Be damned and you will, what's that to us? Let him look out who has the watch. Upon deck, you dog, for we shall lose no more time about you." They hauled him into the steerage and forced him upon deck, where one of the hellhounds asked if he had rather take a leap like a brave fellow, or to be tossed over like a sneaking rascal. The captain then, addressing himself to Fly, said, "Boatswain, for God's sake don't throw me over, or, if you do, I am forever lost. Hell's the portion of my